Generally calm people have read it. What made you lose your absolute shit that time? I was in charge of a rollover trainer once at a military training site. Think of a Humvee on an axle that spins, like a rollover accident. Part of the safety brief, before anyone goes in, is to empty their pockets of all items. Take any items on belts off. We have rubber items inside to simulate sheet flying. We do this for safety's sake. Part of the training is we stop the trainer on its side/roof, so the participants can get exposure to assisting the other passengers and exit the vehicle safely and quickly. It's been a long ass boring as sheet day. It's got, and like all good army training, I'm hungover and irritated. All officers, and they aren't listening for sheet. We stop the exercise on the roof for a group, and they all exit, except one who can't undo the set belt. I opened the door, and reach in, and placed my hand on a dual-edged 4-inch boot knife. I absolutely lost my sheet. I saw red, my ears burned, and I distinctly remember seeing one of the other instructors mouth "oh sheet." I chewed out every faking officer there, all of whose outranked me, many of whom outranked my commander. Didn't matter, as my position was safety officer. I went on a tirade. I turn around after it was done, and my best friend is faking recording it on his phone. That prick showed that clip the rest of the week, and 4 years after him. I miss that faker every day. Updates. Sadly, that video is long gone, I imagine. Yes, I'm former military, gladly retired. I worked at a diner with an open kitchen. You can see us, and we can see you. I'm the only cook during the lunch rush. When I hear a lady shout "hey," I look over, and a lady sitting in a booth points at me and then does a very condescending "come here" motion with her finger. I thought something was wrong with her food, so I decide I can run out of the kitchen, leaving 4 orders on the grill, and see what I need to fix. She has no food on her table. She holds her blue soda cup out to me and asks, "What is this?" "Oh, excuse me? Why is my root beer in a soda cup and not a mug?" I don't know, I'm just the great another faking idiot in this faking place who doesn't know anything. She then proceeds to chew me out because I, the cook, do not know why the server gave her root beer in a cup. We had special root beer mugs, but the servers couldn't find them. Someone misplaced them. I apologize and head back into the kitchen while she's loudly talking crap about me to the next booth to find that all of my orders are ruined and more had been coming in. It's already stressful working in a kitchen, and that was the last straw. I went in back, started screaming and kicking the sheet out of the walk-in cooler. When I went back out, everyone was quiet and avoided eye contact. Even the lady with the issues still looked pretty mad though. I rushed through the orders and thank God she left without saying anything. I didn't get in trouble though, since my manager was serving and had to deal with her as well. He understood. My car broke down yesterday. I was stuck on the side of the highway on a bridge with no exact reference to where I was. Called roadside assistance. They couldn't help cause I didn't know my location, so I ended up calling 911. They say an officer is coming, so in the meantime I call back insurance to try to get the tow truck. At this point I've been in my car for about 40 minutes just exhausting and panicking, but I finally get connected and explain how I'm on the side of the road. I'm okay, but 911 is coming cause I don't feel safe in my location. I explain how I just want to give them my location so I can get my car towed. And the lady says, "Your guitar? You have to get your guitar." I flipped. It was a mixture of crying and yelling, but I was shouting, "Are you serious? My car? My guitar?" This went along for a couple minutes. Now I ended up apologizing later and explained how I was just scared, but geez lady, yeah, I'm broke down on the side of the road and I need to get my guitar towed. Edit. For clarification purposes, I knew where I was, but not exactly where I was. I didn't call 911 cause I was lost. I called to get an officer come help me because cars were getting really close and I knew it'd at least an hour before any tow truck came. After I called 911 and told them my location, they helped me specify my exact mile marker. Even with that information, insurance was still unable to help me. I told the officer what I told the insurance company, and at that point the officer asked me if I just wanted him to get a tow truck, and I said yes. In the 8th grade I decided to join the school wrestling team. I was overweight and not very good at wrestling, but I still tried. Every day after practice, while waiting for parents to pick us up, I would get picked on by any of a number of the other team members. One day one of the guys decided to take it to the next level and punched me in the face 3 times. I stood there stunned with my ears ringing, and then rage took over. He was wearing a hoodie sweatshirt, and with my left hand I reached over and grabbed the hood, pulling it over his head so his face was pointing down, and held tight while delivering uppercuts to his face in rapid succession while he tried to escape running backwards. I held on tight and kept hitting his face while the crowd watched me in amazement. After what seemed like around 15 straight punches to his face, I finally let go and he continued to run backward. He stopped running backward after a few seconds, then came running back towards me. I'm thinking, oh great, here we go again. He got about halfway back to me and let out a wail that sounded like a combined scream and wolf howl, and then dropped to the ground crying. I turned around to a crowd of wide-eyed and stunned bystanders and walked to the door while they tended to him. The next day he came to school with 2 black eyes swollen shut and bruises all over his face. The wrestling coach basically told the team to stop messing with me, and that was literally the last time I ever got into a physical fight. That was nearly 40 years ago. My son was maybe 8 months old and had recently diagnosed as profoundly deaf. Deaf kids will often inhale to make vibrations and noise that they can somewhat hear for stimulation. We were on pins and needles as I had just lost my job and our insurance, and the cochlear implant surgery was going to cost us $170k. We'd have to sell the house and one of the cars. We needed a break, and our in-laws took us to the food court at a local mall. Our boy started to inhale and gasp. He needs a beating. A fat 20-something said no so quietly to her friends at the table next to us. I rarely curse in public, and I'm generally non-confrontational, but a stream of insulting profanity issued from my mouth for a good 10 minutes that would have put a sailor to shame. I found it couldn't stop, and it got on the verge of Bukowskian poetry. I insulted her, her mother, her weight, and her pinched-faced friends. I launched into the smell of her tea, how fat she was, how she'd only be able to reproduce with a blind drunk moron with a teeth wishes she was uglier than the devil's asshole on fire with the sheet of hell. And it only progressed from there. F. Lee Ermey's Marine drill sergeant from Full Metal Jacket would have told me to tone it down a bit. I told her he was deaf, and that we couldn't stop it, and this was a goddamn food court in a pissant southern town filled with pissant inbred moth faking hell-spawned redneck ignorant mutant troglodytes that embarrass normal troglodytes. The food court was silent and all the eyes were upon us, and then it progressed from there. She got up and left crying. I can honestly say the whole round was involuntary, like a pus-filled boil popping and draining in a torrent. I had never done anything like this before, and have not done it since. I feel bad for her to this day. Was a camp executive at my high school and was responsible for the entire guys side during our week-long camping trip. As a quick backstory, there were 7 execs, 3 boys and 4 girls, in charge of about 140 students. The teachers had divided the girls and guys sides into different colors to make various groups for the activities we'd be doing all week. Out the 140 students we had to watch over, there were about 40 leaders, those that were to monitor their respective teams, and the rest were campers. For the most part, the majority of the guys were pretty chill, a little loud, but were following the rules. I don't mind a little noise, as long as everyone's in their rooms. When lights out happens, the time whereby no one should leave their cabins at night, unless to use the restroom. However, there was this one cabin, the faking purple team. Lord help me here. I kept getting noise complaints from the other leaders regarding the purple team's cabin, to the point where the teachers were getting frustrated with us execs. If the campers make too much noise, it was the job of the leaders to handle it. If they can't, then the execs have to step in. If execs can't handle it, then the teachers have to step in, and no one really wants that. So I've gotten multiple complaints from almost every team about the purple team that I go in to check it out. As soon as I stepped inside, not only was it loud, but there was a distinct smell, a very earthy smell. I flipped the fuck out. Not because I have any problems with marijuana, but because if the teachers were to come down, this trip would be over before it even started. I don't think I've ever gotten that angry in my life before. And I don't think I got another noise complaint the rest of the week. The way I had been detained during the 12th of June protests in Moscow last year. The actual protest was on Tverskaya Street. It is normally a huge street with heavy car traffic, but on that day it was blocked and full of people. The thing went super smooth. We had good time with friends. It was pretty calm. The thing ended, and we decided to go home. We went from Tverskaya Street into the neighboring small side street, went to a bar, had a beer. It was all nice. We were happy no one has been in contact with police. Then we walked around a little and decided to go home. At that point the protest has been over, but the OMON forces were still there. So I notice on our way a lonely police officer, come to him and ask if we can get this way to the closest subway station. I can see it in about 600 meters in front of me, or it is closed. It might have been, who knows. He is polite and says it is okay and we can go there. I thank him, turn right, and start walking towards the subway station. Next thing I see is 4 OMON guards marching towards me on the street in a line. For some reason I'm in front of my group by about 4 meters, I guess I was rushing to finally go home. That was a mistake. So I obviously don't want to get in the way of the guards and go to the sidewalk, but they probably interpreted it as me trying to escape from them. Even though they were just going somewhere, they weren't walking towards specifically me. So the next thing that happens is that 2 of them in a matter of second rush towards me, kick me on the ground, then lift me up and bring me to the side of the police bus where they rudely search me and call me names, and then throw into the thing. All of that with my girlfriend screaming on top of her lungs behind me in fear. I can't see her, but just hear her voice. Just the way they did it, and the whole situation pisses me off to this day. It wasn't even in the place of the protest, so I might have just been a random dude whom they found. Like I could be a part of the protest, because of my age. I had no attributes like flags or posters, was dressed in a very neutral way, and just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. If you are interested, what happened next is that I sat in that bus for an hour, then we went to a police station on the other side of the city, sat in the bus some more. There were about 10 detained people in my bus, on the territory of the police station, then some good cop bad cop for about 2 hours and they release me. 3 months later I get a fine of about $400 for taking a part in an unlawful protest via mail. At least I didn't get beaten and they're typus. Lived with 4 people in college, a 2-bedroom with 2 of us sharing rooms. My roomie was awesome, but we only had 3. Enter Justin. Justin was a hot sheet sandwich topped with a drug record and a room at Panshan for porn involving girls between 14 to 16, justifying it by claiming they are adults and America is just too uptight. These sheety trays aside, the roomie staying in the smaller room couldn't afford half the rent and knew Justin's girlfriend, so he moved in, much to my protest. He hated me for calling him on his bullshit, and I hated him for, well, read above. I don't judge other women when they date as holes, but I was also friends with his girlfriend, and she was severely mistreated by him verbally and sometimes, rumored, physically, though he's a bussy short stack and weak muscled, and despite vanity missiles, could barely defend himself. Fast forward to the 3rd week he's put off trash duty. First 2 weeks we covered for him. On the 3rd weekend he planned a trip up north to drink with his frat buddies and didn't wanna hang with gals, so I get it. But we told him he has to do the trash first. Saturday, I wake up, 8 AM, early for college kids. I see duffel bags in the living room, and he walks in to grab the last one and leave for his trip. Trash still spilling over. He makes an excuse he is too busy and will get it when he gets back 3 days later. Right point I stand to stop him from leaving and admittedly, I'm a tall woman at 5 minutes and 11 seconds and was skinny at the time, but still stronger than this little sheet, much to his anger. He tries to push me out of the way and I put my hand to his face, knowing it'll get him to swing, and sure enough he slapped me and called me a bitch, claiming that by not moving I made him do that. Well, right after he finished that sentence, I sent my fist through, not at, but through his face. Broke his orbital bone on his right side of his skull, and fractured the nose. He looked like hamburger face for the whole frat weekend, after the urgent care trip, and never turned me in. claimed he fell skiing because he never could admit a girl whooped his ass joke was on him. By the time he got back, myself and his then ex-girlfriend had spread the word and he never lived it down entirely. To this day it's in my top 3 proudest moments. I hate violence, but I love when I get to stick it to a monster and cause them a life of shame. During a group project during last year of what would be high school I had been feeling pretty depressed for a while, and during that time all my emotions were locked away and kept boiling as if they were in some sort of pot. 2 girls in our group decided the day before the actual presentation that it would be a great idea to make some sort of performance, and I said that there simply wasn't enough time to practice. The 2 girls got slightly angry/irritated that I was willing to give up the idea so easily, so they decided to call the teacher for something like a group meeting. During the meeting I told them about my thoughts and my reasoning, and these 2 chicks decided to blame every problem on me, even though I had finished everything I was in charge of. The last line they said was, "Don't sit there and feel sorry for yourself," and the pot boiled over, realizing every single emotion that had been stirring and came out as anger. I smashed my hand down on the table and most likely spouted some profanities that they most certainly didn't deserve. Not their fault. I was feeling like shit. As I walked out I punched one of the tables fairly hard so that the bubble gum that had been stuck underneath fell down on the floor, and then I walked out. The 2 girls started crying. My best friend laughed his ass off, and the other 2 girls were just shocked. Some time passed and I apologized, but I'm actually quite happy that the whole thing happened, simply because they made me feel emotions again, something which I hadn't felt in a very long time. Edit. Minor spelling mistakes have been fixed, and thanks to you/Shamala Sodashill for not letting the story sound like a discovery of a new king towards the end. Earlier this year, my health insurance got messed up. I started making too much money to qualify for my state's Medicare, so healthcare.gov requested a notification from NHFamilica to confirm I wasn't on it anymore. So in January, I called them to get said notification. They say yeah, you should get it in a couple weeks. It never comes. Unfortunately I had forgotten about it until healthcare.gov sends me a message that they are going to raise my insurance costs if I don't get them the message in the next 2 weeks. So I call NHFamilica again and explain to them the situation. They once again claim they are going to send me the notice and don't. So now, after getting an extension from healthcare.gov about this, I call up NHFamilica once more and attempt to explain the situation, politely requesting the cancellation notice. But the woman on the phone gets an attitude with me saying some stupid shit like you know this is the cancellation department, right? And I lost my sheet. What the fuck is your problem? I don't understand why the fuck you can't just send me this faking letter. What's happening over there? Just look in the faking file and cancel it. Yes, you bitch. I know this is the cancellation department. I want a notice that it's cancelled. I must have scared the shit out of her, because the next thing she said was, "I'll go get my supervisor who solved the problem in 10 minutes, and I got my cancellation notice 3 days later. When I was at college I was at a party with a bunch of friends. My friend Emma and I took a break from the hot mess inside and went out for a smoke. I went over by this one group of friends that I knew, and Emma went off by herself to talk to other people. About a minute later she comes up to me and asks me if she could bum a cigarette. I asked her how she managed to finish so quickly, since I was usually the one that was done first. She pointed over to this one guy and said he knocked hers out of her hand and told her she was too pretty to smoke. I recognized the guy from earlier in the night. He was in town visiting one of the guys that lived in the house where the party was being held. The guy he was visiting was a guy I liked to play beer pong with, so I decided to hold my tongue and just give her another cigarette. She came back again very soon after and asked me for another cigarette. The guy apparently did it again to her, even though she wasn't even trying to talk to him and was standing like 5 feet away from him. Emma was a very close friend of mine, and I just got fed up, so I went over to the guy and said, "Hey man, what's your faking problem?" He replied by saying that smoking was bad for you, and he was looking out for her. I told him, "Look man, she is capable of making her own decisions. I know you're here visiting Luke, and I like Luke, so I don't want any problems. But if you knock her cigarette from her hand one more time, we are going to have a problem." He backed off and left her alone for the rest of the night. I'm sure in his head he had this idea that what he was doing was a cute way of flirting, but he was just being a dick. The next day he found me and apologized for the way he acted. He was just drunk and being an idiot and wanted me to pass along his apology to Emma too because he couldn't find her. It's always felt like my parents never wanted me. I was a surprise honeymoon baby born 9 months and a day after their wedding. I was regularly screamed at for anything I did until I just started hiding. I was called the practiced child my whole life. My younger siblings got way more love and attention, etc. In my teens they started taking in strays. If any neighborhood kids didn't want to go home, they could just be at our house all the time. Effectively, my mother would take my friends away from me to be her friends instead. One of which was a kid who picked on me constantly from the time I was 11. I guess they had that in common. That guy was kicked out of his dad's house and his mom's house when he was 20, so my parents took him in permanently. That killed me, but I always wanted their approval, so I was always calm and agreeable, always desperately trying to figure out how to get them to love me, so I went along with it. Years later, I'm married and have a son. This guy still lives with my parents. They continue to coddle and make excuses for him while criticizing me for whatever they feel like. One day, we are all at my parents' house and my son is being a goofy 2-year-old, which annoys the man-child living there. So he gets furious, picks my son up by his ankle, and spanks him. My parents claimed not to have seen it. We went home. I couldn't sleep that night because I was so upset. The next morning, I made sure the guy and my mom would be at home. And why wouldn't he be there? And I went to confront them with my wife. I dumped everything I had been putting up with on them for about an hour, including asking how my mom could allow this jerk to hit my son. She maintained that it didn't happen, so I went through the roof. I ended up crying because of all the pent-up emotion, so my fantastic wife took over. She said we wouldn't be coming back if the guy still lived there, so he yelled that he would move out, and he stormed off after saying he didn't have to listen to this. My parents convinced him not to move out shortly after we left. My mother expressed how disappointed she was that I didn't come to have a conversation and only came to dump on them. That was her big takeaway from everything I said. That I wasn't being fair to them. We went to counseling with them later. For months. It validated everything I had felt, but they never stopped lying and being defensive. One counselor said we should be on Dr. Phil. The other counselor said my mom is incapable of empathy. Both counselors called my parents delusional. But of course my parents didn't take any of that seriously. At one point my dad asked me who does he think he is to judge us like that, as if he forgot that that's their job. Haven't spoken with them in almost a year, and life is so much better. This happened in some club ages ago. I was bouncing around on the dance floor with everybody else and apparently stepped on some dude's foot who had been standing there with his posse of 2 or 3 other guys watching people. I shrugged and apologized, then turned around to leave. Right then somebody smacked me in the back of the head. Not hard, but too hard to ignore. I turned around still calm and said something like, "Look, I'm gonna walk this way, you guys stay here and nothing more needs to happen." Turned around again, got smacked in the head again. I was very much pissed off at that point. It didn't help that they looked at me all innocent. I couldn't even tell which one of them did it. So I just stuck my finger in the face of the dude whose foot I allegedly stepped on and recommended he don't do it again. Turned around once more, waiting to get smacked in the head again. This time they poured a glass of beer in my back. That's when I completely lost my shit. Threw myself around and went straight at the guy. I was in full rage mode, didn't care what happened next, as long as that guy suffered. I could tell by the terrified look on his face he realized he had gone too far. His friends never stepped in to help him. After a while people separated us, and that was that point. I have no sympathy at all for people who resort to violence for solving their problems, but feel no shame for having snapped in that situation. I think I did everything in my power to avoid what eventually happened. I had a job filling vending machines in my mid-30s and was servicing one of my larger accounts that we called full service. Basically they had soda, snack, and cold food machines. Most of the customers, while on their break, would come over to me and request certain items. That was not a problem. But there was this one guy that would take it too far. A 21-year-old, know-it-all. He would stand next to me during his break, and he would constantly tell me how to do my job better, and tell me about complaints other employees had, but they were not telling me in person. Those complaints almost seemed made up, just so he can have something to say. So one day, while I had the food machine door open, and I was checking the expiration dates of the milk, he kept interrupting me and telling me to not miss the dates on the milk and to make sure there is an even amount of chocolate and whole milk. I lost it. I stood up and I got right in his face. I didn't yell, but I said loudly enough for others to hear, "Why do you always come over here and nug me while I'm trying to do my job? How would you like it if I went and started jumping up and down on the bed while your mom was trying to do her job?" He got extremely red and looked like he wanted to hit me. Then he walked away. I immediately shut and locked all of my machines and left. I called my really good friend who was a supervisor at the time and told him to be expecting a phone call because I'm probably going to get fired. Never got the call, and the kid finally left me alone. I can remember that day like it was yesterday. I was home packing my stuff to get ready for when my husband was at a basic training point. I never yell or even raise my voice to hardly anyone ever. My dad has always had a wicked temper, and my sister also had a knack for starting yelling matches with him. One night, she forgot to do something she was supposed to, and the yelling started again. I ignored it up until he called her stupid. It got under my skin, so I spoke up a little saying that he shouldn't call her that. He hollered back, "You are my daughters. I can talk to you however I want." That's when I snapped. I saw red for the first time in my life, and I completely lost it. I screamed back at him at how I was tired of him treating us like garbage when he lost his temper, at how we hid in the back room with my mom until he cooled off, and how all I wanted was to visit my family before I had to move over 12 hours away from them. I also threatened that if he ever wanted to see me again, then he needed to shut up and sit in the corner until he was done throwing a fit. I yelled at him for the first time in my life for a solid 30 minutes. I didn't stop until everything I had to say, built over the years, was out, and I saw him go from red-faced angry to what seemed to be guilt-ridden point. When I finally stopped, he was quiet. He didn't say a word and walked away. Shortly after I moved out, he went to a doctor and has been put on some medication to help with his anger issues. Now he's super friendly, and I haven't heard him throw a tantrum like he used to in over 10 years now. He has never spoken poorly to me or my sister since then either. About 10 or 11 years ago, I was going through a bad period of my life, and part of this was having great difficulty sleeping. One late afternoon, totally exhausted, I tried to take a nap, and after a while it actually worked, and I fell into a deep sleep. It can only have been a few minutes later that the doorbell rang. I woke up, knowing that was the end of the nap, but worried it might be some emergency or something. So I opened the door to find a pair of Jehovah's Witnesses standing there with their leaflets, wanting to try to convert me. I lost it. It was strange. I felt detached, like a bystander watching my own rant, massively surprised by how articulate and authoritative I sounded. I normally take my time forming sentences, and I'm certainly not used to being authoritative. Now I can't remember exactly what I said, but the gist was that they had no right interrupting people's lives just because they have opinions that they think are better than those people's, and that they should be ashamed of their arrogance. And does my being an atheist give me a right to knock on their doors at times of my own choosing in order to try to change their opinions? I'd lost my temper now and again as a younger man, many years previous to this, by which time I was in my 40s, but this was an isolated incident, and certainly the most focused and erected outburst that I've ever delivered. I'm generally extremely composed in terms of getting upset. 99% of the time I have no idea how to publicly express frustration or anger, so I just grin and bear it. When the following happened, I was about 19 or 20, I think, and next to awkwardly composed, also very deferential towards authority. Very ready to follow orders. At the time I had a part-time job at a supermarket during college, and we had a new manager at one point. The dude got there through connections with his brother, who was pretty high up in corporate. The store was steadily growing worse under the new manager, and was only held up by employees who knew their sheet. One evening shift, after months of bullshit, we were once again understaffed during the 17:30 to 18:30 post-work shopping rush. It was extraordinarily busy that evening, making the situation even more frustrating and stressful, with only 2 out of possible 4 cashiers working their ass off to counter the ever-growing lines of ever-frustrated customers. I think I was having dinner, as I also had the afternoon shift, in the break room, where that fuckhead of manager was just lazing about, and I was constantly called back to the store to help people the 2 other kids who were there couldn't handle, all while there was no one on the shop floor where other chores were waiting to be done, as well as customers with questions. I think at one point as I went back to the break room he asked me to do something. I'm not sure what it was exactly, but at that point I snapped and exploded, shouting loud enough for probably half the shop to hear, in a way that I never do. I was just shouting that he just sat there on his ass reading the paper while too few people were trying to do much, and that he should haul himself on the shop floor to help us the fuck out for once. Some light swearing might have been involved. Before he could respond I stomped out back, put on my game face, and continued helping customers. I can't even recall whether my once-in-a-lifetime outburst really did anything, except surprise a few co-workers that I was capable of flipping out like that. The manager might have just pretended it never happened, but holy shit did it feel good to do. Let me tell ya, it was a good day when that fucker was actually out of there. Was at a party in college when one of our attendees got way too hammered and went into a friend's room to sleep it off for a few hours. Everything seemed to be pretty fine except for her being a little sick, so we let her sleep. Gonna change names for this part. About a half hour later someone come up to our group where we were standing and said, "Hey, douchebag extraordinaire just went into friend's room where particular is passed out." We could handle cops crashing our place any day of the week, but when someone was about to be wrapped in our home something snapped in our group. We cleared the apartment and began pounding on the door which douchebag extraordinaire had locked. Eventually he opens the door and begins to get pissed at us, calling us a bunch of angry white frat boys. Which granted we were point as he is being escorted off the property. He gives some lip to one of my friends and pushed him, causing my friend, not being as calm as some of us, my friend to try and pull a knife on the guy. Thankfully he was brought to the ground before he got 2 steps towards douchebag extraordinaire. It's probably the most faked thing I witnessed in college. Edit. Partigeral was fine. We got to her within a minute thanks to someone at the party being a decent human being and letting us know immediately. Douchebag extraordinaire was never allowed back into our parties, but honestly should have had some charges pressed against him. You know those cheap, no frills hot dogs they sell at every Ike? They were the highlight of every trip to Ike and used by my parents as a bribe tool to bring us along. I mean, sometimes we went to Ike just for the food. My younger brother shared the same love for those heavenly wieners as much I did, and normally that's not a problem since we each get our own. Let's just call him Bob, not his real name. Now, on one occasion, when they went to Ike, he tagged along, and I was left behind as I had a major test coming up. I was still in my room toiling away when the parents and little brother came back. I heard the door open and my brother popped his fat head in and innocently asked me, "Hey C's, are you hungry?" I wasn't really expecting that question, but thinking nothing of it, I told him I wasn't. He smiled, pulled his head back, and closed the door. The little sheet. I came out for a break and my parents were in the living room, and they asked me if I got the hot dog they bought for me. I was like, "What hot dog?" "Oh, the one I asked Bob to pass to you." I immediately put 2 and 2 together and felt this sense of betrayal, anguish, and loss so strong I turned to my brother, who was right behind me on the kitchen table, and literally roared "boob" and began wailing like a cat who'd just been run over. I refused to speak to him for a week over that hot dog. Edit. In case this makes me sound like someone the opposite of calm, I'm generally well composed. This was one of the rare occasions I felt so disgusted with another human being I actually lost it. It was at my father's funeral. I wouldn't say I lost my shit, but that's the most angry I ever remember being. My dad wasn't religious at all, so the ceremony was held directly at the crematorium in a little chapel. Nonetheless, a kind of priest was in charge. He welcomed my mother, my siblings and I to quickly go over the ceremony and chose a few texts to read. We chose the less religious 2 or 3 texts and clearly specify that we do not want the Ave Maria, but that if he wants he can read the Lord's Prayer. The ceremony starts, and the priest reads, and reads, and reads. He recites the Ave Maria. He recites the Lord's Prayer. I see my sister and mother fuming, as they are as non-religious as my father was. But the ceremony goes on, fueling my anger one biblical text at a time. At one point, the guy starts singing, in the priest way, you know, high-pitched and from the nose, 3 times something along the line of "Welcome me my Lord, for I'm your lamb." Half the assistants was trying to contain their laughs, the other half was containing its anger. I was kind on both sides, but the ceremony goes on, and we get to the point when I cannot take it anymore. I walk to the desk, cutting him as he was about to start another text, and say, "That's it. You've done more than enough, it's over now." He mutters that it is the last one, quickly reads it, and ends the ceremony. Didn't apologize, didn't have a good word to say. I only regret not getting more angry. This guy was the biggest asshole I've ever seen. A co-worker/friend had appendicitis and was rushed by ambulance to a hospital from work. Found out his appendix was at a point where it could have burst at any moment, so it was an emergency situation. Anyway, work ended, and myself and a couple other friends from work went to the hospital to visit him. We hadn't had any updates, so we really didn't know the extent of the situation at that time. We walk into the front entrance of the hospital, and no one is there. No receptionist, no wandering nurses, no one. There was a phone on the counter with a sign instructing is to pick it up, and we'd be transferred to someone who could help. Picked up the phone, and waited on hold for a solid 10 minutes before anyone picked up. They told us he was in some place in the hospital, so we head over there. We get there, and the receptionist says our friend is not there. He's in the ICU at this bed number. Okay, little scary as he shouldn't have to be in ICU. We go to the department, find his bed, and sitting there is a very old unconscious man laying spread eagle. My friend is 20 years old, so that's definitely not him. We tell the nurse, and she can't find him in the system, as in she had no record of him being at the hospital. She makes a couple calls, and tells us he's in the ER. So we make the trek to the ER. Here another nurse tells us again that our friend is not there, and she also has no record of him in the hospital. Here is where I lost my shit. I yelled at her, not scream, I ain't no dance mom, but I certainly yelled, and was not polite. I just wanted to find my friend. I was genuinely worried at this point, if he was even alive. My friend started ushering me away, cause it really was only gonna get worse. I calmed down, while they talked to the nurse, who offers no other help. We do eventually find him, only because another passing nurse heard us talking about him, and she happened to have been one who worked on him. She led us to his room, where he was perfectly fine beyond the post-surgery grogginess. Just going through all the runaround, not knowing if my friend was okay, and the absolute incompetence of the staff pushed me over the edge. Icing on the cake, the hospital staff stole a silver ring my friend was wearing during surgery. I was born with a small, round, flat mole on my right cheek. I wasn't self-conscious until I started getting made fun of. At summer camp one year, I was maybe 10 to 12 years old. This one kid Alex would just come up to me, pointing and laughing and saying Marley Millie Marley. I'd never seen Austin Powers, but I soon found out that's what it was from. Well, I always told myself to turn the other cheek. Be the strong person. Don't stoop down to their level. But every day, I'd be dropped off at summer camp, and while we would be waiting to start the day, or walking between activities, he would come up to me and say it again. I was so hurt, so embarrassed, but also so over it. So, one morning, not long after my dad had dropped me off, I'm hanging out on a picnic table and Alex starts to come over again. I don't really remember if he said anything this time, because the only memory I have is making a fist and punching him as hard as I could in the nuts. I don't even remember how / when I learned that boys feel pain there. I learned a lot very late, and I don't know why I didn't kick him. But I punched him with all my might, and he dropped to his knees and cried. I ran off as to not get in trouble. Not sure if anyone saw, but I never got any heat for doing it. And that mofo never bothered me again. In fact, a few years later, he confessed that he liked me. I didn't think he was cute though, and he gave me lifelong insecurities. I've since had the mole removed. So, screw you, Alex. The angriest I have ever been was when they faked up the schedule at my track meet in grade 12. My dream was to get to provincials in long jump that year, and I was very serious about it. So, on the day I'm having a jolly time doing a few other events all spread out. I entered the 200 meters dash to round out my events. My heat is the last one, so I just chilled with my friend at the start line until we ran 45 minutes. Long jump starts soon after, but it should be fine. Finally finished the 200 meter race. By the way, it is incredibly exhausting. Then I went over to the long jump pit to get ready for that event, and the motherfuckers had almost finished. I ran up like, what the fuck? This was supposed to start at 2. Turns out they moved up the time, but I was across the field at the 200 meters start, and I didn't hear the announcement point. Eventually they gave me a shot and said I could do all 3 of my jumps right now. If you've ever run track, you know what a joke that is. There's no goddamn way I'm going to be able to get a good jump in. I just sprinted 200 meters about 2 minutes ago, and now I have to do 3 full effort jumps within the next 2 minutes. Obviously shat the bed. I was blind with rage. I huffed back to our school's tent and just started kicking sheet. I think I even threw sheet that wasn't mine. I was being a total asshole tbh. But you have to understand, I'd been waking up at 6 AM to work out before school on my own. I had put my long jump goal on my bedroom door to inspire me every day. I wanted it so badly, and then it was just gone. I'm a generally level-headed guy. I have a very long fuse, but sometimes people like to push to see what happens when I get angry. This was back in middle school. Bit of a long story, so bear with me. I had one of those combination locks on my locker. I didn't really have anything worth stealing, but I liked protecting my stuff. But there was this one kid, faking Brian, who thought me having a lock was the craziest thing in the world. He made it his mission to sneak up behind me, see the lock combination, then take the lock when I wasn't around. He'd come later in the day taunting me with the lock before giving it back and starting the game again. I'd laugh it off and accept it, but things add up. One day he took it again. This was around the 7th or 8th time, and sat behind me in a school assembly, tapping me in the head with the lock. I stood that for a few minutes before turning around, taking it back, and telling him to leave the damn lock alone. He laughed it off, but I still thought I had made my sentiments clear. Nope. I come down the hallway later that day and see this faker standing in the middle of the hallway dangling my lock and giggling. I saw red. I slowly walked towards him and then sprinted the last few feet, dropped my shoulder, and slammed him into the water fountain nearby. I broke the water fountain off the wall with his face, and I don't think I've ever been so satisfied. That was the last time anyone touched my lock. I've always been the calm and reasonable one. I learned early on being a big guy afforded me the luxury of time to talk things out, usually. But there was this one scrawny little sheet-talking douchebag in freshman year who would not stop faking with my friends. He's the kind of kid who relied on the pity card for everything but would not hesitate to just rag on anyone and everyone. Enough was enough when a few of my friends asked me to intervene, for their sake, or for the sake of our other friends. So I decided I was going to pull him aside and try to have a conversation about it. But as soon as he figured out what I wanted to talk about, he throws his glasses on the ground, stomps on them, and starts laughing his ass off, bragging how I'm gonna have to pay for new glasses after he tells security I attacked him. It was not a secret my family was poor as sheet. At first I was faking dumbfounded. This kid was supposed to be one of our friends. When I thought about what it would take for my family to afford new glasses for this asshole, I got pissed. I settled on a realization that if I was going to take the heat, I may as well commit the offense. So I beat the ever faking shit out of that kid for the next 4 or 5 minutes until security showed up. Got suspended for 3 weeks, nearly expelled, grounded for 3 months. I still say it was worth it. Point. If you read this, and you'll know it's you if you do. Fuck you, Steve. I had a sweet middle management gig at a communications company. Customer service over the phone. Stressful, but they had excellent upper management, and it could be fun some days. I worked my ass off for a project that directly affected the whole eastern coast of our customer base. I fixed a known issue with our firmware for a new modem we launched. My direct supervisor was a sweaty, sleazy little guy who was always annoyed me because he was condescending to everyone but our big bosses. He was a real prick who took credit for other people's work and in general just annoyed me. I wrote up directions for this fix and contacted all the heads who were working and resolved this huge problem on a weekend when I was the only acting floor supervisor. I saved us a ton of money in reimbursing customers and truck rolls for service calls. I even got email love from the president of the company. Went in the next morning feeling like a boss and had a meeting with upper management. My direct supervisor took my carefully worded emails and directions and just put his name on it and took all the credit. Said I was just doing what he advised me to do. I just sat there stunned. The fury. I waited until we had a smaller meeting with just us leads and supervisors, and when he stood up to thank us for all our hard work, my brain quit working. I saw it and just started to rip into him about what a piece of shit he was. Cuss words and all spewed out of my mouth in a cloud of angry sputtering. My buddy, who was also one of my bosses, brought me back to earth because I saw his eyes just get really big. He stood up and kinda pushed me out of the room. I'm a professional, generally happy lady with 10+ years of dealing with supervisor calls and crazy customers. Keeping my calm was my superhero power at this job. Turns out it was so out of character I went on my lunch break and took a pregnancy test. His name is Jackson and my office teased me about this for a year. TLDR boss stole the glory for a project I did solo and saved company $1 million. I hulked out, then found out I was pregnant. I was going to lunch with my best friend and his younger brother, who was going through a rough time and was staying in a mental care facility. Since visiting hours, where we could pick him up and go somewhere, were limited, I felt a responsibility to take him to a place with a welcoming atmosphere so we could have a pleasant, enjoyable time and or get into deep positive conversation. The goal was to raise his spirits and get his hopes up again, especially since the staff at the care facility had a few questionable ideas about what was best for the healing process, but I digress. We go to the first place we come across, a casual American diner. It looks fine and not at all busy. Great, this will work. We walk past a "please seat yourself" sign, and the middle-aged waitress tells us to sit wherever we like. At this point I realize we're a bit out of place. Two 30-year-olds and a guy in his mid-20s walking into a restaurant that's currently only serving people decades older than us, but that's okay. I'm friends with a bunch of people in their 60s or 70s, so I don't feel uncomfortable. We look for a booth and decide to head to the back, away from the occupied tables. As we approach a spot that looks optimal for conversation, we hear "and just where do you think you're going?" We turn around to see our waitress glaring at us with a suspicious, fiery sneer. "Oh, is this section not currently open?" I ask. "You can sit here," she says while gesturing to the booth next to us, "but you can't sit there." She is pointing at a large booth and table for big groups at the very back. It's another 10 feet from where we currently are. My adrenaline surges. It's one thing to be treated that way and be preemptively accused of some minor infraction, but now I'm thinking that our chance of enjoying a meal at a friendly mental health improving establishment is pretty much toast. Point. She leaves for the kitchen, and I'm just thinking, what the fuck? My inner mama bear is roaring at me to come out. I turn to my friends and ask if they want to go, and after a moment's hesitation we all determine that yes, we all do. We got up and passed the waitress as she was heading back toward us with menus. One of my friends told her we were actually heading out, and she looked confused and irritated. So I told her that what she did wasn't cool. We weren't even going to sit there. By point, so I guess I didn't actually lose my sheet that time, at least not on the outside. But I always aim to be kind, patient, and a good tipper to service staff. Personal life rule: after too many embarrassing restaurant experiences with an older relative, so me telling a server that I didn't like what they did and walking out is pretty extreme. Comparatively point, we found another American restaurant 10 minutes away that had the best food I'd eaten in ages, with the friendliest server we could ask for, and had a great time. After 4 years of bullshit from an abusive partner, I couldn't take it anymore. Point, I was leaving for an international flight when I read a Reddit post where someone said that if someone keeps trying to fight and belittle others for no reason other than fun, that person is a faking psycho. Point, that sounded like her a lot. Point, I called her and told her what I felt. I wanted her to be less of a conflict-loving person. I asked her to be calmer and more comprehensive. I asked her to stop fighting people on Facebook for the sole purpose of fighting people. I told her I knew she could do it if she put in the effort. She told me to go fuck myself if I couldn't accept her for who she was. I said okay and moved on. Point, I left for my international flight and arrived in Miami at about 5 AM. I was absolutely exhausted but super hyped. My half-brother works in Miami as an MD, and as a med student I was incredibly happy that he was taking me to my first medical conference at 6 AM. I didn't care that I was tired and aching all over because I'm too tall to have a comfortable nap during a plane trip, 6 feet 5 inches, so as long as I got to watch that conference. After about 40 or so minutes, my phone starts ringing. Weird. It should be early af back at home. Point, it was her. She woke up and wanted to fight again. Point, because I had asked her to be a calmer and more comprehensive individual. Point, the first thing she did upon waking up was calling me to try and fight me again. Point, I got up, went outside and called her, laying upon her with a fury hell hasn't seen in 1,000 years. Told her I was done being used and abused like a dog/puppet/money bag. Told her I was not going to be controlled by her anymore. That I was going to live my life, not hers. That I was going to go out with whatever friends I wanted to, for as long as I wanted to. Told her I could not take having to drive 40+ minutes every single day for 4 years to visit her at her home when she didn't even bother to get her driver's license. Told her I was done having her shit talk and blame me for every bad thing that ever happened to her due to her own failures as an individual. Told her I would not be her scapegoat anymore. Told her she should be ashamed of being such an incredibly toxic and leech-like individual. Told her I was done dedicating unfathomable quantities of time to someone who would just take that for granted. Told her I loved her, but now I had realized it was because she had manipulated me into guilting myself into loving her. It was liberating. I turned off my phone, blocked her in every possible medium she could use to try and contact me. I'm now happy again, using no meds for depression, and my scores have improved tremendously. Point, and yeah, I just checked her Instagram and she has a new boyfriend who she met online. He lives 200 miles away from her. She has a picture with him in her home. The poor faker doesn't know how much he's about to be taken advantage of. Point, edit a word. In middle school, I transferred from a private school to public. I was an awkward, prepubescent mess of silence and confusion. One kid made me his personal punching bag all year. I talked with teachers, but since none of them ever saw anything, they said they can't do but so much. One day, he ran behind me and smacked my glasses off my face, scratching them. I didn't think. I just reacted. I turned around, threw the hardest punch I was able to muster, and busted his nose. My parents had just gotten me glasses after needing them for years, and now they were scratched. Point, the kid started blubbering and ran to find a teacher. About 2 minutes later, my adrenaline died and I was sick to my stomach with guilt. The sheet and my favorite teacher, Mr. Bank, walked towards me. He sent the kid away to our next class, but asked me to talk with him. He asked how my hand was, why I hit him, etc. He knew the kid was a jerk and was mad that school policy wouldn't let him help me without being a direct witness. I confessed, expecting to be suspended for fighting. Instead, He taught me to make a solid fist, apparently the way I did it could screw up my hand, and said that he was very sorry, but since he wasn't a direct witness, he couldn't do anything with a wink point. That kid never messed with me again, and I see Mr. Bank around town every so often. He's one of the only teachers I keep in touch with since graduating. One of my friends had her best friend visit from their home. He's a very unattractive gay Italian man. I'm not gay, but I typically don't mind being hit on by anybody. Well, he started hitting on me, and I would casually ignore it each time so as to say I wasn't interested. One night a bunch of us were drinking, and as I was walking past him, he slightly passed his hand along my business. I continued walking, but threw him a what the fuck type of stare as I looked back. I figured the message was received. Then just this weekend we are out, and I ended up having a little too much, so I started chugging water, and decided to lie down, to rest for 10 minutes, so that I'd be able to get home safely. Well, he decided this was the best opportunity to reach for my junk again. A solid slide along the balls and grab on the shaft. Ugh, it boils my blood just thinking about it. I yelled out, "No. The next time you do anything like that again I will knock you the fuck out." I don't know if I would have reacted that way if he didn't look like such a faking troll doll. Oh yay. And he also managed to shit on the toilet seat of the homestay we were staying at over the weekend. I just don't understand how anyone can cheat on the toilet seat, let alone not clean it up, after I should have kicked his ass for that alone. I still feel bad about it, but my mom is a huge control freak when it comes to trips or vacations. This time we went to Portugal, the islands where my family is from, and she was doing her thing, bossing people around, rushing us from place to place, so we could get to everything she had planned. My grandmother, her mother, was the reason for the trip. She was dying and wanted to go home one last time. It had been nearly 60 years since she left the island for Canada, and we pushed her around in a chair the entire trip. My grandmother was very weak and kept asking us to go to her home village of Maria. It was in the plan, but near the end of the trip, sort of set up as a finisher, before we left the island, to return to Canada. Like the title says, I'm normally very calm, and I don't raise my voice often, unless it's out of excitement or comedic effect. I shouted out over everyone, who all wanted to go in different directions, see different places, and eat different food. Holy fucking hard stop, shut the fuck up. That got everyone's attention. I threw my hand at my mother to point her out. We all appreciate your organization skills and for getting us here, but now that we are here you need to step back a little. We got a dozen adults and a dozen teenagers here. We can take care of our goddamned selves. I waved my arm across the group of my cousins. You sheet socks need to get your sheet back in the sack. You're all over the faking place. Disrespectful ducks. We are here for a family vacation, and when we are done doing our family sheet then you can go and play in the ocean. Finally pointing at my grandmother, and I thought this trip was for her and grandpa. She's getting weaker by the day and wants to go home. So we are going to load up into those tiny faking vans and drive to the other side of the island and put this lady in the ocean now before she's too weak to do it later. Maybe if you stopped ignoring her for 5 minutes you'd realize you're all being a bunch of faking dickheads to her. We silently loaded up into the vans. I apologized to my mother, cause I know she just wants to help, and we got to the village point there. My grandmother leapt out of the van to hug a 50-year-old, one-armed, toothless, one-eyed man whom she used to babysit, and her neighbor. She was so happy she practically skipped through the streets to show us the house she grew up in, the bench she got her first kiss, and the pools of ocean water caught in the rocks where she would swim. It was magical, but she burned herself out. She spent most of the trip resting with my mother and her sister, while the rest of us toured the island, played in the water, and got history lessons from my grandfather. That was the last week of August. She went into the hospital the day after we got back. She died the first week of October. My family is actually back there now, and my father reports that everyone is much better behaved this time around, and the trip is much more relaxing. I work in construction. To preface this, generally construction workers are pretty low on moral totem pole and are usually racist, sexist, pretty much all the ists they have. On my current job site, we have a transgender, which, for my union, is a first. Openly trans I should say. We may have had prior, but unknown. To the credit of this job site, of the hundreds of porta potties, none of them had anything about this girl. Sure, there was chatter, but never anything mean, just stupid jokes and overall curiosity. And she took it all in stride, knowing what she was going to have to face in the construction trade, and being who she was. Mind you, prior to surgery, they were in construction, so they knew how we are. I'm not an advocate for the LGBT community. I'm on the side of leave everyone alone and let them live their lives kinda thing. I'm also not one to lose my shit, especially at work. Until the safety guy, of all people, started talking about it. I overheard a conversation, and not really paying attention, I heard him say it over and over again, using air quotes. I pieced together the fact that he was talking about her. I butted in and corrected him, saying name, a she, not an it, and he corrected me by saying it again, along with he, she and such. I mentioned that she was a sister, we are union, and that if her paperwork gets sent to the house with the heading dear sister then she is a sister. I had clarified this with her months ago. She asked the union to change the heading from dear brother, to which they did. A few bickers back and forth, and I started walking away until I overheard him continue his conversation with the other guys and said one day I was trying to eat lunch and it was putting on makeup, lost my appetite, and threw my food away. So, in a maddening flourish, I threw my hard hat on the ground, winged my walkie-talkie onto the table, got my keys, and said fuck this place, I'm out. Really pissed me off that he made us all sign a sexual harassment policy update the day prior. Granted, he never directed any of this at her. I was still just seeing red the whole time. It was last night. Husband and I are out of town for the weekend and our 3-year-old son stayed with my mom and stepdad. They spent the day yesterday on their friend's boat. I called my mom late in the evening to check in on the kiddo, and they were in the car. All of a sudden she started screaming and wasn't responding to me, and I could hear my son crying. Then I couldn't hear an adult anymore and could only hear my kid crying by himself. Then the call dropped. I kept calling back and she finally answered. Turns out some guy cut them off and got out of his car, so my stepdad decides the best course of action is to get out and fight the guy with my child in the back seat. My mom also got out of the car to split them up, leaving my son crying alone in the car that still has the keys in the ignition. I lost my fucking mind. I started screaming at them and asking what the fuck is wrong with them and why did they not just drive away. She kept saying we didn't do anything to that guy and he got out of his car and started coming at us. So I'm like, I don't give a fuck what the other guy was doing. You have my son in the car and you should drive the fuck off. My stepdad was also slurring his words and I said he was clearly buzzed and I could not believe that he was driving. My mom kept trying to say that he was fine, and I'm calling bullshit. They both then had the gall to act like I'm in the wrong and be like, how dare you talk to us like that when we are helping you out and watching him. Fuck you. You put him in danger, so now we are coming home early because they are pieces of irresponsible shit. Yesterday I lost my shit. Happy to say my neighbor and girlfriend stopped me before the cops did. I live in the city center of Amsterdam. The last couple of years the amount of tourists visiting Amsterdam has increased exponentially. This would be okay, except many tourists come here for the partying, smoking weed, drinking, etc. For the last couple of years there's been an increase in noise disturbance, people throwing rubbish on the streets, canals, tourists smoking weed, and playing loud music in front of my door. Besides, there has been an increase in drugs being sold on the streets, violence, burglary and thievery. The building I'm living in is being renovated. Around the building is a scaffolding structure. Yesterday evening I saw someone walking on it. I assumed the person was a burglar and I directly called the police. On the phone the police told me they were on their way. I went outside and noticed some people standing outside. Their look told me they knew more about it. I asked them, but said they know. I looked up and noticed 3 guys coming down from the scaffolding structure. When they were on the ground I cornered them with the belief they were burglars. The guys told me they were sorry, but I wouldn't budge. 1 minute later the police arrived and asked what they were doing. But okay, I was extremely angry. The 3 guys kept telling they were sorry and they made a mistake. The girl I asked before if she knew more suddenly told me she was with them and they just wanted to have fun and see the view from above. She told me to act and behave normal. That's the moment I lost my shit with her. I like to think of myself as a calm, cool and collective person. I'm sure that's how all of my family and friends would describe me. I'm not a fighter, I'm more of a crack a joke and get everybody laughing kinda person. Don't get me wrong though, I served 6 years in the Navy and my dad taught me and my brothers to stand up for the weaker person, especially because my one and only sister was born with Down syndrome. One afternoon I was walking around my high school after I was done helping tutor Algebra 1. I was walking to my car when I saw this one much larger kid picking on this other kid that I knew has autism. As soon as I saw the bully put his fingers in the ear of the other kid, I knew I had to step in. I was just about to yell out to the bully to leave the kid alone and come pick on me when it happened. I saw the bully smack the kid's head up against the brick wall and the kid fell to his knees crying. I absolutely lost it. I snatched that bully up by the back of the shirt and started wailing on him. I stomped him in his face and kept on asking him if it was still funny to pick on the handicapped. I don't remember how long the beating lasted or when my buddies pulled me off of him, but I feel like he got what he deserved. The next day I was pulled into the principal's office where I had a meeting with the special needs boy's parents. They thanked me and told me that he was having a problem with bullies and I told them not anymore because I would be looking out for their son. I did end up getting suspended for 3 days only because of the school fighting policy. I saw the bully a few weeks later at school and he had his jaw wired shut. It was my first day out with friends at a bar in 6 months. I had been avoiding things because of a series of anxiety and panic attacks I had suffered earlier that year. I was on antidepressants and had finally gotten where I felt I could hear around chaos and not freak out. I'm nursing a drink while my girlfriend and a bunch of our friends are getting goofy and having a great time when a guy 2 tables over throws a beer bottle that shatters on the ground all over my friend and his girlfriend's feet. My brain didn't turn on until I had picked the guy up and pulled him across his table. The entire place went silent. It doesn't hurt that I'm 6 feet 4 inches tall and at the time was 240 lbs. So here I am holding the stout Claude up after dragging him across his table in front of about 7 or 8 of his friends and ask him why he threw a bottle at my friend's girlfriend. After stammering and babbling about how he didn't mean it, I asked him if he wanted to apologize or if we were going to have to go for a walk. The dude could barely speak at this point but stammered out an apology and I asked him if he knew how faked up it was to throw bottles at people and generally chastised him for his childish behavior. No one said a word the entire time this was happening. I shoved him back at his table, walked back to my friends, grabbed my drink, and it was like in the movies, where the music comes back on and our group went on like nothing had ever happened. Best part? My girlfriends had never seen me get physical with anyone, and had the biggest lady boner that we had to leave early. I don't know if this counts as losing your shit, but I never get violent, and was on medication that made me numb to most things for a few years of my life. In a police academy, this guy in my class was a dumbass. A complete and utter dumbass. He was put in my squad because I'm pretty squared away. He got me pulled into the SGT's office so many times since I'm the idiot in charge of him. We have departmental phones with a security feature that automatically locks the phone on too many failed attempts. You need to call it to authenticate yourself and unlock the phone. If you put even more failed attempts, it wipes the phone. You can see where this is going. My phone has my name on the lock screen. My phone was on my desk. Trainee McDermott somehow thinks that it is his phone. I ask if someone was pranking me because I can't find my phone. I see he's messing with a phone, but I don't initially assume it's mine. When I eventually asked him if that was his phone, he said yes, but he was having trouble unlocking it. He has to try the code 10 times to lock it out and 20 to wipe it. Luckily he didn't hit 20. I mean, how many indicators were there? It was on my desk. It had my name on it. His code didn't work once. His code didn't work twice. His code didn't work at least 10 faking times. At what point does it enter into your head that this might not be your phone? I started almost screaming at him before others had to tell me stop. Last day of work before summer, June 2018. I'm a HS teacher. There's a lot of work to take down for grad, and me being a male with a truck, I get voluntold for several jobs. First, the gowns need to go to Purolator to be sent back to the rental company. I've done this job for the last 2 years, and I do it for my best friend slash work mom at the school. It takes about 2 hours to organize them and take them in. This is the only job I actually volunteered for. I was voluntold to help take down the decorations in the gym by my VP sending my name to my coworker and him letting me know that it's usually done by another male coworker in the 8 or so kids who actually show up to help. It's supposed to be part of their grad duties. He gets done as I'm heading out with the gowns and gives me a dirty look. I'll let it go, since he's usually a pretty nice guy and I know he stresses about this job because of the chaos and time crunch. The last job I was voluntold for by the principal, again saying I'd help, and me being told by a third coworker, was taking down heavy equipment from the stage so it could be remodeled to include some things for a dance class. I did start helping after lunch. As I walked through the school, I saw several people in their class doing nothing, even though there was an app hands on deck for the stage ML as we were running out of time. Someone was even watching soccer at his desk. Well, one of the ladies in the drama department made a snide comment about me finally showing up to do some work. I lost it bad point. I told her what I thought about the situation. I've been running around all day, and there's people in their room watching the clock waiting to go home. I told her to fuck off and quit beaching at the wrong person. I had to go cool off. I went to my friend's classroom and helped her for a bit as her room was used for storage for some grad stuff. I told her what happened and she helped calm me down. I went back and finished on the stage. The best part was at the end of the day, the lady who pissed me off complained to my friend about me, and she explained what my day was actually like and put her in her place. I fully expect to be reprimanded after the summer, since what I did was pretty unprofessional for a teacher, but I don't really regret it. My dad died. He was misdiagnosed with diabetes, but had pancreatic cancer. I was in the middle of my bachelor's degree, more specifically in the middle of a 20-page essay on Socrates. Looking back, I could have handled it better, but it was my first personal death. My mom came in crying saying it's done. I went and took his necklace because he wanted to pass it along in the family, kissed him on the forehead, and gave him a hug, then left. Next morning on the way to Lax, I called all my professors. They gave me a month's reprieve and just left. Went to Europe and did not come back. I left my mom a note. She shrugged and was like, okay. I'm an only child, by the way. We will get there in a moment. So basically I backpacked across Europe for a month. Surprisingly, every was nice and got to stay with a lot of nice people. Dated this girl whose father owned a chain of motels. She helped me through Europe, showed me all these cool places. To mother had me legally declared dead, since all my friends and family dropped her flowers at the doorstep. I looked up on the internet to find I was dead. My month was ending and we were in Moscow, then we departed. I came back with a full beard, but got pulled over twice on my way home because they thought the car was stolen. When I got back, my mom gave me a big kiss, a hug, and we never even talked about it. While I was away, she repaved the driveway, repainted the house, and also put a new roof on the house. I was 22 at the time. I went back to school and handed in what I semi-finished. Graduated 6 months later with a 3.5 GPA. The dean handed me my diploma, and then it hit me my father wasn't there, and dropped to my knees bawling like a newborn baby. It was actually at one of my best friends. It was at another good friend of ours going away party. We were probably never going to see her again. Very few people showed up. Not only was that disappointing, but some people a friend the party was for showed up that always caused drama, and at one point in the night, said best friend just ditched the party with those people and his girlfriend. Us few at the party, we are very upset about this, and one of us called the two of them. When they picked up, she started pleading and asking them to come back to the party. Maybe a bit aggressively, but obviously this wasn't an okay thing to do. The girl trying to get them to come back starts crying, I see, because they are yelling at the girl over the phone, calling names and shit. This being one of my good friends, I took the phone from her and tried again myself, to the same result. Many people will tell you I'm a very nice person, but after the screaming match I got in with them, I accomplished a few things. 1. They came back to the party without the drama people. 2. When they got back they started crying and literally shaking when they saw me. 3. When I hung up the phone, I guess as harshly as you can hang up an iPhone, I turned and never saw so many faces in a form of terror and, or at the same time looking at me. I gained either a lot of respect or fear in their minds. I feel. My friend is not with that toxic girlfriend anymore, and we try not to talk about the incident, as the next day he and I apologized to each other as we both did stupid things that night. My neighbor across the street was a drunk asshole. He would come home drunk and think it was funny to park on our side of the street, in front of our house, where my husband normally parks, so my husband would have to park in front of the neighbor's house. Then the neighbor's wife would come over and threaten to call the cops if we didn't stop parking in front of her house. So I'm leaving for a school event with my young son, and drunko parks in my husband's spot, stumbles out, and asks if I like where he parked. I just ignored him, and he started telling me to go fuck myself and laughing. When I got home, I went across the street without my kids, and only his daughter, my age, was home. I asked her to have her dad come talk to me, because I did not appreciate his profanity in front of my kids. The wife is outside the next day raking leaves, or whatever, calls me over, says she heard I had words with her husband. I told her what happened, and she said she would have told me to go fuck myself too. Started insulting me, did not get a reaction. Insulted my family, same. Then she started in on my kids. They are special needs, and she started in on my faked up retarded kids. She turned Jerry Springer real fast. I knew a lot of her secrets and laid them all out at her feet. Tore apart every hidden affair of her husband, his alcoholism, the kids they had that hated her, all these things she thought nobody knew. And I screamed every word of it from the other side of the street, with the rest of the neighbors around us coming out to see what was happening. She was absolutely speechless. My husband had to drag me inside because he was afraid someone would call the cops. It's been 3 years and she hasn't spoken to me since. She drops her eyes and walks the other way when she sees me, and if I'm getting home or leaving when she is, she waits in her car until I'm in the house or leave my driveway. The drunk, on the other hand, apparently remembers nothing and regularly attempts to hold pleasant conversations with me at gas stations and whatever. TLDR, neighbors are douchebags, cussed me out, told them to stop. They insulted my special needs kids and got theirs handed to them with a sprig of parsley. This is about a little bit of cake, some salad, and a guy named Aaron. I was at work at my hotel when this happened. I've always been known as the calm, cool and collected guy. I was working with a group of people that night, which included Aaron. Aaron was someone who always liked to joke around, and not always in a funny way, more of a malicious way. He just generally liked to cause displeasure to people. Normally I was okay with it, but that day I came to work hungry and tired and didn't feel like being there. We've been working all night for about 5 hours and finally get to eat some food that had been extra from an event that just ended. I was a little late, so all of the main course dishes were already taken. All that were left was some salads and a little dessert. I thought to myself, at least I'll kinda be eating healthy today. So I grab my food and follow everyone down to the break room. I proceed to start eating my plain old salads and start scarfing them down as if I hadn't had a meal in days. I was looking forward to eating my dessert that would surely make eating this salad worth it. I was getting closer and closer, leaf after leaf, tomato after tomato. Finally, the last cucumber. I quickly put it in my mouth and promptly grabbed my dessert and slid it in front of my face. At this point Aaron decides to be his typical Aaron self and says, "Hey Snugglewood, look at this." He then proceeds to stick his raunchy, dirty, filth-ridden fingers inside my dessert. I absolutely lost my sheet. I proceeded to see red, like I was a bull trying to ram through a flying red blanket. I immediately, without thinking, Completely instinctively and uncharacteristic of me, the best course of action to take was to grab my fork and stab the ever-living hell out of hand. Now when I say stab, I mean hard. I made him bleed. At that point Aaron knew he done faked up. He saw the rage in my eyes, the fire in my loins, the fiery passion of war was here. I immediately stood up after stabbing him and let out a big AARON, you're a beach. I flipped my dessert onto him, getting cake inside his phone, which I later found out screwed up his phone to the point he had to buy a new one, and stormed out of the break room. That's it. That's all that happened. I later find out that Aaron's phone got messed up from getting cake inside the charging port. I felt bad about that and apologized, because I'm a nice person. He, to this day, has never apologized for doing this to my food. Not that it really matters, just an anecdote. I also did get to find another cake and eat it that night. So I guess you could say I got my cake and ate it too. I work in the medical field as a cardiac sonographer. Have for about 8 years now. The thing is, I'm a guy. With the exception, of my current job, most places I've worked are almost all women. Which makes sense, since we have to ultrasound your chest, involving taking off your top and bra, if applicable. Now, on the surface, this sounds like it could get awkward. But it typically isn't at all. I've always been extremely careful to keep my female patients covered and comfortable for the test. Not to mention the fact that the majority of my patients are extremely old and don't particularly care about modesty at this point anyway. I still take care as a formality. In 8-ish years, I've never had a complaint. But one day about a year ago, I go out and call my next patient's name. This hateful looking woman in her 60s comes back. I introduce myself, give the whole explanation of the test, tell her she'll have to take off her top and bra and wear a gown, etc. I finish, and she tells me I won't be the one to do her test. JPG. She proceeds to tell me that I don't look qualified and that she doesn't want a man to do a test that has always been done by a woman in her experience and to find her someone else. Now, I didn't yell and I didn't scream, despite my schooling and experience being insulted. I just asked her to wait while I looked at our schedule. This was midwinter, when we are the absolute busiest. We were booked out a month plus all the time, and I was the only tech working that day. I come back and tell her she can have her test rescheduled for a month and a half from today. She starts backtracking, saying to go ahead and do the test today because she doesn't want to wait. A bozo faking-lutely not. I told her that, due to her earlier statements, I wasn't comfortable doing her test or being alone with her. I gave her the number to scheduling and showed her the door as she cursed every step of the way. Of course she complained to our director, a nurse I'd worked with for the majority of my career. I explained the situation and no action was taken against me. Good times. And fuck that lady. Sexism goes both ways. A few years back, I was a lot more reserved. I worked in a factory at the time, and one of my incredibly young friends ended up getting promoted to line lead. Girl was still fresh out of high school and landed the promotion right when she turned 19. Awesome on her. Well, we ended up all on a line together, her leading and folding kits, myself off to the side of the machine folding kits, and about 7 chattering Hispanic women working directly on the assembly line, also folding kits. To give you a visual, the assembly line itself was about 30 feet long. Add to that the stations to make the kits and you added another 30 feet, totaling a walk around area of 70-ish feet. When they would run out of tape or gauze or scissors to add to the kits, they'd holler at my friend, demanding more material, causing her to run back and forth and not get any of her own work done. Okay, she's the line lead, it's kind of her thing to keep everything stocked up, whatever. But what finally caused me to snap was one woman ordering my friend to grab her more gauze when she was sitting 5 feet from the cart. I lost my sheet. 5 feet. 5 faking feet. You can't walk your ass 5 faking feet to get more gauze. You know those moments when your brain is so fixated on one focal thought that you get stuck in verbal repeat mode. Yeah, I must have repeated my 5 faking feet litany for close to 5 minutes. My colleagues half the plant away stopped due to the raucous, so I know the lady heard what I was saying. My friend eventually came over and got the lady her gauze, much to my displeasure, but no one ever reprimanded me over the outburst, and even the clique of women started being nicer. I was helping my granddad maintain his property, trimming young trees, removing ivy, etc. My granddad's brother, granduncle, lives a bit down the road from him. Granduncle molested me when I was about 7. He was always a weird piece of shit and even my granddad wasn't his greatest fan anyways, but no one in my family knew I was molested except my parents. Why upset the rest of Southern Christian family? Lol. So over the years he developed severe diabetes and was basically blind. So this motherfucker starts walking down the road and hears me working alone in the brush and tries to start a casual conversation with me knowing that I'm working for my granddad. I went silent. He stops confused. Hello. Trying to see me 15 feet away. Obviously this blind dumbass can't see me and doesn't remember what he did to me 20 years ago. I'd spent most of my life as a passive rollover, so I decided to grow a spine and remind him who I was. I don't have to faking talk to you. You molested me when I was little. Why should I play nice and comfort an old dying pervert? He made a weird expression and shuffled back off to his house in silence. A year or so later they found parts of his body scattered all over his house and yard. He went into a diabetic coma and the 50+ feral cats he had been hosting at his house ate most of him. I like to imagine that he was somewhat conscious, like some coma patients are, as they starting tearing tiny chunks off. Okay, this is gonna get hella buried, but I've been sitting on this story for a while and I finally get to let it out. When I was a freshman in college on winter break, I was talking to my friend on Facebook. She still lived in my hometown. She had recently moved out of her mom and stepdad's house, let's call them Barbie and Ken, and into an apartment with her sister. I knew that her parents were not super wonderful. They kept her from going to the college she really wanted to go to, and made her stay at the community college to save money. I'm not knocking people who do this, by the way, it's an excellent option, but she'd been set on this school, and was willing to pay for it herself, if she had to. However, she was a year younger than everyone else in our grade, so, since she was technically still a minor when she started, she was overruled. I believe that they had also originally told her she could go to the school she wanted, and then rescinded that decision, which was worse. Eat her. Yes, they did. I remember now. They made her change colleges, so they could build a fence around their property. Anyways, rambling point, so she and I are chit-chatting, and then she drops a bomb on me. The real reason she'd moved in with her sister was not so they could be independent. Turns out, Ken had been sexually abusing her all through high school. Keep in mind, she moved out of their house. Meaning, Barbie stayed with Ken. She chose her shitty child molesting 7th husband over her own kid. I absolutely lost it. I was ready to drive to their house with a baseball bat full of razor blades. I wanted to tear them apart with my bare hands and burn the pieces. I literally saw red. I have never been that angry before or since, and that rage has remained in me in the several years since. As for my friend, she transferred after 2 years of community college to a school 4 hours away, then moved several states near her dad after graduation. Ken had to register as a sex offender and spent some time in jail, but did not face full consequences for his actions. Barbie and/or Ken, if you're reading this, you know who you are. I do not have the capacity in my heart to forgive you, and I likely never will. The world is a worse place with you in it, and I sincerely hope your behavior haunts you for the rest of your insignificant, inferior lives. I don't believe in eternal damnation for most humans, but I've made 2 giant exceptions in your cases. You are both a despicable waste of oxygen, and I eagerly await the day your daughter will never have to see you again. Love bubble. I still feel bad about it, but my mom is a huge control freak when it comes to trips or vacations. This time we went to Portugal, the islands where my family is from, and she was doing her thing, bossing people around, rushing us from place to place, so we could get to everything she had planned. My grandmother, her mother, was the reason for the trip. She was dying and wanted to go home one last time. It had been nearly 60 years since she left the island for Canada, and we pushed her around in a chair the entire trip. My grandmother was very weak and kept asking us to go to her home village of Maria. It was in the plan, but near the end of the trip, sort of set up as a finisher, before we left the island, to return to Canada. Like the title says, I'm normally very calm, and I don't raise my voice often, unless it's out of excitement or comedic effect. I shouted out over everyone, who all wanted to go in different directions, see different places, and eat different food. Holy faking hard stop, shut the fuck up. That got everyone's attention. I threw my hand at my mother to point her out. We all appreciate your organization skills and for getting us here, but now that we are here you need to step back a little. We got a dozen adults and a dozen teenagers here. We can take care of our goddamned selves. I waved my arm across the group of my cousins. You sheet socks need to get your sheet back in the sack. You're all over the faking place. Disrespectful ducks. We are here for a family vacation, and when we are done doing our family sheet then you can go and play in the ocean. Finally pointing at my grandmother, and I thought this trip was for her and grandpa. She's getting weaker by the day and wants to go home. So we are going to load up into those tiny faking vans and drive to the other side of the island and put this lady in the ocean now before she's too weak to do it later. Maybe if you stopped ignoring her for 5 minutes you'd realize you're all being a bunch of faking dickheads to her. We silently loaded up into the vans. I apologized to my mother, cause I know she just wants to help, and we got to the village point there. My grandmother leapt out of the van to hug a 50-year-old, one-armed, toothless, one-eyed man whom she used to babysit, and her neighbor. She was so happy she practically skipped through the streets to show us the house she grew up in, the bench she got her first kiss, and the pools of ocean water caught in the rocks where she would swim. It was magical, but she burned herself out. She spent most of the trip resting with my mother and her sister, while the rest of us toured the island, played in the water, and got history lessons from my grandfather. That was the last week of August. She went into the hospital the day after we got back. She died the first week of October. My family is actually back there now, and my father reports that everyone is much better behaved this time around, and the trip is much more relaxing. Getting my passport renewed. Now, I've had an Australian passport since I was about 12, but that had expired by 2013 when I was going overseas. So I thought, hey, no problem, I'll just go online and renew it. The online application told me that I had to basically apply for it as if I were getting an entirely new one. I was annoyed, but I sighed and thought, yeah, bureaucracy, what can you do? I filled out a form, then I went to the local mall to get my picture taken. There was a store that did this, but they insisted I didn't have to take my glasses off for the photo. And then I found a JP and got the copies of my birth certificate and citizenship certificate certified. I had no freaking clue why they needed my birth certificate since I had my citizenship certificate. And then I took the photos to my friend to sign at the back saying that it was indeed a picture of me. Took it to the post office, who immediately rejected it because I was wearing glasses and the pics. Okay. Fine. Whatever. I'll get more pics done somewhere else. I went to another store, got more pics done, went to my friend to sign them again, went to the post office and no, my face wasn't close up enough in these, so they can't accept them. I went and got more pics done, this time at another post office that took such photos. Great. Friend, signed. Went back, and the fax told me that the direct English translation that was on the back of my birth certificate wasn't good enough, and it must be translated by a certified Australian translator. Okay. I mean, obviously the first time I got my Aussie passport they didn't raise any objections, but whatever, went off and sent my birth certificate away for translation. Bloody expensive, too. Then I found another JP who certified a copy. Went off back to the post office, and they said everything was fine, apart from that my printer, and chopped off the lower bit of the footer of the forms I'd filled out. Not the entire footer, just a small slice of the colored bar I saw red. I finally found out what that meant, lol. But I'm a decent person, so I didn't take it out on them. I just took one of their officially printed forms and stalked back to work, having missed lunch to go hand it in, and a chugger, charity mugger, had the misfortune of stepping in my path, flapper outstretched with the usual "Hey, how are you today?" Too late he saw my expression, but it was the final straw and my response was not charitable. It took me like half an hour to calm down. I just sat in an empty office, and to be honest I felt a bit shattered. It's odd. I'm a criminologist. My day job involves being exposed to the most horrible parts of human nature, and this is what got to me lol. I've always felt proud to be Australian. I consider myself an Aussie, and even though I acknowledge my origins, I have very little connection to them, mostly by choice. I've had a long career of public service. I pay my taxes. My research and professional life are aimed at helping vulnerable people, but to be asked to provide a copy of my birth certificate, a requirement that doesn't apply to those who were born citizens, made me feel like an alien in my own country. I mean, I have a citizenship certificate. What the fuck am I proving? Then the horrible amounts of nitpicking that followed. Yeah, that got to me. Anyway, I submitted the forms and was able to go overseas. Huzzah. Dad's job, sales, took us to a new house about every 3 years growing up, transferred to a new school in the 7th grade, and thus didn't have any friends there. Stayed in the same district through high school. I'm tall, like 6'5" tall, and have always been tall. So naturally, I'm a big easy target for Shorty, the popular athlete bully who runs our grade. Handsome kid, parents who think he is an angel, has a group of like-minded preppy friends, does what he wants, you know the type. So when I disrupt their monopoly on the basketball team, I get the hazing treatment from him and his buddies. Ball doesn't get passed to me, bag dumped out, after practice a couple times, get bumped in the hallways, etc. I was always pretty calm about it. I knew what to expect, and I knew they were insecure, but I definitely didn't enjoy it one bit. Fast forward to high school, and Shorty is no longer the big man on campus. Turns out, he doesn't even make varsity his freshman year, but I do. Shorty is pissed. During a joint JV/varsity practice, our coach steps out for a phone call while we are scrimmaging. Shorty, and a couple stragglers from his middle school days, start to get cocky without a coach, to keep them in line, start fouling hard, mouthing off, etc. After one such hard foul on myself, I pick up the ball and forcibly shove it into Shorty's stomach. Shorty takes a swing at me. I lose my damn mind. 2 white 15-year-olds from middle-class neighborhoods don't exactly know how to fight, so the ensuing scuffle was probably pretty comical. Not many punches land, but I have the size/reach advantage, and then somehow Shorty ends up spinning around after one wild punch. An opportunity presents itself. I wind up and literally kick his ass. I lose my sheet again, this time with uncontrollable laughter, take off running and laughing through the gym as he recovers and chases after me. I still remember his sheet-eating little face red with embarrassment, as the bigger varsity players play big brother and keep us apart. They knew he was a prick and had taken me under their wing, so I was pretty grateful for that. Gosh dang it, I enjoyed that kick. I had some roommates for a while that would go to the bar and drink every weekend. Literally, every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night, they would be at the bar until 2 AM and come home at 3 AM drunk. I didn't mind that aspect of it so much, except that about once every 2 or 3 weekends they would come home at 3 AM bringing a half dozen random people from the bar with them to continue the party in our living room. The noise would prevent me from sleeping for the rest of the night, which was especially annoying if it happened on a Sunday and I had work in the morning. After the second time this happened, I had a discussion with them, and they assured me it wouldn't happen again. Same after the next several times. Finally, probably the 8th or 9th time this happened, I finally lost my sheet. I walked down and intercepted them at the front door before they could come in, wearing a bathrobe. The conversation went something like this. Him, hey man, want to join the party? Me, get the fuck out and don't come back until you're ready to go directly to bed. But, I'm just going to quickly. Me, you're not going to do shit. You are not coming in this house until the party is over. Get the fuck out now. Him, okay, sorry man. They all left, presumably to go party elsewhere. I felt so good afterwards. They didn't bring people home from the bar again, though I wish I had done this sooner, since I did it less than a month before we all stopped living together. My fiance has this nasty little habit of standing right next to me and getting in my way whenever I'm cooking in the kitchen. Now, I generally consider myself a calm and logical person. I don't ever shout, and if I'm really angry, I will go to another room and give you the silent treatment until we're both cooled off and are ready to discuss the issue like adults. But for some reason he just can't seem to understand that the kitchen isn't a second living room where you can hang out and have a deep conversation with me, since I get so focused on whatever task I'm doing and trying to juggle cooking multiple dishes at once. He usually has to repeat himself. I've lost count of how many times I had to tell him that he can't stand right next to me when I'm over a hot stove, or slicing a tomato, or frying something. I've worked in commercial kitchens and have seen my fair share of accidents, and it's so easy to cut yourself or someone else or bump into each other and slip and fall if you're not careful. Well, wouldn't you know it, after explaining this to him a bazillion times, one day he finally made me burn myself. I was boiling water for a recipe and took the pan off the burner to go strain it in the sink, and lo and behold, my fiance decided that he needed to grab a snack from the refrigerator right at that moment and was directly in my path. I almost burned his arm with the side of the pan, but I stopped myself in time. Unfortunately, the boiling water was still moving inside the pan and some of it splashed out and onto my hand and scalded me. I love cooking, and I love cooking for my fiance, but I made him see a very ugly side of me that day after that incident. My wife and I went to a Honda dealer, and there was a sales guy who was being relentlessly pushy, condescending, rude, and vulgar. I told him no, we are absolutely not signing for a car right now, because we need to take a day to think about it. We got up to leave, but homeboy got between us and the door and would not move. I lost it. I completely lost my shit and I started screaming, "Get out of my faking way. Get out of my faking way. Get out of my faking way. Sir, please calm. Get out of my faking way." Okay, there you go. Dude got out of my way. Later that same day, his manager called me and defended the guy's actions, so I screamed at him on the phone. 2 days later, the owner of the dealership called me to defend the actions of the manager and the sales guy. I told him I'd come back and buy that Accord if he dropped the price to $50 and he let me fuck his wife in the ass. He declined. I'm not proud of my behavior at the dealership. I have anxiety issues, and the absolute number one thing that sets me off is people getting in my way when I'm stressed out. After we left that place, I felt good about standing up for myself, but utterly ashamed of the scene I caused. I was an emotional mess for the rest of that day. I do not like being this way. I'm however exceptionally proud of the way I handled the call with the owner of the dealership. When my attempt to change healthcare plans went awry. I had been unemployed, and after my severance healthcare plan ran out, I had worked long enough. I got healthcare for 6 months afterwards. I had to go on a healthcare exchange plan, which was a complete nightmare. 2 months later I got a job, but new healthcare didn't kick in until March 1st. I called the healthcare exchange hotline and asked what I needed to do to cancel my old healthcare plan. The rep started to cancel it right then and there. I stopped her, told her not to cancel, and hung up. I called back 3 times to confirm I still had coverage, because I have done this before and knew full well that even though I said, "Do not cancel my plan," they would absolutely 100% cancel it too soon. After I was convinced they didn't cancel, I called back again. I was told I would simply have to call in and cancel whenever they could, date it up to 30 days in advance. For this exact reason, I called and talked to a manager, because at this point I was not convinced anyone there knew what they were doing. A manager assured me that, yes, simply call in within 30 days of my new coverage starting, and they would take care of it. Keep in mind, I'm calling the exchange, not the actual healthcare provider. In fact, I was specifically told not to talk to the provider for this issue, since the exchange was supposed to handle these things. Anyone reading this far already knows the story. Towards the end of February I called. I dared not call earlier, since I might have a repeat of what happened before they would cancel the day I called. I even called in the meantime to confirm everything. At this point I had called and confirmed the procedure with the exchange no less than 4 times, getting the same answer each time. I even called my provider just to confirm the procedure, and they simply referred me back to the exchange to answer such questions. So of course when I call, they inform me that, because I'm calling so late in the cycle, I will have to pay the additional $400 premium for insurance the following month. Even though I was already getting healthcare from my employer that month. I'm going to lie and say I was calm when I informed them of my previous conversations. Of course, at this point the exchange simply said you should have confirmed this with your provider, and started shifting blame to them. Informing them that I had called the provider and they referred me back to the exchange, she simply stated that I wasn't correct. I got a manager, and at that point she conferences the provider, the exchange, and myself together. I called 2 Saturdays ago to the provider to confirm this. I called the next day to the exchange to confirm as well. Provider, I show no record of a call that day. Exchange, I also show no record of a call that day. I faking lost it. I screamed. I acted like a small child. I actually, no joke, cried. I eventually shouted no wonder people are moving to faking Canada and hung up. I punched a door frame. My wife got scared. She had never ever heard me shout or be violent in 8 years of marriage. I let out a primal scream like out of a poorly written movie. We eventually called the provider directly, explained the situation. They gave us a little bit of trouble, but eventually they cancelled us early. I know Obamacare has done a lot of good stuff, but from a purely selfish standpoint, fuck Obamacare and everything about that faking train wreck of a faking bullshit plan, and is the poster child for not letting the government ever run anything ever, because fuck that. This woman working the desk before you board a plane, I can't remember their title. Last summer I went on a tour in Ireland with a brass quintet. I was lugging my euphonium, basically a baby tuba, for this tour as it can fit in an overhead storage compartment and I wouldn't have to purchase a seat for it. This trip included 4 flights, 2 to Ireland and 2 getting back home. First 3 flights were great. Every attendant would give our quintet priority boarding, so that we could find room for our instruments. Then the last flight. This woman would have none of it. Refused to let me take my instrument on too, seemed mad that I had even tried, and claimed it needed to be checked, or bought a seat. I told her how previous flights had worked, and that the case was soft enough to fit into the storage bins. Not having it, I told her it was the law to let me bring the instrument on board. 403 Musical Instruments of the FAA Modernization and Reform Act of 2012, HR 658. Not having it. I'm fuming at this point. I can't afford another ticket, nor should I have to. My friend who has already boarded comes out to talk to this woman, says that the flight attendants have allowed me to bring it on. There are only a handful of people on the flight and that there would be 20 plus open seats. Still not having any of it. Finally, a guy who loads the luggage comes to the gate to collect any last minute checked bags, witnesses the ordeal and defuses the situation. He promised to take care of my horn and didn't charge me for checking it at the gate. While on the flight attendants were asking for the story as they couldn't understand why the woman wouldn't let me on. At baggage claim, after we landed, a photographer who was on the flight and overheard the conflict was reassuring me that I was correct, which was super nice because I'm rarely right in anything. Apparently photographers have a similar law that protects their equipment too. I rarely get hot, but this woman brought it out of me. I'm usually the last person to get upset with those working with the public, waiters, customer service reps, etc. Just don't mess with people's livelihood. TLDR, life-hating woman would let me bring instrument on flight. I get upsetty spaghetti. Man with cape cares for my horn. In my early teens I was working a summer job to buy myself a new computer. One that could run World of Warcraft and not crash in Orgrimmar. I know we are talking about serious power here. Anyway, the payday comes. I have been building and rebuilding my personal computer in the online shopping cart for months to this point. I run to the store with a handwritten wish list in my hand and watch as the dude brings the pieces in front of me like the divine offering it felt like and looked like. Pay time. Got to use the old debit card to pay the stuff and take the puppy home, but guess what? No money. I was confused because I had checked my balance prior. I knew the second I got my money that I had the money. So I call my mom, what the fudge is this? Say, and she told me she'd call me back. The next call was my father's whimpering voice saying sorry and calling my mom a stupid bitch like it was her fault. He had been starting to drink a little too much during that summer, so he stole my earned money, not just a little to buy what he wanted but all of it. So embarrassed, confused, disappointed and most of all furious, I gave him an earful. Didn't want to see his face, and didn't for a good week. I had always been a nice kid, never spoke back even though he was a dickhead, but that started something that gave my mom the courage to leave him, so I think it was good. Also I got my money back, bought the PC and dove deep into games and movies for the next year, dealing with the trauma of the events before and after. It was just yesterday, actually at 2 AM. I run a small business. In general, as a person, I have a hard time saying no, although I'm much better. I had finished a long day running around completing hobbies and preparing for a huge gig I had today. When I finally sat down to relax, I had a client essentially screaming at my over text point. Mind you, it's now well past 11 on a Saturday. I have a client getting really upset because she just made the switch to Mac and I couldn't complete a setup. Because she has a special housing in her house for a computer, the iMac wouldn't fit. The Mac Mini is neglected, so we decided to bench a new MacBook Pro. I bought an adapter to fit all her accessories, but I didn't anticipate her wireless mouse to be one of those that still have a USB required. Because of this, I didn't have enough ports for her printer. I felt the mouse was more important. Lastly, we purchased Manuscript Office, but couldn't download it on her internet. I told them we'd get everything else done on the next appointment. I'm very busy between preparing to transfer to university and my other clients booking me. I book up a week in advance quickly. This client has me booked for Wednesday after another reschedule made last week. So at this point we are trying to make appointment 3. But they are now texting me at 11 PM. They had managed to download Office on her own and is mad that it isn't working. She's also double upset because they can't print anything. I explained to them that those were the only final things I needed to do, and I planned on addressing them next appointment. The nerds out here will know this would take me maybe 5 minutes to do. They are mad upset. They are saying how she would have never switched if they knew Macs were so complicated, among many other things. I have a pretty casual relationship with my clients, but I said something I should have filtered and said I think you're just upset because the only 2 things you happen to be attempting to do you can't do, referring to using Office and printing. Seeing them panic, I gave them alternatives over the phone to get moving, using the laptop as a laptop so she can unplug the mouse or keyboard and plug in the printer. I told her where she put her activation code. No dice. That's fine. I have many clients like this, but I was trying to be flexible for them. I try again to be flexible. I offer to see them today, Sunday, late, after my pre-existing gig. She's asking for Monday. I'm saying goodbye to a dear friend Monday. I don't get much personal time these days, so it's important to me. I'm then seeing another client who pleaded to take them Monday, so I can't do anything for them on Monday. They're saying I should simply cancel and move my Monday. This is when my limits are being pushed. I could see them after 7, but these late appointments have really increased my stress level, and I'm just not doing them anymore. I'm being our original plan of Wednesday is too late. My very short notice availability for Sunday isn't good either, and that it's got to be Monday. There's just no time. I can't move another client who booked well in advance that they lost their appointment to another client. It just doesn't work that way. I think it's very generous of me to offer to come in Sunday, and it was their decision to cancel our Thursday appointment and cancel our Friday appointment. Because of those final 2 points, I was just livid. They start telling me how it should have been done immediately and work now. I've never had a customer question my work. I also have 100% satisfaction up to this point. I was livid. As I explained above, it was out of my control on our initial setup, and I just can't make time. Booked my blood. I tried to explain it, but I know I'm wasting my time. Showing is easier than telling. Needless to say we settled on a higher rate for today after my gig. TLDR, a client postponed my appointment with them by rescheduling 3 times. They started panicking last night because they couldn't print and use Office, the last 2 things I needed to do, but couldn't due to unknown issues prior to setup. They had just switched to Mac and because of this, are saying it was an awful decision and that Macs are too complicated. I try to walk them through the solutions, but they don't want to do them. Normal for my clients. Then they start questioning my work and that's where I lost it. My blood pressure was way too high for my off time. TLDR, don't hit StarCraft kid with a sweater full of pacts. No point, I was always a really small quiet kid. Pretty sure I didn't even weigh 80 pounds lol at any point before I was 14. My stepbrother went to the mountains at some point when I was 12. When he came home he brought this sweater he had taken off and left in the snow that had become caked with it. It somehow managed to still be filled with snow and was soaking wet. He probably had 40-50 pounds on me. I was just sitting at the computer in our den playing StarCraft or something. His blood brother had one of his friends over, but they were much older than us playing pool that was also in there. Think he was like 17. So my shat stepbrother comes up behind me and whacks me on the head with it. I said what the fuck, stop it, turned around, realized what he hit me with, saw his older brothers had stopped to see and thought nah to myself. Hits me again. Didn't even respond. Third time. Stood up, looked up at him and told him to stop or I was going to beat his ass. His brother actually laughed at me and my mom heard the yelling and came from the kitchen. And this little shit raised his arm to hit me with it again. I grabbed his arm as he raised it and put him in a choke hold so he went down to the ground. I let go instantly and used both my arms to grab it to put behind his back and do the only other thing I can think of. I sat down. He tried to stand up and couldn't, so I grabbed the back of his head and pushed it into the carpet and asked him, I asked you to stop, why didn't you? At this point his brother and friend are laughing their ass off cause his brother got taken down by someone way smaller. My mom is yelling at me to stop. I figure at one point he says he'll stop. I told him okay, I'm gonna get off of you, but if you try to trip me as I get up I'm gonna put you right back here. Right as I stand up off him, he tried to kick my legs out and swung at me. Mom screaming. I hit him 3 times on the face somewhere. Kinda blacked out at this point. Put him back in a chokehold, but this time I pushed his face down hard as fuck into the carpet. Once I got him down, we both have braces. Braces and carpet don't mix. As he is yelling at me to get off him, he caught his top front teeth in the carpet. Mom has to cut him off the floor while his older brother laughs at him and telling him he told you to stop. Shouldn't have typed this out on my phone, but enjoy. Also that sheet hurt. Pretty sure it's the closest I've ever come to a real fight. I was mowing for a lawn and landscape company. I like to maintain a level of professionalism when in work uniforms. Don't cuss in front of customers. Don't smoke in your work uniform where people can see you. Take it off before you go to the bars, etc. Today we're mowing a large patch of grass next to a fairly main thoroughfare in town. I don't mind it much, except that about every 20 feet I have to stop and get off my mower so I can pick up all the trash these assholes have decided to throw out their car windows. These people in their cars are literally watching me pick up their trash instead of doing my effing job. I'm a mower, not a custodian, for the love of God. Traffic stops. Red light. Someone decides to throw a half full Slurpee in plastic cup directly in front of my lawnmower. I just lost it. I shut down my machine, picked up the cup, screamed things that peeled paint off the car, and threw it back inside. Something to the effect of, you lazy piece of shit. Do you not see me trying to mow this in my bright orange faking shirt? Find a faking trash can. Driver and passenger are both just as angry and yelling out the window because they're covered in sticky Slurpee. My partner for the job is a rather large individual with a beard and multiple piercings. He hears the commotion, walks over and asks if there's a problem. Suddenly there is no problem. The light has turned green. People are honking and they drove off. If there were any complaints, I didn't hear them. Quick sir, please stop throwing your trash out the window of your vehicle. All gas stations and convenience stores have trash receptacles. Stop being a jackass and use one. This happened recently and I'm still pretty embarrassed about it. My friend had been pressuring me to have him over at my house for weeks. I was having a bad mental health time, so I wasn't really feeling up for a visit. Finally, I agree to it, because I feel bad about avoiding him. So, I'm becoming increasingly on edge due to the mental health problems. We are sitting in the living room talking, while my toddler is watching The Wiggles. He's mostly commentating and making fun of the show, repeatedly saying how bad their songs are. Then the moment starts to happen. He starts going off about how their fruit salad cannot possibly be fruit salad, because it only has 3 ingredients. This starts an absurd argument. My point is that many salads only have 3 ingredients. His only rebuttal is to repeat his stance that it is not a salad. I'm throwing argument after argument out. Fruit salad is whatever fruit you like, and so what? Caesar salad is not salad. His response isn't changed. His volume starts rising a bit. He starts interrupting me. I start having to raise my voice just so I can finish a sentence. Before I know it, I'm screaming at him. At the end of my sentence, I take a breath and realize what I did. My toddler hugs my knees, so I look down and try to look happy. "Hi baby girl." And I give her a big hug onto my lap. Then he faking says, "Haha, she's probably used to that." No, she's not. I don't ever raise my voice so loud. I took my baby upstairs to calm down from a panic attack that was coming on. While I was up there, apparently he told me partner that I was really mad about salad. No, I was not mad about salad. I was mad about his shitty dialogue skills. I haven't invited him back yet. TLDR, I screamed at my friend over salad. I work in a liquor store. Rule number 1 is, don't serve to people who are already intoxicated. Rule number 2 is, don't serve to people who are going to supply to the already intoxicated, as big fines can happen as result. Rule number 3 is, don't serve to juvas, under 18 kiddos, but not applicable in this situation. I also live in a smallish town that has a large population of indigenous locals that mostly live off the dole or their land money, have never worked a day in their life, and do nothing but drink all day and cause trouble in the community. I'm a very white female, and I work hard for my money. So it had been a long day. We were about 2 hours from closing on a very busy day leading up to the town's annual festival weekend, about 3 weeks ago. I was tired and cranky, but holding my sheet together. I had been in the car park collecting trailers when 2 intoxicated males walked past me and decided to catcall me. That grossed me out little, but I paid no mind. Couple minutes later I walk into the store and see man-1 wobble over towards the counter carrying a bottle of Bundy. I go nope, he's far too drunk, grab the bottle from his hand and tell him to leave the store. Man refuses. He just wants his bottle and swears up and down he's not drunk, while nearly tripping over himself as he's standing completely still. I tell him no, leave my store now. So off he toddles, over towards the door, but stops a little short. I realize he's standing behind another customer who's being checked out by my coworker. It's man-2, who has a carton of beer. I say again, leave my store. Man-1 doesn't budge. So I turn to man-2 and politely ask him to get his friend to leave the store. Nah, he's alright, he's not hurting anyone. To which I say, nah mate, he's faking wasted, and it's illegal for him to be here. If you don't get him to leave I will refuse you service for providing alcohol to an already intoxicated person. I'm doing you a favor right now. That kind kicked his ass into gear. He sorta tried to shuffle man-1 out the door, but eventually gave up and came back to the counter. Now I can't do that. He's my dad. That's disrespectful. By then I'm mildly annoyed. Man-1 gets a bit agitated, and man-2 tries to calm him down. Don't worry dad, she's a white cunt. She doesn't understand our culture. She's nothing to us dad. She's not even a speck of dirt under your boot. And with that, he throws the correct cash on the counter, and they walk out of the store with the carton. Now I'm usually calm, cool and collected, but that last comment had me seeing red. No. You do not get to call me worthless when I'm trying to do my job and be nice. So I stood there for a good 10 seconds shaking with rage. And then I decided to go after them. I grabbed the cash off the counter and follow them out the door. They made it maybe 5 meters. In fact man-1 is so drunk he hasn't even made it out the door yet. I yell out to catch man-2's attention. He turns around and puts the carton on the ground and asks what I want. So I grab the carton, throw the money at the ground, and tell him to go fuck himself. And I walk back into the store. Man-1 is still on his way out and tries to stop me in protest. Nah, that's our carton. We paid for that. Still seeing red, I get up in his face and shout at him to get the fuck out of my store. Then I put the beer carton back inside the cool room and hid on the back step ugly crying for 10 minutes cause I hate confrontation. I threw my wife a big 30th birthday party at a small town bowling alley. She and her friends like Miller Lite, so I ordered a 1/2 barrel for $180 for them. I showed up early to help set up and noticed the barrel was High Life. Since it hadn't been tapped yet, I told the owner I wasn't accepting it. He said we should just tap it and see how it goes and that he would make it right at the end of the night if it doesn't get drank. We had over 100 people show up on a night they otherwise would have been dead. This is Wisconsin, so the bar did an extremely brisk business with that many people. A couple of buddies and I worked on the High Life, but most people just ordered at the bar. After a few hours I pulled the owner over and showed him the barrel was still full. He said I have to pay full price because a lot of people were drinking mixed drinks and that I never should have ordered the barrel. He even said I could have returned it no charge if we hadn't tapped it. I lost my shit. We were yelling at each other in the bar. Eventually some other people stepped in and worked out that I would pay his cost $140. Bullshit. It was 1/2 that at most. We then went to the bar down the road. Still had 40 or so people and we invaded that place. Everyone buying me Miller High Life all night. The owner of the place grabbed me and said if I can pull in that many people, next time I throw a party they would give me a 1/2 barrel for free. My now husband broke his leg badly several years ago and had to have surgery to screw/plate the tibial plateau back together and reattach muscle/connective tissue that was torn in the accident. He was in a bad way for several weeks after the surgery and was taking heavy doses of painkillers, which made him unsteady on crutches, so he was wheelchair bound for a few weeks. We never truly appreciated how unenforced and inadequate ADA accommodations are until we had to deal with it daily, and we seemed to be constantly met with frustration from people who just seemed to see us as an obstacle as we navigated aisles that were cluttered and impassable. For whatever reason, people were particularly impatient with me as the able-bodied person in the equation, like I should have had a better handle on the situation. We learned all the different ways in which strangers stare without trying to seem obvious about it. I could sense people trying to analyze the circumstances and feel the pity stares and or the judgment as we struggled to do even the simplest things like navigate sidewalk curbs or store aisles, or the stairs at our apartment. It was intensely frustrating and overwhelming to go out, but I knew he was going stir crazy in our little apartment and battling depression from the painkillers. One day he just wanted to go to Starbucks and sit and people watch and feel a little bit normal. When we got there, the handicapped spaces were blocked by an sub driver who was waiting for someone to leave. The other driver was clearly in no hurry to leave. There were other spaces farther from the door, but sub driver was clearly not interested in walking. I put on my turn signal to indicate that we were trying to get to the handicapped spaces, and after a bit I honked at her because she was completely blocking the drive lane. She got out of her car and knocked on the other guy's window and asked him to leave so she could have the space she was waiting for. He told her to fuck off, I assume, and she stormed back to her vehicle and headed to one of the farther available spaces. I pulled into the handicapped space and put up the handicapped parking tag. As I got out of the car, I saw subwoman beach clicking her way across the parking lot in her stiletto boots and skinny jeans, her bleach blonde extensions bouncing around her bony shoulders as she walked. She strode over to me and in a heavy Eastern European accent asked, "And just how are you handicapped?" I absolutely snapped, and in what is not at all my finest moment, I shouted, "It's none of your faking business, you Euro trash skank." But I'm not, he is. I'm getting his faking wheelchair out of the trunk. I am so not a confrontational person. I'm generally quiet and easygoing. I've never been in a real fight that didn't involve a sibling, but I know I was seconds away from laying her out in the parking lot in what would have been a blind rage beating that people talk about waking up from covered in blood with no recollection of events. I continued to red-faced scream obscenities at her, my hands balled into fists, and she backed away. I'm sure realizing that she was both wrong and badly out crazied. She went inside, and I got back in the car, and locked the doors, and just sat for several minutes trembling in rage, while my poor husband talked me down. We ended up just leaving and going back home. Point moral of the story, you never know how close someone might be to the edge, and nobody owes you an explanation of their disability. If in doubt, you can safely assume it's none of your business. I'm known by everyone around me to be a person that is very laid back and patient. The only time that I have just snapped and saw blinding red was one time in high school. I was a junior, and I had a locker that was underneath my high school bullies. As a result, I would try my best to gather the things I needed from my locker for the whole day as to minimize the amount of time that I needed to spend near him. See, my high school was one where, if the kid's parents made a really good donation to the school, then the kid could get away with a lot of stuff. My bully was one such kid. Due to this, he would verbally berate me for being poor, shove me, block my path to class, so I was late. He was bigger than me, and generally pick on me physically. Well, one day I had had a very rough time at home the previous night, because my mother and stepdad had been fighting, and I had to make sure my younger brothers were safe by locking us all in my room for the night. As a result, I was tired, downtrodden, and overall feeling really depressed. I was at my locker and I finished picking my combination for my lock, opened it, and relocked the lock so that I could shut the locker and leave. Well, as I'm opening the locker, bully kicks it closed. I just stared at it, breathing very heavy, trying to control my temper. I didn't say anything, opened my locker again. Bully kicks it closed again, and starts laughing about how stupid and poor I am. I, still staring straight my locker as I open it again, say, "Bully, stop. I don't have time for your bullshit. I just want to get to class. I'm warning you to stop." I unlock the locker, begin to get some of my stuff, pencil pouch, when bully kicks the locker closed extremely forcefully. He then leans real close to me and says, "OHHA, what bullshit are you tired of? Looks like you just can't get your locker open, idiot." I took a deep breath and unlocked my locker again. I took the lock off the ring to the locker knob and placed it on the ground. Before I opened the locker I said, "I'm not faking around, bully. I had a shit night last night and want to get to class. This is my lazy warning, fuck off." Bully laughed as I opened my locker. He then slammed it closed. At the slamming of the locker I felt a dark, crimson rage well up. I shoved my hand into my pencil pouch and grabbed one of my sharp pencil. Then I stabbed it into his thigh about an inch deep. I broke it off, and with the pencil still in, and opened my locker. It happened probably within the span of a few seconds, but I'm not sure due to my actions feeling like a black flash of guttural anger that took over me. I grabbed my binder, locked my locker, and closed it. Just as I stood up to go to class I hear bully begin to yell at me in a voice of shock and pain, "You just stabbed me." "What? Stabbed me?" I heard him begin to wail and run toward the nurse. I'm not going to lie, I did smile a bit, and the day seemed a bit brighter after that. A bit late to the party, but oh well. When I was in high school there were 4 kids that just loved to pick on other people. We had a very small student body. 2 of them were expelled within the first 2 years. The other 2 I had the luxury of carpooling with every day. They had somewhat rough lives at home, so when they weren't being assholes I considered them my friends. I have a short story for each. Their names are John and Mike. After school each day we had an hour or 2 where we had to wait for our ride home. Students would often walk a few blocks over to Walgreens to get whatever while they waited. As I came back to campus one afternoon I saw one of my friends being chased and poked around by John. As I got closer I saw that in his hand he held a rusty 4-inch dissection needle from the BL lab and was willing to try to poke any flesh that got within his flailing arm's radius. I had in my hand a plastic shopping bag holding the remainder of my soda and close to $1 in loose change. As I told him to stop torturing people, John's focus and needle turned to me. Without hesitation I pulled the soda out of the bag and swung the change-filled bag into his eye socket with force. It quieted his behavior for a week. Next we'll talk about Mike. Where John was quiet, Mike was loud and in everyone's face. One morning I walk into my English class to see a few things. The teacher was late. Mike was yelling at several people around him, trying to get them to crack. The rest of the class was obviously quite irritated already. As I was assigned to sit behind him, he always had some sort of comment for me as I walked in. Don't remember what that day's was, but it doesn't much matter. I walked to my desk holding a massive hardcover anthology. As I was passing, he was trying to goad me on. I don't know what snapped in me, but suddenly I took that book and smashed it full force into the side of his head. He screams and cries with annoyance and false pain. The teacher walks in at that moment. All is silent but Mike. After things are explained to the teacher, he doles out our punishment. Okay, Michael, you already know about your behavior. Why do you keep pestering people? Please write out what you're not going to do, and write it again 100 times. Just underscore ice. I need to punish you too. You can't just hit people like that. Please take out a piece of paper and write the word don't, Mike. Wah. I was a really calm and painfully shy kid. When I was around 10 or 11 years old, I was in my room chillin' when I heard my mom get really emotionally upset over the phone in the living room. She was trying to be somewhat quiet because my toddler-aged brother was asleep in his room between my room and the living room, but I could tell she was really distressed. I became very concerned and crept down the hallway to investigate without being detected. After listening to about a minute of this exchange from her end, I picked up the phone from the little phone nook in the hallway and pressed the mute button so I could listen in on the call. I heard my brother's father threatening to harm my mother because he didn't want her to tell my little brother something. Full of rage, I came onto the line and shouted into the phone that if he continued to threaten my mother, I would wake my brother up and tell him myself, even though I didn't know what it was yet. He didn't know that though. I also told him if he ever threatened my mother again, he would have to deal with me, and I would personally make sure his ass went to jail for a long time, and then slammed the phone back down. I learned later that my mom's boyfriend of many years, my little brother's dad, had made us a second family by marrying another woman and having another kid years into his relationship with my mom, and she was really upset because she had just found out and was confronting him about it. He didn't want her to ever tell my little brother, even at an age when he was old enough to comprehend, because he basically didn't want to fall from grace. My mom later told me that my scolding made him snap out of his fit of rage and he apologized, and they were able to talk more civilly. Fast food got me. I had a customer come in, and it was one of my first weeks managing alone. Hi, have you placed an order already? Oh yeah, it's under Tommy. Sorry ma'am. There's no order for Tommy here. However, if you give me the phone number, one can see if it's at a different location. Oh no, I called this location ma'am, I just don't have an order. Will you please check, my phone's dead. Okay, so if you tell me the order I can have it made then. And so you do have my order? No, but I'm offering to make it. Why? Because you know I want the order that I placed, and to get out I've been waiting all day. I think you honestly misplaced the order ma'am, we don't have it, but you said you were making it. I honestly assumed she was trolling me, and I just stare at her in or like, what do I say? She's just staring at me back. Ma'am, I'll place the order now and we can have it made. Okay, so I have to wait longer till it's finished? Yes, I should get a discount because this is ridiculous. You just made me wait for a pizza you had all along. We never had the order, and I'm not giving you a discount because you came to the wrong store. You're not getting free anything. Who's your manager? Me. Then I want a dis. You're not getting a discount. I'm not giving you free food. I don't even want to have your order made because of the difficult time you've given me, so just tell me the order or leave. Nothing too bad said by me, but I've never been pushed to talk to a customer like that. A few years ago I got a starter's job in a big bookstore chain, where I worked some mid-shift that particular day, from 10 AM to 6 PM. Somewhere in the afternoon my manager told me it would be a good thing to go to a book presentation at the company's big coffee shop bookstore just after 6 PM, because both head sales manager and sales director will be there, and it would be nice the two of them to see me out there. And it was not a problem. I was 10 minutes away. It was an interesting novel and a nice hour and a half as well. The problem was that I had a cold. I was really hungry and planned to eat after I finished the shift. So, I was hour and a half more hungry, since I had no time to eat, and my sister texted me in the middle of the presentation she was hungry as well, asked me when will I come home, and told me to buy us 2 pizzas. I decided to go straight home after the book night, bought us 2 pizzas and a bottle of ketchup on my way back. Came home, started to eat, since I ate like 8 hours ago, and after I had put a ketchup, the bottle fell on the table and left a really slight mark. My 4 years younger lazy sister started to freak out about that, and I had enough. She just put her pizza on the table, so I took that bottle of ketchup, threw it over the balcony, 3rd floor apartment, and then took away her pizza, put it in the garbage can, and said she was not allowed to eat. I have done all of that in a really calm manner, so the situation was even more tense because of that. She tried to say something, but I yelled at her in a blink of an eye, so she immediately stopped and started to cry. I have finished my dinner in peace and left to my room. Point back at the time, I was working one more weekend part-time job as well, paying our bills and food, while her only duty was to study and take care of our household. That day she was lazy enough to wait 2.5 hours for the dinner and not go out herself. I was 19 or so. My life sucked so much my only transportation was a Honda Spree scooter / moped. Constantly getting pulled over by cops because I'm 19, with a beard, and usually wearing an army camouflage jacket, so I'm a profile. Get pulled over one day to find that I'd missed a traffic court payment and had a warrant. Now I'm going to jail, no way out of it, so I ask the officer if I can please just lock my scooter up to the light pole right next to it and have someone come pick it up instead of having it towed, which I can't afford. I even promised someone would get it before 24 hours had passed. I don't run from cops, I don't cheat talk cops, I don't do anything but what they tell me. This cretin looks at me and says go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. I totally lose my mind. I'm screaming and cursing at him, calling him a jackbooted brown shirt Nazi ass fuck. The cops here wear brown and jack boots, daring him to take the cuffs off of me and fight me like a man. I went so overboard they started threatening me with other charges if I didn't shut up. I still didn't. They wound up finally putting me in the car and shutting the door. The assholes towed my scooter too. I regret nothing. Who the fuck are you to call anyone a piece of shit for riding a faking moped and not having enough money to pay a court fine? You didn't find any drugs on me because I couldn't even afford them. If I wanted them, I'd never even had anything but a couple of traffic things in my life. No criminal history at all, and I'm a piece of shit because I'm young, don't conform to your ideals, and I couldn't pay a fine. Still pisses me off to this very day. I've told this story before, but here we go. Point backstory. So I got into a wreck in my first, only, and favorite car to this day. This kid was texting on his pretty new iPhone in full downpour at 10 PM on a busy street. He totaled my car, and I had to get a new one. My parents and I went searching for about a week, until we found one that was awesome, looked beautiful, drove like a dream, and had never had a recall. We planned on using the insurance money plus scrap money from the totaled car to pay for it, but kid's mom claimed I was texting and hit him head on, so they considered not giving me the money until we sent them the picture of the back of the car where he'd clearly hit me. We signed the papers, paid the money, go home. Next day, we find out, probably through Reddit, that there was a major lawsuit over this recall that went public the day after we bought it that led to at least one person's death due to negligence over like 5 years ago. We got it fixed within that week, all paid by the company. Next week, my car shuts off in my driveway and goes into anti-theft mode because I didn't know I had to have a chip in my spare key. Battery died, so we get it towed, fixed, and a new key with a rental car while I wait. And finally, my car shut down again in my driveway. We had it towed and found out there was another recall on this car for a gear shift problem. Basically, even with nothing in the cup holders, the car will not turn off if it is not fully in park. But it wouldn't budge, and I couldn't get my key. Battery died. So we had it towed again. We were told that everything would fine, repairs would be made, rental car blah blah. So we make our way down the road to get a rental car, mom almost signing for the car. I was 19 when I get a phone call. The nice man at the front desk told us to come back immediately and warned us nicely that getting in that car would cost us because they can't pay for something when the issue is my fault. I'm confused, but we go back and he explains that because they recharged the battery and the headlights came back on immediately, that was the reason my car died, and here's the key that got stuck. We can't pay for your repairs or your rental car. Sorry, I have never yelled at someone before that was just doing their job, but I'll let into this poor old man because my car lights are automatic. They automatically come on when you turn the car on. As soon as you put the car in park the lights go off. They will always come on when you turn it on. I think we ended up paying anyway with my small savings account and left, only to get a check in the mail later for the second recall. I will never have another GM anything fuck GM and fuck Saturns. Back in senior year of high school, I sat next to this big black kid, let's call him Alex, in math class. Alex, while a teensy bit pretentious at times, was still a really cool dude. Also in my class was another guy, let's call him Ryan, who sat a couple rows behind me, and Ryan didn't like Alex that much, to put it lightly. Ryan would antagonize Alex often, and would disrupt the class a lot. The teacher didn't do much about it, because honestly he was a shit teacher. Typically Alex would throw a quip at Ryan, and then we'd collectively ignore Ryan. One time, however, Ryan went too far. Ryan started yelling at Alex, calling him a faking nigger over and over again. Alex took it in stride and continued to ignore him, and the teacher also ignored this. I did not point. I turned around and beamed my razor at Ryan's face and hit him right in the nose. I started screaming at him, calling him a faking racist sack of shit, ick now, that kind of stuff. Ryan just sat there completely stunned, considering I was the really quiet kid in the class, who was now yelling at him at the top of my lungs. After like 30 seconds of me going off on him, the teacher put his hand on my shoulder, told me to stop, and kicked Ryan out of the class. I got a couple responses from my outburst. Alex thanked me after class, to which I said that sheet shouldn't go unchallenged. Like 2 other people thought it was impressive, while the rest thought I was about to go full school shooter, and were pretty freaked out. Since I was, again, the quiet pasty white kid in class. A roommate. It was myself, my son, her daughter, and a longtime friend of mine who I had previously lived with for about 3 years, and known for over 10. The woman and her daughter were recommended as roommates by my roommate friend who worked with her, and knew she was trying to escape an abusive situation. So we opened our home to her. For context, at the time I had been working in intensive mental health situations for years. I'm professionally trained in dealing with crisis situations, and I'm good at it. I'm very calm under pressure, especially when dealing with an obvious mental illness. She was faked. She would manipulate constantly, steal food, even though there was shared food for the household, abuse her daughter. We called the HHS on multiple occasions, but not once did a worker come out. She moved her abusive fuckhole boyfriend in with us. The police stated that, because she was on the lease, we could not get rid of him, did copious amounts of drugs. Was so loud from very early in the morning until late at night, got lice, never told anyone, and spread it to the household multiple times. I think intentionally, lied about paying her part of the bills which ran them up in my name, con artist level on that, fake confirmation numbers, receipts, etc. Just a seriously unpleasant person who had been doing these things to people for years. We were immediately in the process of trying to kick her out. Our landlord had been told we didn't want her on the lease, because we didn't know her well, and we wanted to be able to have her leave if needed. He insisted on putting her on there, and then stopped helping us when we wanted her out. I had a cat, my friend roommate had a dog, and the dog would sometimes chase the cat. One evening, after listening to her and her boyfriend fighting for hours, the cat and dog started doing their thing. The dog slid into a shelf in the kitchen, which knocked a vase of hers off the shelf. She came out to see what was going on, saw the broken vase, and started going on and on about how expensive it was. Her boyfriend's mother had gotten it at an auction. It was authentic Chinese pottery, and was worth over $2,000, etc. etc. I said as calmly as humanly possible, that is not Chinese pottery. She continued yelling about how I didn't know shit and we owed her $2,000. I believe my words were, "There's no way in hell that piece of Walmart trash is $2,000. We don't owe you anything." She lost it, though this is nothing new at this point. We were used to her screaming, and of course I never reacted to any of it, but this night she got in my face and said nastily, "If you don't pay me $2,000, I will pack all my things and you can pay for this place yourself." I blacked out. My friend roommate describes what happened next as faking scary. In 10 years, I don't think she had ever seen me yell, and she still describes my tone of voice as demonic. I'm not even ashamed. I howled at her, "No one owes you shit. Pack your faking bags and get the fuck out." Apparently I hit the half wall in between us. She started to respond, and I screamed wordlessly at her until she retreated to her room. Then I left the house. I remember bits and pieces of it, but I don't fully regain my memory until after I left the house and was part way down the block. I have never snapped like that before or since. Anyone who knows me understands that it takes a lot to even get me to change the tone of my voice, yet alone to get me upset enough to exchange words with you. I had a friend who was a bit flaky. We all have a few friends like that, so it wasn't a big deal to me. It was just sort of understood. At any rate, we kept making plans to get together, and each time she would call the day beforehand to cancel. It was frustrating, because we were always making plans that were 1 to 2 hours away from where I lived, which would require me to make sure I had nothing else planned, so that we weren't strapped for time. At least she had the common courtesy to at least give me a heads up, though. Then we made plans to get together over a holiday, and I was going to meet her out of state and go to the aquarium. The day before came, and she didn't cancel plans, which was a welcome surprise. So I got up the next morning, drove about 2+ hours to the aquarium, and was there a bit early, so I hung around. The time we were supposed to get together came, and she didn't show. Then 10 minutes, then 30, then an hour. I finally decided to text to see what was going on, and I received a response 10 minutes later. She made plans with someone else but never told me about it. Even when I absolutely lost my mind and responded back, I still couldn't bring myself to say half of the things that I wanted to, but I essentially told her that she had no concept of time, courtesy to others, and that I couldn't comprehend how a functioning adult could be so careless. She replied back then it wasn't a big deal and to not be upset over it, and we could get together another time. I deleted her phone hash and never spoke to her again despite her repeated attempts to patch things up. I got to hang out with some seals at the aquarium, so it wasn't a total loss though. I'm a very quiet guy. Always, even in high school. Never bothered anyone outside my circle of friends, of course. That didn't stop the jocks from teasing me. They tease me over the amount of books that I read, and, well, let's face it, they're jocks. They didn't really need a reason to tease me. I put up with it because they were idiots and limited their teasing to words which did nothing to me, so they were easy to ignore. Not to say it didn't make me mad, because all I wanted, all I've ever wanted, is to be left alone. Well, one day, I came back from the bathroom and sat down at my desk. Few minutes later, I go to pack up and realize my backpack is inside out. I don't like people touching my things. They're my things, not theirs. Don't touch my things. I flipped out. Started screaming and getting right in their face. Apparently, my 5'2" self can intimidate football players twice my size when I get angry, because for once, they looked afraid. Stormed out of the classroom, went to my next class. Teacher noticed in 2 minutes a thing had happened, and that just made me start ranting at slightly above speaking volume, and then he sent me to the dean to talk to him about it. Assholes claimed that they did it to all their friends, and that they had thought we were friends. I, again, lost my cool and screamed that they were full of shit and that they'd never said a single kind word to me in my life. Dean didn't do anything to them about their bullying, by the way. Just told them to knock it off. Assholes. I was working retail at the time and ended up staying for an 8-hour shift rather than the 4 I'd been scheduled for. No problem, I just didn't bring lunch, so I went out. There are a few fast food restaurants close, so I went with Taco Bell. I get in the door, and there's several employees standing around. They're talking to a customer. At this point I'm already 10 minutes into my break, but that's okay. Another 5 minutes go by, and finally they stop talking with the customers in front of me. From what it sounded like, they were out of something, beef, maybe? So I get up there, and I'm like, I will literally take anything, whatever you have left. And the manager says, sorry, we are out of food. Out of food. Like, everything, yeah. Our manager forgot to order food on time, so we won't be restocked until Thursday. I can offer you a refund. I'm so sorry. So, you watched me stand there, wait in line for a good 7 minutes, and didn't think to bother telling me that, as soon as I walked in the door. I'm working right now. I get a 30-minute lunch. With the time it takes me to get to my car, drive here, and go back, I don't have time to go anywhere else. I don't get to eat a meal today during this 8-hour shift because of you. I was so pissed. I'm very appreciative of any service someone does that benefits me, so I genuinely don't get mad when things go wrong. I get that things happen, and they're out of your control. But I have never been more mad at someone in food service than in that moment, because it was such an easy thing to do. Just say, hey, we are out of food, and we can talk more about it if you'd like. And by assuming that I already knew, or that I had time to wait, I spent my break running around, rather than actually eating. When I think about how this all went down, it sounds like something straight out of r/Thathappened, but I swear it's the truth. Point went to go see Get Out in theaters after it had been out for a bit, so the theater wasn't super crowded, meaning we get to sit wherever we want, so obviously my friends and I take the ideal row in the middle, the only other people around us being this older couple who are chatting. It's the previews. I don't really mind if people talk over them. However, it becomes pretty apparent that this older couple is also a pair of drunk white assholes who would jeer and burst out laughing at totally inappropriate times. For example, spoiler alert, laughing inexplicably when the main character is in the basement watching TV having the brain swapping procedure explained to them. And you can imagine it's not just a hearty chuckle, but borderline drunken screaming laughter. I sit out the whole movie patiently. As it ends, I make sure to gather all my stuff and turn around to these slobs, who are still glued to their chairs, assumably too inebriated to get up, and just ripped into them. What kind of backwoods, cousin faking family are you from, where you were too dumb to learn even a shred of common courtesy? Or are you just too drunk to read the big faking sign that says "don't ruin the movie by talking over it"? I just want you to know you've ruined everyone's experience, you inconsiderate facts. The part that always gets me and cements my belief that it belongs on r/Thathappened is the few other people filing out of the movie gave a little applause to show their mutual feelings. I had to wait in the parking lot for like 20 minutes before I could drive because I was still shaking with anger. Have deep-seated anger and social issues that run in the family, which thankfully, due to years of counseling, therapy, medication and wonderful friends/family, have lead set of friends to think of me as the chill one, even if I sometimes pop off in private. When I do go off, it's never at anyone, it's always at a situation, and it's usually at myself, except for one time as a kid, after my bratty elementary school years. I was sick with a head cold, which meant terrible sleep as you deal with clearing your throat every 10 minutes and coughing up all kinds of gunk. During this time I shared my room with my brother, who unfortunately also had to deal with not getting good enough sleep as well because of the stuffed up hacking mess that I was. Needless to say, we both woke up irritable as all get out, with me about ready to break down. Because I'd been dealing with this for 3+ days, my brother decided to be passive aggressive about the whole thing, and about halfway through the morning I just lost it, to the point where I charged him wanting to break something. It was the only time I saw him look at me like he looked at our dad when he went off, just scared and not sure what to do. Stopped me absolutely dead. Ended up banging on our dining room table instead and bawling about how shit I felt. I still feel bad about it, and it is part of the reason why I get really harsh on myself whenever I start getting frustrated, which is a terrible cycle that leads nowhere good, and thankfully all the help I mentioned earlier has helped me deal with that. But the guilt from that one time I almost physically hurt one of the best and most loved people in my life out of pure rage will never go away. 7th grade choir class. I was an easy target for a couple of the cool 9th graders that were friends with my older sister while in choir class during my first year of junior high, 7th to 9th grades. So I got faked with a bit, but most of it wasn't really nasty or particularly bad natured, and if I'd known how to throw it back I'd have probably been fine. I'm perfectly cool with them now, and have been, since high school point, but with the cool kids came the desperate hanger-on that didn't know how to actually be funny, but instead just came across as nothing but a bully. He was from a really poor family where all the male members were in constant legal trouble. This included him, as despite being just 14 he already had a probation officer sitting in the back of his classes once a week. Instead of simply trying to keep his nose clean and get off probation, he tried to work both ends. The guy would behave when the officer was around, then lean into his reputation as a troublemaker to impress the cool kids. I'm gonna call him Probation Junior now. This class had a teacher who only really taught it because he was obligated to. The guy was in charge of our school's performance competition choirs and was constantly doing work related to those choirs during classroom time. He had an attached office and probably spent 85% of his class time in there while we were left unsupervised. The class degenerated into a zoo quickly. So Pro B Jr. starts to constantly talk shit about how he'd kill the teacher when he was out of the room and tries faking with every single small 7th grader in the class. Instead of laughs he usually just ends up getting stares and head shakes. One day he went way too far and ended up spitting gum into my hair. Since this wasn't something that could just be left alone or hidden, he got into trouble, but so did I, because the teacher was one of those special dickheads who punished both ends of a bullying situation, so he wouldn't have to put in more effort than required. We both end up getting after school detention, which was intolerable because we had to sit in class for 2 hours every day listening to the show choir practice show tunes. Anyway, Probation Junior ends up deciding he really hates me, so he gets the really clever idea to bring a pocket knife to class and try to quietly threaten me with it. I bide my time until his probation officer comes in and let him talk for a few minutes until I finally stand up and shout, "If you're going to stab me, go ahead and faking stab me. Quit faking talking about it and do it." Never saw him again, and the teacher ended up having to attend some special training seminar. That was easily the best day. I almost got stabbed. A racist teacher. I was raised to respect people that respect you, that it's earned, not a right, not the elders, the authority, so on, so forth. Point. So we were freshmen in high school at the time. Your typical shitty public school. We had antifreeze puddles, rats, cockroaches, moldy food, chunky milk, no heat until January, no AC. Teachers were fired constantly for scandals, faking or abusing students, normal stuff in that area. Some, instead of fired, were just switched classrooms. Guards everywhere, you guys get it. So at the time, our first math teacher had either quit or been fired, I'm not sure. We had substitutes nearly all through the year until second semester when our new permanent one came along. Point. His name was Mr. Rice. This guy is rich, bragging about his rich siblings, big childhood home, having a dentist, doctor and a forever pristine mouth, whatever. If he were so rich, he wouldn't be working in one of the worst schools on the East Coast, where teachers get the worst pay. He's a real asshole. Sure, some of us didn't like him from the get because he was, I dunno, just rich. He didn't get it. I don't know. Point. But all day, every day, he'd say something about someone. Some of it was the usual, never amount to anything, Berger flipper stuff, but then he'd point out our special ed students blatantly and say things like, "I bet even they're doing better than you, and they're slow," calling them retards too. We didn't take that as insults towards us. We were angry he was talking about them like that. I can't remember the extent of all of them, but it was always about slow kids, Muslims, hijabs in class, skipping class to pray. Then one day, he took it too far, and to clarify, we reported him constantly. Each grade has an admin to report to, and he taught each grade a day. I shit you not, 4 or 5 kids per class a day reported him for about 2 weeks. That's 16 to 20 kids complaining about the things he would say per day. Point. The admins always talked about how you're not giving him a chance, and we warned him, how is he supposed to change overnight? Then On this particular day, he goes after the shy kid in our class. His name is Sergio. I'd known him for about 5 years at this point, and some kids knew him since kindergarten, and we would all tell you the same thing. That we've heard him say maybe 5 whole sentences since we've known him. He just doesn't talk. So Mr. Rice calls on him, and Serge just blushes, shakes his head, looks down. Rice raises his voice as loud as he could, speaks as slowly as he can, and says, "What? Do you know where you are? You're in America. We speak English here. Do you speak English?" Ha ha point blah point eng pointlish, and the entire class just shut the fuck up. I mean, I now get that one line about the whole pin dropping thing. I think I heard all of us collectively inhale and hold our breath, and then it was dead silence. Like a pause movie. Like time froze, but was still passing point, until you hear a sniffle. And Sergio is silently crying point, and that was the day I lost my total sheet. I was always super quiet and reserved. Despite this, I had quite a lot of friends, and I was sociable in small groups, but I was very much a wallflower. Never spoke in class, and never got into trouble either. Had a guy in my class who lived near me. Every day after school he would wait for me outside the gates, to see which route I would take home. He would then follow me home, and shout profanities at me, fat beach, motherfucker etc. But he always maintained some distance between us. One day I thought, why the fuck am I taking his bullshit? So I stopped walking, and turned around to face him. He was surprised, because this was the first time I did this. I said, "Come on then you faking prick," and motioned with my fingers for him to come over. He started walking towards me, and then crossed the road and ran away. I was faking pissed, but I thought there was no point chasing, because I'll see him tomorrow anyway. So I carry on walking home, and guess who was waiting for me in a shady alleyway? This motherfucker. As I was walking past, he grabbed me by the arm, and said, "Come over here, I'm gonna rap you," with the creepiest faking smile I've ever seen. This was the last faking straw. I was absolutely fuming. Even though I'm a girl, I've always been pretty big for my age, and since this was in year 8, I was taller than most of the boys at 5'7" point anyway. I beat him until he cried, and as I was about to walk out of the alleyway, I saw my older brother with around 5 of his friends hanging outside of the corner shop. I told this sobbing piece of shit to get the fuck up, and I grabbed him by the collar and I pointed to the group of boys. That guy in the middle is my brother, and if you ever fuck with me again they'll be the ones coming for you next. He didn't come to school for weeks and the school year ended, and summer holidays began. I saw him near the park one day in summer and he crossed the road and ran when he saw me. He moved schools and house. I'm in high school. I'd consider myself not a mellow guy, but extremely chill. This was actually extremely recent, and this was the only time I've ever gotten this mad in public. I'm extremely close friends with this one girl. We do everything together, tell each other everything, etc. Guy, by the way. One day she tells me about this kid who was harassing her on Snapchat. He would ask for nudes or send a dick pic, and when he didn't get the response he wanted he would call her a fat slut and whatnot, and he was just a dick to her. So, that made me pretty angry. So the next day at school I was passing him in the halls, and I stopped him. I was really chill about it. I said, "Hey, I'm one of Kay's friends, and she doesn't appreciate you harassing her on Snapchat. If you could stop, that'd be great." He was shocked for a second, then he laughed, and said something along the lines of, "I see, you're fucking the hoe." I lost it. Bopped him in the nose. He stumbled back. It was a slight slope that we were on, so when he stumbled he kinda fell down, and I started walking down towards him, and checked him with my shoulder. On the floor he hit me in the nuts. Ow. Now, this is an area in my school where the two buildings are really close to each other, so there's a lot of kids, and a football kid gets in between us. He was actually next to me in roll call for my team sports class, and the kid gets up, and by that time one of the narcs had made their way over, and we both got sent to the office. I ended up breaking his nose and the school kept his parents from pressing charges. Absolutely hate that kid so much. People that knew me well didn't believe it when they heard, so I guess that's the only time I went apeshit on someone. Point reading that back now. It's kinda ramble why, and not the best description, but I just woke up, and I'm in high school, so I'm not gonna bother revising it. Just know that it wasn't like super one-sided. When I hit him with my shoulder it was kind of a fumble. It wasn't like I totally kicked his ass in a fight. Point also, if anyone's interested, I have a lot of stories about cheat people in high school. That kid was no outlier. It's fairly common for guys to be like that. There's a few crazy stories if anyone's interested. I'm a therapist who works with kids and young adults with autism, so patience is practically my middle name. It is very rarely the kids that push my buttons. Usually it is other professionals on a power trip that really set me off. I often attend IEP meetings at the school at the parents' request to help them advocate for their child's special needs while they are in the classroom. Point the most rage-inducing meeting I ever attended was for a kindergartner with high-functioning autism who had a huge speech regression after starting school. Overnight, he went from fluent full sentences to almost no language at all. During the IEP meeting, it came out that when he misbehaved they were sending him to the principal's office to be paddled. It was a school-wide policy that paddling could be used at the principal's discretion unless you signed and returned an easily overlooked form opting out of corporal punishment prior to the first day of school. This kiddo's crime? Putting rocks in his mouth on the playground because he needed the sensory input. So they were paddling a 6-year-old with special needs nearly every day for displaying autism symptoms and then wondering why he was so anxious at school that he wouldn't speak. I tore that school system a new one and made damn sure they knew that it was a miracle they weren't being sued by the family. I made them pay for an independent school consultation in order to create a better behavior plan for this kid and 6 hours of autism training that was mandatory for any school staff person that was working with my client. Plus, they had to provide a written daily report about the child's activities and any issues that arose along with an email to the parents. If there was a behavior issue that necessitated removing the child from the classroom for any length of time. My truck got towed out of my apartment's resident parking spots. I'd been living there for over 5 years and had the required parking permit taped up in clear view on my dash. Came home from classes to find my truck gone, which induced a panic attack that lasted a good 10 minutes while I was sure that my truck had been stolen. Called up the tow company who confirmed that they had yoinked my ride because someone called them to complain that a car was in the resident spots that shouldn't be. Without calling the rental agency or talking to the site manager, they went ahead and linked it up and towed away. When I called them up they said that they got the go-ahead from the site manager, who they described as 20-something, with a beard and a hat. Now I can't speak to the hat part, but the guy is 50, clean shaven, and he's known me and my truck for half a decade. We're on a friendly first name basis. So, I tell them I'm a resident and there has been a misunderstanding, and when can they drop my truck back off? After I pay them $250 for their time and effort, and I lost my sheet. Started screaming every obscene thing I could manage on short notice, to which they promptly reminded me that I wouldn't be getting my truck back until I paid. I generally am courteous with strangers on the phone, firm believer in getting more with the carrot than the stick. Next I called up my rental agency and went after them too when they said they didn't talk with the tow company that much anyways, and that I should just pay up. Burned some bridges with some rage, filled yelling there too. Finally went to the site manager, who I actually liked, just to complain to a friendly face, and the guy totally went to bat for me. Called up the rental company and told them to back me up against the towing thieves. An hour later they pulled into the lot and dropped off my truck. Didn't say a single thing to me the whole time. Just mean mugged, like his hole's permit was ripped off the dash and missing, but the tape outline was still there. Coincidentally the only thing missing in the truck. Best believe I checked. I wouldn't go so far to say that I'm a generally calm person, but usually when dealing with people and customer service, I'm very patient and respectful. I once went to the UK for a year and was basically on the phone for 3 weeks while I was trying to get my things cleared through customs. The other people in the office asked me how I did it, and I never really thought it was a big deal point, but the time that I did think it was a big deal. or at least I snapped, was when I moved to a new apartment in town, before UK, and I was trying to get Verizon to install some internet in my place. Every single time I called, they'd set a date, and then miss it for one reason or another. I think the first time was that they couldn't find the access point for the apartment building. The second time was the same as the first point. Then I moved to a new apartment within this time period a few blocks away because there was an issue with the one I just moved into. Called Verizon again, said I'm at a new place and to try and install it there. Set the date and I forget the reason they missed it this time. I think the technicians went to the wrong place. But the last time, they told me that the techs were busy and couldn't get to my place because they had too many things on their list. At this point, I've been about a month without internet, which is one of the utilities you must have in this day and age to be properly functioning. I lost it, and I don't have much memory of the conversation other than cancelling all intended services and repeatedly saying, "This is unacceptable." Called Time Warner, something I was trying my best to avoid doing. Immediately and to my surprise they had high-speed internet installed at my place within 3 days. The aftermath is, I still feel bad for going on a tirade against this poor woman, who had nothing to do with the shitty ground level employees who can't get their sheets together. I still got mail every single week from Verizon, until I moved out 2 years later. And in hindsight, I realized that the reason things may have turned out that way, because it was one of those unofficial monopoly boundaries. Verizon doesn't properly sell services in that area because Time Warner has an agreement with them that they won't sell in other areas. Man, fuck American telecoms. I'm a very quiet person with a low voice. Always the one who calms everyone else during an emergency or whatever. I've never been the excitable type, nor raise my voice point when pushed. I make my point. Heard point that usually solves the problem point until one day this fuckwit decided to flirt with my then wife while she was with me. I looked over at him, smiled and told him that she's my wife, so please leave us alone. I'm a small guy. He was bigger than me. A few minimums later my wife screamed and slapped at him. He cupped her butt. I've never hit anyone in my entire life, yet that day I managed to break his nose, cracked left eye socket, orbital, dragged his heavy ass by grabbing at his shoulders. Painful. You should try that trick. And taking him outside and commenced stomping on him until a couple of security guards pinned me down. An ambulance was called for him. I broke a couple of fingers myself. Cops took me in and released me. He decided not to press charges and was sober enough to admit that I did what any man would do. Apologized to her and to me. We walked away satisfied. According to my ex-wife, she didn't see rage on my face. Just a clinical, detached look that scared her more than the prospect of the bigger guy hurting me. Apparently, that was one of the reasons we divorced a few months later. Fast forward a few years in a different country we were vacationing at, a different wife to us. Whole tourist decided to ruin our romantic night. The wife kicked his balls right back up to his spine before I had the chance to talk to him. I'm still in crazy love with her. Blinks frantically. When I was in middle school, I got lightly bullied by one kid in the same grade. I was very quiet and reserved, only spoke to one person, if I could help it, my best friend. Became public knowledge that my dad beat me like a dog and most of the school didn't really say anything, except sometimes ask if I'd rather come over and hang out instead of going home. Good people. Not so much so with the bully. After school, I started staying later with my new friends, playing Magic, the Gathering or D&D with them in the library, and it was a great escape from home. I'd go to the store and get a soda, down it and win down on the corner, and then head in to play games with some awesome people. One day, the bully met me halfway there and started shoving me, called me a pussy and insulted me, my mom and my sister. I kinda just tried to keep walking and taking it, not biting, until he said he'd rat my sister and I wouldn't do shit. He barely got a laugh out before I turned on him. The dean pulled me off of him. He had an ambulance come pick him up. Never saw him again. Didn't hear if he transferred, moved, died, turned into a real boy. Thanks Yo Geppetto and some talking cricket. Just gone. I became a lot more confident in myself after that. Joined the football team to keep out of the house, on top of D&D. Started working during the summers and off season doing sheetrock work. Stood up to my father once too, although that ended terribly for me. Late college years, state party school town. We are crazy locals, mirroring imaginative substance abuse. Friend throws one of the last big parties at his parents' house when they are on vacation. I take a handful of pills with my booze, get swirly for a couple of hours, then sensibly decide to pass out in the dark, totally unused living room, on a couch, totally clothed and causing no one any issue. Apparently hours later my pillhead friend has gotten himself into a drug mania and has largely broken up the party. Finding me, quietly asleep, ping some kind of symbolic problem that logically manifests as the guy that feeds the cats in the morning is going to see you, and no, we have been partying. Or so I'm told. I'm still unconscious. I'm the rock solid calm one of this little tribe of maniacs, so I wake up to friend sitting on top of me, shaking me awake, and screaming at the top of his lungs, and this kid is loud and obnoxious. He didn't finish his English degree for many more years, but he had merit badges in obnoxious and upsetting all up and down his sash. About a decade of friendship rage flew through my arms as I picked him up, threw him down on the hardwood floor, punched him 5 or 6 times in the head, and started banging his skull off the floor. At some point in the fracas, he bit down on my thumb, very severely. This was a patented move of his. I wake up the next day at my apartment thinking, that was a weird dream, then notice I'm still dressed, and I have a disgusting bite on the base of my thumb. Go back over to his house. I had knocked his fake tooth out, and you could see the shape of my ring in his forehead. Used to wear a lot of rings when I was a fancy boy. Neither of us are angry. Have to get shots for the bite though. Humans have the dirtiest mouths of any animal, turns out. This happened on Halloween my senior year of high school. Where I was from, it was pretty common for kids to trick or treat all throughout high school. I knew this was going to be my last year, and my best friend at the time was having a party with my friend group at the time early the afternoon, which would lead to trick or treating that night. I, of course, asked my parents well in advance to go. The day of, I was assigned a laundry list of chores to do, taking me hours to complete, including grouting one of the bathrooms, something I'd never done, and had no instruction on how to do. Of course, I was not to attend until the chores had been complete. So for hours I worked my ass off to complete these chores. I was significantly late to the party, like a few hours, and still my grouting job was unsatisfactory. I make some comment about being late to the party and all of a sudden, my mom says that if I'm going to have an attitude about it, I can't go. Usually, I internalize things. I blame myself. I get sad. Not this time. That's when I snapped. I had worked my ass off for hours that day to go. I'd been looking forward to it for weeks. And it was my very last chance to trick or treat in my whole life. I started screaming at her about how unfair it all was, while she got to get off on being the calm collected one to prove how unreasonable I was. I was stuck at home for hours crying. The icing on the cake of her torture was hours after I'd calmed down, she took me to my friend's house for a half hour. All of my friends had returned, finished trick or treating, and I got to see all that I'd missed out, but she got to feel like the good guy. I haven't even talked to her in 8 years for myriad reasons on top of this, but just thinking about this night makes me furious. TLDR. Mom gave me a ridiculous choice my last chance to trick or treat, then at the last minute, says I can't go. I have a fit. She takes me, after it's over, to rub it in my face. This is gonna get way buried, and I have 4. They have spanned over 20 years, so I'm sure it counts. I'm a very shy person, soft-spoken, and was always picked on. Also sorry if this is really long. In 6th grade, this kid in my computer class kept messing with my keyboard. I was getting mad, and when he reached over for the 10th time, I grabbed his wrist, dug my nails in his arm, told him to stop. Well, in the halls he was saying to everyone as I walked by, look what Bob Maiden did to me. At home to my grandma, she was getting in my case about me being insensitive and distracted, but she didn't realize how much I had on my plate. I blew up at her, angry, shouting, and tears. I was a junior in high school. My then boyfriend wanted to marry me and move me to Korea, him in the States, and with school on top of everything. My grandma was not a nice person. My ex-husband, he had wrecked our car in a DUI and needed a rental, while the other got fixed. It was a Mustang. I hate Mustangs. We had our friends in the backseat and my ex was a major ashat, very abusive verbally, mentally, and emotionally. I was adjusting the steering wheel, and it pinched my finger bad, and I said another reason I hate Mustangs. My brother had one, and I hated it too, so it was not a one-time experience, and he said something smart, I don't even remember, but it set me off, and I grabbed my wallet, and started smacking his arm. He's just laughing, and I told him to leave me alone. Our friends in the back were proud of me. My current husband's sister is a huge drama queen. AMD loves to start shit. We drove across the country to save her ass, but goes back to her abusive boyfriend, and has the audacity to accuse me of trying to friend her boyfriend of Facebook, sheet talking her mom. I love my mill, and my husband. I saw Ed, grabbed the phone and just screamed at her telling her to never talk to my family again, and a bunch of the shit, all in front of my mill, husband, and mill sister. I hated myself for that. I know nobody will see this at this point, but it's cathartic, so I'll write it up. I was picked on continuously in middle school, and I have a lot of stories. I snapped a few times. The worst ended with someone finding a hit list of people I want to kill. Luckily we had an amazing principal who saw that I was being viciously bullied and disciplined each and every kid on my list. My proudest revenge moment happened on the playground. We used to play Magic the Gathering under an overhang built into the side of the school, and sometimes kids would try to steal our cards. This happened a lot, and though I rarely lost more than a land, this one time a kid stole a card with my favorite art on it. He took off, and I immediately followed in pursuit. In hindsight, my ability to chase this kid that day was foreshadowing for my potential to become a decent cross-country and marathon runner in later life. He made the mistake of running around the corner of the school where no teachers were on duty, so I cornered him, somehow got him in a reverse headlock, and punched him 5-6 times in the stomach. I got my card back, though during the chase he had folded it into fourths, which was a bummer. I was a peaceful, quiet, kind kid who got picked on a lot. As a result, I ended up hurting quite a few people in retaliation, even my somewhat masochistic friends. I look at those moments as times I stood up for myself, and every time I met bullying with violence, it always stopped the problem with that specific person. I know that violence isn't the best answer in real adult life, but it sure works when you're a kid. When I was a senior in high school, I came home one day and my sister, she was a freshman, was crying because a boy was picking on her. I didn't really think much of it, was just like, he probably likes you, and brushed it off. The next day I came home, and she was crying, and had gum in her hair. He stuck gum in her hair. She has curly hair. It took forever to get out. I was livid. The next day I asked her to point him out. I'm not a big guy, 5 feet 9 inches, and probably 190 at the time. This kid is honestly like 5 feet 4 inches and maybe 90 pounds soaking wet. I literally said to her and her friends, like, you guys could beat this guy up. What the fuck? He sees me giving him a dead eye stare and just keeps hanging out with his much bigger friends. Problem is, it's my tar hour and all I did in this class was grade homework and sleep. The bell rings, and his entire posse disappears into their respective classes, and he's got a ways to go to get to his. I followed him and called for him, but he just sped up and tried ignoring me. I grabbed him by his backpack and shoved him up against the wall and stared at him. I was like, I hear you're faking with my sister. He's like, no I wasn't. And I was like, she pointed you out specifically and all her friends. And I said her name and he stared at me. Now I would be lying if I said I wasn't proud of this. I've never thrown a punch to this day. I've never been in a fight. But my god, having to pick gum out of your younger sister's curly hair. Fuck that. I put my hand around his neck and said something like, if I ever hear you faking with her again, it will be the last time. I don't think I actually choked him at all, but I'm fairly certain I applied some pressure to his neck to keep him against the wall while threatening him. He apologized to me, and I was just like, faking till her got home that day, and her and 3 of her friends faking dove on me when I was laying in bed, and spent like 15 minutes thanking me. Apparently he had apologized to every one of them. It's one of my favorite memories of high school. TLDR, my quiet calm brother who I always protected, laid out a dude trying to steal from our home and called me a hoe. My brother is a calm dude, he gets it from our dad. Unfortunately, I take after my mom and get into things I shouldn't and will tell you exactly what I think if you push too hard. Point anyways, in HS I got pregnant by my then boyfriend twice. The first time I had an abortion at his behest, and the second we decided to try and work it out. We used condoms. Now looking back, he was either not good at putting them on, or he was trying to get me pregnant. I ended up delivering the baby at 25 weeks. During those 25 weeks I was hanging out with a friend, who I met through another mutual friend. He was having a hard time, and my heart was soft, so my family and I let him stay with us. He plugged his Gamma Cube, this was in 2011, into my TV in my room, and played it non-stop. It was whatever. I always had friends over, so my room through the day, so he was just a part of it for over a month. He flat ass disappeared one day. I woke up, went down to tell him I was awake, and he could use my room, and he and most of his stuff had vanished. About 2 weeks after that, a week after I gave stillbirth, he started texting me threatening to get his stuff back. I never said he couldn't have it. I had honestly texted him a dozen times making sure he was okay, not even noticing the few games he left behind. He then started getting froggy saying I'm keeping his sheet from him. I told him multiple times to just come over and get it, since I was in a depressive state and couldn't leave my room, let alone find this dude's sheet and meet him somewhere. He shows up a few days later, unannounced, and demands his things with a thug friend in tow. I tell him his stuff is in my room and they can go up and get it, but they start pushing past me to get to the basement. Side story, my parents were medical marijuana patients and their plants were in the basement. It's not something we advertised, but if you walk down the stairs, you could smell it. My brother, the calm, collected, smooth soul of the family, comes upstairs to see what's going on. I explain, and then douchebag MC Border is claiming I'm trying to steal his sheet, 4 GameCube games and a controller Ike, and that my, and I quote, rattled hoe brain couldn't remember taking my sheet, because she can't remember to keep her legs closed. I was in the process of crossing the room, to attempt to beat the sheet out of him and his friend, maybe? When my brother clocks him in the jaw, one swift, heavy, bro is 6 feet 200 pounds, hit to this kid's dome and he's on the floor. This kid is about 6 and 250 plus. I'm stunned because my brother has never lost his temper, but higher face is red. He storms upstairs, where my room is, grabs what he sees of his sheet, and throws it down the stairs. Take your sheet, leave, and I don't wanna see you ever again. Kid's thug friend is just stunned the whole time. After this he collects the pile of sheet on the floor. The pile of sheet grabs one of his games, and scurried out the door. I haven't seen, or heard from them since. Just tried to look up the pose in question on FB, and I think he's had me blocked, since the standoff. Fuck you, tree. I used to be a kid who kept his negative emotions bottled up, and every once in a while it would overflow. I recall 2 instances. One was when we were taking a group photo. It was a kinda shitty day and things weren't going very well. So we stand in line. Jerry, fake names of course, on my right and Gabby on my left. Now, Jerry was one of those podhead kinda guys, and he was having one of those I wanna fuck with people moments, where for no reason at all he turns into an asshole. So Jerry begins to push me, and I by extension end up pushing Gabby, since we are also close together. Gabby of course tells me to quit it, so I tell her that Jerry is pushing me, and I'm trying. Cue this happening for like a solid 5 faking minutes, where Gabby keeps whining at me, and giving me shit and just not listening to me, that Jerry keeps pushing me, so I lose my shit at her. In front of everyone I start shouting at her that for fuck's sake I'm not doing it, that Jerry is pushing me. Why doesn't she listen when I say something? Is she deaf or something? I then saw her inhale to retort something, but I quickly snapped at her before she could make a sound with a no. I don't care what you have to say. The teacher saw all this and just let it happen instead of giving me shit for it. God bless her soul. This was the only time the class ever heard me shout, and it scared everyone shitless, because I never shout. Then there is the time I punched a hole in a door with my fist, because it was all too much. The hole is there to this day. My dad's an alcoholic, and usually I stay out of arguments, or berating him for it, because it's an illness and we never make a difference anyway. My mother decided to go a trip to see her mother, and left me with my dad. My dad always works, so I never see him, and he had a few days off, so I was excited to spend time with him. It was my mum's birthday the next week and he asked me to help him book a spa for us. I brought up a few deals, and he said he didn't want it to be in the city, however he wanted us to be able to visit a city. Every single thing I found wasn't good enough. I found one of Trump's hotels and my mum's a big Trump fan. I knew she'd love it, but my dad severely told me no. He was so cruel to me when I was trying my best, and told me just to forget it was useless. I was so hurt, but moved past it. The next day I discovered he had drank all my wine I was saving for a night out. Again I was annoyed, but I let it slide. Then my mum came home. My dad was horrible to her, and told her that she left him to do all the housework. He had done nothing, and called her vile names. I told my mum about the spa, and offered to book the Trump hotel. She was delighted, but my dad was angry at me for saying Junior was my idea. He wanted the credit. I sat and listened to him be awful to my mum about her birthday and eventually stormed in and told him everything he has done to hurt me. I told him to get a grip on himself and that I wanted him to leave his own house and not come back. I felt awful, so I went upstairs crying and could hear my mum screaming at him, telling him he'd lost his daughter. He came up crying to me and hugged me and told me he'd stop drinking. I told him I didn't mean what I said. I was just sad to see him destroying himself with drink. Anyway, it meant nothing because he still drinks and hurts my feelings all the time anyway. This happened Thursday. I lost my sheet completely 0 to 100. Real quick, in my 16 years of being alive, I've never really lost my sheet. On Thursday I was on my way to my brother's house. About 30 feet from my home I was at the stop sign at the corner of the road. I see a black Impala, 2010 model I assume, going 60 miles per hour easy down a neighborhood road. What I realized is it was coming directly at me. This faking moron zooms past me, nearly hitting me, and my neighbor in her truck behind me as well. Guy then parks in front of her house and gets out. It's her boyfriend, or one of them. Now side note, these people are so white trash and brain dead idiotic, it should be a world record. I turn around in someone's driveway and park in my driveway. For this, I will be E. Neighbor's boyfriend will be K and girlfriend will be R. E. Dude, what the fuck was that sheet? K. Back the F off, bro. E. You nearly hit me. Do you realize how fast you were going, you faking moron? K. I don't give a fuck, bro. Back off, bro. R. E. Just drop it. E. I'm not dropping sheet. Your hick boyfriend almost hit me and you. How are you not pissed? K. Continuously repeats the same sheet as back off, bro, because he's so socially awkward and afraid of confrontation he doesn't know what to say. E. Fuck are you doing with this guy? You can do better than that faking thing. K. Gets back in his Impala and speeds off to work. R. Look, E. I'm sorry he almost hit you. We have talked about his driving, and it's not gonna get any better. E. Okay, cool. So I'm going to get the footage from the numerous cameras around the neighborhood and call the cops next time. If and when he hits me, I'm putting his scrawny ass in the ground. Promise you. TLDR almost get hit while stationary at a stop sign by a moron going double or more in a residential area. Flip out and get in a confrontation with moron. When I was in high school, I always got picked on because my dad is disabled. Has been since I was born. I don't know why making fun of disabled parent was so amusing to them, but it was. It also meant our front yard was always overgrown. Because all the kids were too young to mow or do gutters, and dad can't do it. And money was always an issue, so they mocked me for that too. My best friend was also disabled, wheelchair bound, and I always carried her bag and pushed her around. So because of her we always sat in the area that wasn't normally allowed to be sat at to eat lunch, as it wasn't in the quad area. This area had like walkway balconies above it, for the upper classes and such. About 2 weeks before I had been sitting there alone and someone spat on me from above. I just took it, because I was very close to off. Told the teachers and all that. Nothing happened. But we were all there one day, including my little sister as she was in the same year as my best friend. We were the little outcast group. So we are sitting there eating and someone spits on me again, but this time it lands in my food and then spit landed on my sister's head and on my friend's backpack. I snapped. I dropped my food and sprinted up the nearest stairs and saw the 3 fakers who had been spitting on us. My sister and another friend followed behind me and I screamed at them, saying they ruined my lunch and spitting is disgusting, let alone on people. The faking ringleader started saying we deserved it because her dad and best mate were cripples. Along those lines, I faking lost my mind. I lunged at the ringleader and grabbed her by the front of her shirt and screamed in her face and she like slapped me and dug her faking claws into my cheek and I don't know. I got so mad I can't remember much of it. Then I heard my sister screaming, "Put her down, Erin," and 2 teachers standing off to the sides, along with a huge crowd staring and people below us looking up in horror. Ed grabbed this bitch by her backpack straps and half pushed her over the banister, so she was pretty much hanging off a 2-story edge. So in my rage I had pretty much almost pushed her off this banister. Eventually I calmed down and let go of her and she ran off to her friends and the teachers took me to the office and principal. After they talked to a few people and saw the spit on my friend's lap and stuff and the fact that I had told the teachers it happened before, I didn't get in trouble. They did though. Boy did they. At our next assembly they brought up that spitting on campus was never allowed and neither was bullying. Those girls all got suspensions also, and their parents brought in for never leaving us alone. They never picked on us again. A few other people did, but I guess after that I was a bit quicker to anger and didn't take it anymore. It's like being spat on broke whatever calm I had my whole life. Because not only did they ruined my food, spat on a disabled best mate, and talked shit about my dad, but they spat on my baby C's. Like what the fuck? No. High school. God, it was horrible. Back in high school one of my best friends was a pretty small kid. 5 feet 1 inch and about 100 pounds soaking wet, but was friends with basically everybody in the school and is a lover not a fighter type of person down to his core. Now I've been roughly the same height, weight, and build since 6th grade. 6 foot, 225, 250 pounds, built like a Viking, and have had the beard and hair to match since then as well. I learned when I was really young to hold back my anger and be careful about how I act and stuff due to my size, and that's led to me being a really laid back and chill person 99.999% of the time. So much so that I've been in a few school fights that consisted of me being punched and then just holding down the person until a teacher or security came by because I knew I was faked. If I hit them back. School had absolute sheet policy when it came to self-defense and stuff. But in 10th grade this piece of shit kid who would bully pretty much anybody he could in the school started to bully my friend a bit. My friend laughed it off for the most part because it was Marizo just annoying him than actually bothering him until he stuck up for a girl that was being bullied by the kid after school one day and got beat up pretty bad for it. Cracked a tooth, black eyes and a pretty bad split lip. I didn't know anything about it until he didn't show up for class the next day and the kid who beat him up actually had the fucking gall to brag about sending him to the hospital in front of me and I. Faking. Snapped. I remember calmly laughing and then lunging at him, and everything after that was just a blur of absolute hate and fury. Apparently I grabbed him by the throat, punched him in the face a few times, threw him through a bunch of desks, and slammed him through a couple. I had to buy the school some new desks for breaking them, and literally kicked him into the hallway before I picked him up and threw him into the lockers and was about to start hitting him again before I got blindsided by security and dragged to the locker room to calm down. Ended up really faking up his ribs for a bit. I think I fractured one of them and severely bruised the rest. Got suspended for a couple weeks as did he, but nothing else ever really came from it, weirdly enough. The school just made sure we were in separate classes from now on and had us both talk to the counselor a couple times. The students and a few teachers were glad to see somebody kick the shit out of him though. Didn't need to do homework in a few classes for a bit, so that was a bonus. Simpler times, man. This happened in Beijing, where I currently live. Just for reference, I'm a 6'5", 197cm Scottish guy. I was riding home behind my wife, little Chinese woman, a week ago on my dirt bike, and she was on a tiny little electric scooter. A guy in South tries to push her off the road, then shouts out the window at her in Chinese that he was going to beat her to death. This has never happened to me, and I have been riding/driving in China a lot longer than my wife. So I'm 100% sure this guy only shouted because he saw a little woman on an e-scooter. He could act like a hard man and get away with it. I stop. My wife tells me what happened, and the guy had conveniently pulled over 20 meters ahead. I ride up to his window, stare at him in the eyes, punch his mirror off, and start shouting at him as loud as I can, acting like I'm going to hit him. He's saying he's sorry and he didn't see me in English, and I shout, of course you didn't, because you wouldn't have pulled that sheet with me, you faking bussy. I shout at him a bit more, then ride ahead to my wife before he races out of there. She tells me it was the wrong car. I felt pretty bad after that, since I'm a very non-violent person. If the guy had shouted at me instead of her, I would have just ignored it and moved on, but there was no way I was going to let someone do that to my wife. Doesn't really matter though, because in the end, I turned out to be the bad guy. I'm a clean freak by nature, and some years ago, while living with 4 housemates, all boys, we were getting ready/talking about moving out and what needed to be done beforehand. During the entire year I'd been living with them, I had almost exclusively cleaned everything. We all cooked separately and none of them ever washed up. I cleaned their bathroom and toilet, my partner at the time, and I had the insight as we were the only couple and neither of us ever used the other bathroom or toilet. I kept the main living areas clean and tidy at all times, and generally made sure things like bins going out, rubbish being thrown away, general household groceries being bought, etc. were all done. I cleaned constantly in that house, but it never seemed to make a difference. During our household meeting to talk about the move, the eldest and often messiest guy in the house speaks up, addressing all of us, and says, I think it's about time we all finally pitched in and cleaned this bloody house. We've all been so lazy and have neglected to keep this house in a decent state. I was shocked, and my mouth literally fell open as I stared at him. It took about 2 seconds of silence from everyone else before I just absolutely lost my shit and started yelling and screaming at him, basically saying how dare he say I haven't done anything and have been lazy when I have worked tirelessly to keep the house in a somewhat livable state, considering 4 of 5 occupants were beta basement dwelling males who ate tons of fast food and had zero hygiene whatsoever. I literally yelled without letting anyone say a word for over 2 hours. My last words were basically, everyone in the room can thank oldest housemate for the fact that I will not be participating in any way whatsoever in the cleanup and pack up of the house. I will pack up my own stuff, but will not lay a finger on the cleaning up of the place. Then I stormed out of the room into my bedroom and slammed the door. Not even my boyfriend wanted to go near me for hours. We lost all our bond cause none of the guys could clean a house to save their lives, and I never spoke to that housemate again, and to this day I don't regret a thing. TLDR, housemates told us all to get our act together and clean up when that's all I'd been doing for everyone the whole year. I blew the fuck up and raged for over 2 hours and made them do all the work themselves. We lost the bond cause they can't clean for shit. No regrets. There have been a few times I verbally knocked someone down a peg or two, but I only remember getting physical once. In 8th grade I and 3 other girls were part of the high school band. We were going on our first overnight trip for school ever, and we were all super excited. The 4 of us shared a hotel room on this trip. It was our first night there, and it was really late, like 4 AM, and one girl would not wind down. She had drank 2 Red Bulls, I think, had been talking on the phone with her sister loudly for hours, and had decided it would be a grand idea to start jumping on the bed me and one other girl was sharing while we were laying in it. She started jumping and asking, "What are y'all guys tired?" We had to be awake by 7 that morning. I was exhausted, and I had finally had enough. I kicked her in the back of the knee from under the covers. Her leg buckled and she screamed, "What the hell?" and punched my leg that had kicked her through the blankets. At this point I was so pissed I was practically seeing red, and I managed to jump straight up and meant to shove her, but ended up practically throwing her into the wall by the TV at the bottom of the bed, at least a good 8 feet, and yelled, "Go to bed." She fell to the floor, and for a split second, I thought I might have hurt her. But she got up and walked over to her and the other girl's bed they shared, grumbling about what a bitch I'm the entire time. Before she got in bed I also managed to say, and turn the damn lights off, before laying back down. My ears were ringing, and I could hear my heartbeat from the adrenaline rush. The other 2 girls were silent during this altercation, and had been asking her to go to bed for a few hours, just like I had been. The next day she tried to play the victim to anyone that would listen, and we all got in trouble for making so much noise so late that night. Years later she still tried to hold it over my head, like I had been in the wrong. As far as I'm concerned, she wasn't injured, and it taught her a lesson, so I'm not one bit guilty. Driving home from work, when I got close to home there was a moronic driver who nearly crashed into me 2 times. Now the roads are a little complicated near this bit, but you still can at least use an indicator. Now the first incident I was coming onto the road he was on, and due to roadworks it became a single lane, so cars dropped down to about 10 miles per hour. So did I. Coming on the line was being courteous one on, then wait my turn. There is quite a lot of space for me to get on, so I did quarter way and I hear the car reviews and speed past me, nearly hitting me. Then we get to a roundabout where he changes lane 3 times, nearly hitting me again. Then the bit where I snap, the road split into at this point. Left then right, he gets in the lane for the left. Then as I'm about 10 meters from the split another rev and speed in front of me, no indicators car he nearly drives into in front, slams his horn. I slam my brakes and horn. Once we got to the next lane change where I needed to switch I did and sped past him before he could do anything else. Turned out that he needed to go in my lane, but because he didn't change he was stuck at the traffic lights until he could switch over, holding up the other traffic while at it points. So over the course of this 5 minutes with him speeding around trying to get home faster, he ended up about 10 cars further back. I was a quiet kid, still quiet adult, that didn't like to make fuss, hated being the center of attention to the point that I wouldn't even ask the teachers when I needed to. Perfect bullying victim. This was in year 4, so we will have been 8 and 9. This one kid that everyone reasonable, my friends, the girls in class, any adults, knew was a piece of shit was really pushing it. One day, we had to breaks in the day, and on the playground he just kept jumping on my back to take me down and running off again every 5 minutes. Now, halfway through second break I'd had enough. So, I separated myself from the other kids, and I waited. I listened for his footsteps. He was running up behind me, and as he jumped I pivot on my toes, using my own motion, and this fax flight I hit him with an elbow strike right in the nose. Instant bleed, but I didn't notice, because I was in the first proper fight in my life. And winning cunt didn't stand a chance with that start point. Happy ending is, I didn't get in any trouble. Even though according to school rules I really should have been in deep shit, because all the staff knew what that faker was like, and knew what I was like. I'd been shit scared of what would happen. As we were going in from playtime the caretaker told me he'd seen Ryan come in beaten and crying, and told me well done. That caretaker was great, completely on the level. Added bonus, the other kids saw and nobody bullied me for about a year afterwards. TLDR. Someone gave my little sister a phobic anxiety attack. I lost my sheet. Do not fuck with my baby sister. I will end you. As many others here say, I'm a generally calm woman. Not much really sets me off, and I rarely ever raise my voice. Except one time, on July 4th at the beach. Backstory, my younger sister is absolutely terrified of non-licensed fireworks. You know, the kind half/entirely drunk dipshits set off in their backyard, or at the beach, or what have you. Fireworks are also illegal in the state of California without a pyrotechnics license, but people get them anyway, as they do. She is afraid of them, because when she was 4 years old, at the beach with our family during July 4th waiting for the professional show to start, some dunker shats were having a bonfire near us in a fire pit. Said drunk assholes threw huge faking firecrackers into the bonfire. One went rogue, flew out of the fire, and landed in my 4-year-old sister's lap. Our dad saw it and pulled her up into his arms and away from the blast with just seconds to spare. If it has exploded in her lap, she would have been seriously injured, possibly maimed somehow. She still ended up with a small burn from the fuse, and she was traumatized. End backstory point. So cue to about 10 years later. My sister is 14. Parents had divorced 2 years prior and it's the first July 4th we've been able to spend at the beach with mom since then. Sister was a little edgy because Damas were already setting off little firecrackers, but she was okay as long as we stayed far away from them. Point as we were setting up our little spot with our blanket and snackery and such. What should happen but two drunk fat nuts come up about 10 feet behind my sister and set off the exact kind of large firecracker thing that almost maimed her as a child. It flew toward my sister. She shrieked and ran to my mom and proceeded to have a meltdown. And I just saw it. My friend who was with us that day later told me that the tone my voice took on as I tore those two chuckler facts about 3 newest holes each was almost demonic, and the volume was frightening. I raged, I cussed, I kicked sand at them, and generally lost my absolute shit as I chased them away for about 30 feet, and had it not been for the fact that I was 3 days from turning 18 and didn't want to go to jail, I would have thrown a few punches. People stared. One person asked if I needed them to call the beach policeman over as I walked back to my group. My mom was comforting a terrified teenager and people were asking if the guys had assaulted her. It was quite the scene. So yeah, that's one of the few times I lost my absolute shit. Do not fuck with my baby sister, I will end you. My mother had been moping around for a day or so. I don't remember the reason, but it was legitimately something to be sad about. I had just talked to her about it, and she cheered up a little. She'd probably be back to normal tomorrow. I left her room and went to mine just across the hallway. That's when I heard her fiancé enter her room and say something ending with "you better get your act together." I was in my early 20s at the time. What this stink probably never realized is that he held the lowest level of respect in the house. My mother absolutely would not have become engaged to him if I said no. So he had no business telling anyone "you better." Not me, and definitely not her. He left to go downstairs. I went back to her room and gave her an incredulous "did he just?" She simply nodded. I followed him downstairs. What started with me trying to explain to him that that's not how you speak to someone very suddenly erupted into me near incoherently screaming at him about respecting her. He walked away from my explosion, and I followed until my mother came out and stopped me with a hug. I don't remember what exactly set me off so quickly. Maybe it was his penchant for saying the wrong thing all the time, or his seeming lack of thought behind so many statements in so many similar situations. Maybe it was the first time I'd heard it all personally, but that was only the second time in my life that I had blown up against somebody. The first was also against him, when he wouldn't shut up about me wasting his time asking about a friend's reusable straw he had thrown away. My mother didn't marry him. I think I already told this story in another thread once, so in the improbable case it sounds familiar, you'll know why. When I was in high school I was in class with the classic bully with a twist. Rather than bothering his peers, he liked to act like a turd toward the teachers he personally considered weak. One of his favorite was our art history teacher. She was rather young, only started teaching the year prior, if I remember right. This happened more than 10 years ago, so details slip me, and she had a stroke when she was very young that left the left side of her face and her left arm unusable, and it shone. This poor woman tried her best to keep being kind to this little turt making fun of her until a day came where the classical straw that broke the camel's back arrived. She started weeping in class after being made fun of by this guy yet one more time. It was a very depressing sight. I already told this guy to knock it off multiple times in the past, but of course he never listened. So on that day, as soon as the lesson was over I followed him in the bathrooms, grabbed his hair and crashed his face against a solid wall. He tried to protest, telling me he'd go to the principal, and I laughed in his face. A notoriously problematic little sheet like him vs me, quiet girl with good grades and a penchant for drawing cute things in me free time. I outright invited him to go to the principal, tell him what happened, and see who he would believe between us. He didn't go to the principal, and never bothered the teachers again. Violence isn't the answer, but a tiny bit, moderated amount of violence sometimes can be the only solution. I've always been a pretty quiet, calm person. Many years ago, I played travel softball. My dad managed the team, while also being a very busy sales executive. During the week, he'd rush home from work, his office being over an hour away from home, to make it to our games. He would also use up most of his PTO on traveling to tournaments on Fridays, usually offering to let some of the other girls carpool with us, if they had to. On nights we weren't working, he'd pore over team stats trying to figure out how to put the best team on the field, while also being fair with playing time. He also did his very best to make sure we always had fun. My dad is a super great guy. One of my teammates embodied all of the worst teenage girl stereotypes. She was a moody brat who always seemed like she couldn't be bothered to give a shit about anything other than talking trash about people. She also constantly faked injuries to get out of playing. And when she did play, she'd be as obvious that she was half-assing it as she could possibly be. I assumed that maybe her parents were making play. Anyway, even though she'd seemingly try anything to avoid playing, she'd always have some eye roll or muttered comment to make when my dad would announce the starting lineup, and, shocker, she wasn't on it. I could see how hard my dad worked to be the best coach he could be for our team. And I knew that he would dwell on the decisions he made if he thought for a second that maybe he was being unfair to any of the girls on the team. One day, we had a tournament that started unusually early on a Friday. My dad had taken the day off of work to be there. We did our pre-game warm-up, and the entire time, she was doing her best "I don't want to be here" impression. My dad called us all over to the sidelines to let us know who'd be in the starting lineup. As soon as he finished, I could hear her usual sheet talk whispering about it to another one of the girls. I finally cracked and yelled, "This is such bullshit." Everyone's heads whipped around to see who had said it. I don't remember exactly what else came out of my mouth, but I'm pretty sure I mustered up just about every expletive that my 15-year-old brain could as I berated her for what a raging beach she had been all season. I remember running down a list of all of the days, hours, and minutes my dad gave up to be there, and how much it meant to him. I also remember everyone, teammates, coaches, and parents, standing there silent with mouths agape. When I finally finished, nobody really said anything. We just went ahead and played our game. And that girl never said anything about my dad again. She also avoided me like the plague in school. A little later in life, I reconnected with one of my other teammates and we are great friends now. She still mentions it as one of the greatest moments that she's ever witnessed. As the quiet and easygoing person in the family, one time I was coming home from a day at a park with my mom and family friends, and when we were driving home we stopped at a light and I saw this guy pushing and shoving this girl. I'm assuming it was his girlfriend, and she is this skinny tiny little thing compared to this jackass, and he shoved her against a wall and would not stop yelling at her and kept pushing her. And at this point her head kept bouncing off the wall from how hard he was shoving her, and she was crying and trying to tell him to leave her alone. So I rolled down the window and started to yell at him, "Leave her the fuck alone," and he was over saying, "Calm down and stay out of this," and I told him just leave her alone and don't faking tell me to calm down, she is way faking smaller than you are, back the fuck off. And I was looking around at the cars next to me and nobody was even doing shit or even wanted to. Everyone just kept looking straight, and that pissed me off even more, knowing nobody else was even going to help her. I got off the car, and yes, I know, stupid, especially being at a light. Anyway, I get off, walk towards him telling him to back off, and he was still trying to calm me down while this poor girl was crying and terrified of this individual. He started to back off and told the girl, "You aren't shit anyway," and walked off still yelling who knows what. I cannot stand women being abused like that after what happened to my mother when I was younger, so I just do not tolerate any of it and lose my cool when I see things like that. Once everything was done and over with, I got into the car. My mom was crying and everyone else was silent the whole way back. We dropped everyone off and I asked my mom why she was crying and just replied with, "I have never seen you so angry," and she was very proud of me for defending that young lady. TLDR, woman is getting shoved and pushed into wall by enraged boyfriend. I'm the only one who even anything about it to help her. I get off the car in the middle of the intersection To confront person, he backs off and leaves the girl alone. I help the girl get back into car, find mom crying and family friends silent. Mom says that is the first time she has seen me angry and seen me ever lose my sheet. She was proud of me for doing something about it though. I have 2 Great Danes. One loves the entire world and is a giant puppy dog. He makes friends with everyone and everything. The other is a rescue from an asshole who tried to fight her, then starved her, bred her, beat the shit out of her with a stick, cut her ears off with a pair of scissors, then left her still bleeding on the side of the road, in the snow, in Quebec, in February. Unsurprisingly, she's a bit nervous. She hates other dogs. The behavioral vet has called her the worst case of fear aggression she's ever seen. She's on doggy Xanax. We go to a special trainer, and I probably spend 20 to 30 hours a week working her. Unfortunately, due to the abuse she suffered, she can't wear a muzzle, but she still needs to be walked. She's very well trained with structure. So long as we do the same walk, the same way, every day, she's fine. She listens to me and ignores squirrels and other dogs and loves people. But they are still Great Danes. Together, they weigh 275 lbs. I weigh 200 lbs. So walking them is a bit of an upper body workout and requires constant vigilance for other animals, so I can use the proper training techniques to keep her calm. We live across the street from Montreal's equivalent of Central Park. Our twice daily walk is into the park, around the pond in the middle, and home. It's great for them and me. It's pretty, it's fun, it's convenient, and it's up and down a mountain, so it's a good workout without being too long. Unfortunately, there is this asshole who goes there too, who thinks leash laws are for other people. His dog is also aggressive, completely ignores him, and is very prone to running 200 to 300 meters away to get right in the faces of other dogs and bark like crazy while he stands there and lamely shouts his dog's name. His dog is a full-sized poodle mix, maybe 60 lbs. My dog is 120 pounds, and not even playing around. She would literally kill him, and once she latched on, there's nothing I could do to save him. I'm very careful. I have talked this over with both a behavioral vet and a trained at length. I have spent hundreds of dollars and thousands of hours learning to manage this optimally. Both of my dogs are walked on short leashes, at non-peak times, in the most discreet locations I can find. They're heavily trained. All we need is for unleashed dogs to not come aggressively within the 4-foot radius of our leashes, and nothing will ever happen. Even dogs that get loose and come up to stop and sniff are safe. But this one faking dog, ugh. We have had 5 or 6 encounters, and I've seen him be reported to the park police and ticketed numerous times. He just doesn't seem to care. Anyway, a few months ago we were walking by the pond, and I heard barking come out of the trees right on top of us, and then that scuffling growl sound of a charging dog close, and from right behind me. Without thinking and with no time to do anything else, I turned, saw that dog in mid-lunge, and booted him right into the lake with the sole of my foot. Not hard, more than a push, less than a kick. It's a decorative pond, so the water is deep right at the edge, so he was instantly dunked and swimming. Now, I don't like using force on a dog, even if it wasn't hard, but I like being in the middle of a dog fight even less. I had no choice, or at least no time to consider. And when that guy came running up accusing me of attacking his dog, or did we have words? I laced into him without pausing for a solid 5 minutes. I dumped months of frustration into him. Leash laws aren't just for other people, you entitled prick. Especially if your dog is aggressive and untrained. Just what kind of inconsiderate asshole takes a dog that constantly threatens others to a city park? Do you not see I'm doing everything I can to work with an impossible situation? Get your faking head out of your faking ass. etc. I haven't vented at anyone like that maybe ever. Damn, it was cathartic. It wasn't just one thing. It was a series of events leading up to one thing. In 4th grade, I had to transfer schools because my mom got remarried and bought a house. This separated me from my best friend of the past 2 years and all the other kids I'd known and liked since 1st or 2nd grade. I was generally a happy smart kid and my classmates liked that about me, and the ones who didn't, my best friend would defend me against. So here I'm at my new school, Turns out here, being smart and smiling all the time makes people distrust you. I was teased relentlessly, to the point where my mother got them to change me to another class. This was a mistake. While in the previous class I was generally mocked, in the new class I got my own bully. He tormented me relentlessly for most of the rest of the year. Things weren't going any better at home. My mom's new husband was turning out to be a bit of a psycho, and my mom couldn't see it. He wasn't physically abusive, but he was psychologically and emotionally abusive. He also convinced my mom to fight my dad on the custody agreement, despite the fact that he seemed to hate me. He probably just wanted to get more child support money. Flash forward to sometime in the spring. I'm in art class, and, despite clear instructions from my mom to keep the two of us separated, the bully keeps walking behind me and flicking my ears. The teacher isn't in the room, so I just try to ignore it. Eventually though, I just can't. I stood up, ready to punch someone for the first time in my life, and then I quite suddenly blacked out with rage. The next thing I knew, there was a circle of kids around me. The teacher had come back in the room and had a look of shock on her face. I wasn't in any pain, but the bully was on the floor in a pile of chairs. There was a pencil sticking out of his back. My pencil point, I don't remember doing it, but the teacher said I'd let out some sort of inhuman shriek before stabbing him. He wasn't seriously injured, but he left me alone after that. I got suspended for 5 days, and the only reason I wasn't expelled was because my mom threatened to sue them. Things got better after that. I went to a better school in my dad's school district that had some of my friends from my first school going to it. My mom's husband finally showed his true colors and left, taking with him all the Phillips head screwdrivers, pink towels, and some lumber that had been used to make bunk beds for his kids from his previous marriage. I reconnected with my best friend in middle school, and we eventually started dating and eventually married. I've lost my cool a few times since then, but I've never blacked out with rage since. I feel like I'm a fairly mellow fellow. Never really raise my voice unless it's for comedy or concerts, and not a whole lot seems to get me angry. I've worked retail, customer service, and support roles, so I'm no stranger to anger. I'm just not an angry person myself. I get upset and audibly show my regretful decision, or proclaim an unfortunate accident as the worst, but I generally don't really get angry. One thing that always made me lose my shit though was losing in fighting games. I play too many video games in general, and lose often enough in multiplayer games, and die even more in campaign-driven titles, but it never really gets to me. For some reason though, losing in fighting games, namely Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3, completely throws all my calm out the window. I've broken controllers to the tune of $100 plus, and this was back when PS2 controllers were cheaper. Thinking $20, $25? Don't exactly remember. Friendships have come to the test because of my awful temper, to the point where DBZ Budokai 3 is the most recent fighting game I've tried to get good at for fear of more friend infighting and me being a sore loser. I used to scream and throw legitimate hissy fits and demand rematch after a match, between a trip or two to the store for another controller, before I eventually overcame my friend, who I would then be the absolute biggest gloaty Macus faced because I had won the most recent match. I have Injustice 2, and I like the gamma play. Definitely fun, but now that the computer has begun hooping me, I haven't been playing. I feel the anger swell. I won't go near online because I don't need to be that angry. Those matches were insanely epic though, unlimited time limit setting, and maximum health made for some really cool fights in Budokai 3. Ray, the 15-year-old who lived in the house behind ours, punched my 11-year-old baby sister. I was also 15 at the time. Caboose, sister, and I up until that point had argued her entire life. I'd often wished I could hit her. The irony isn't lost on me. Caboose was tiny for her age. She'd been born with a heart defect which had been surgically corrected a few years before, but she would always be the smallest kid on the block. The sight of her stumbling home, blind with tears, nose running and barely coherent for sobbing, flipped a switch in my brain pan. It was the first time I ever experienced Berserker. My field of vision flushed red, literally, and it was like viewing through those wavy heat distortions that rise off the road in summer. My field of vision also narrowed to what was only in the center. I took off running in the direction she'd come from. I was usually a clumsy and slow running girl, and an absent thought in the corner of my mind noted that I was flying and wondered why I could never do that in gym. That was my last conscious thought. The next was a bit of confusion. Two people were pulling me up off of Ray Ray, who was on the ground. He started being pulled up with me because I hadn't let go of his hair. The kids who witnessed it told me I tackled Ray Ray, flipped him over, and started pounding his head in the pavement screaming never thunk, touch thunk, my thunk, sister thunk. He never hit my sister again. And he avoided me until they moved the following year. I stumbled home to wait for the inevitable wrath of the adults, which never came. I don't think Ray Ray ever told. The sheet he would have gotten for being beaten up by a girl would not have washed off in his hardscribble family. Hitting a girl would not have gotten him into trouble. I was in my own living room when I realized I still had bits of Ray's hair between the fingers of my clenched fists. That grossed me out, and I washed my hands repeatedly. This past weekend I was playing Magic the Gathering at a local game store with a friend whom I hadn't caught up heaps recently because I'd been struggling with depression. They invited me to draft and I thought, hey, could help change my pace. For the record, I'm 25, and I'd say the median age drafting would have been 27ish. That's when I met a 14-year-old kid, who I'll call Kid. Now, Kid was being loud. Kid was being pessimistic. Are we drafting that set? EWW? Why play blue sucks? EWW. Etc. Maybe you gain a certain appreciation as a 25-year-old casual player at a store where the prize is a single booster of the thing you just played to realize that being a loud dick isn't worth it. But hey, Kid's 14. I'm a 25-year-old man who is just trying to relax faking around with printed card with a friend. I can ignore him. Only, he made it very hard. You couldn't not hear him. He was too loud. He just talked himself up all the time and tried to be the center of attention. I get he's 14, but my issue really came down to his fascination with one person there, my friend. I may not have mentioned her gender. I think the kid was just still in his prime talk loud arrogant smack to flirt era, but he was just hanging constant and ain't cheat on her while she was just trying to play. Not even just when he was playing her, he was talking across games to talk smack. Still, I tried to remember Kid was just a kid, and my friend was old enough to let it brush off. Not to mention, her boyfriend was there, unbeknownst to Kid, so she knew better things were coming later. So why get annoyed by 14-year-old Kid? Then he said one thing, and I just couldn't hold it in anymore. The last 2 hours of being exposed to childish bullshit coalesced into one explosive outburst. Kid, to my friend, hey, how's Narnia? Hey, I bet you want to go to Narnia. You look like you'd go to Narnia. Me. Slams fists on table. Of course she'd want to go to Narnia. Who faking wouldn't? You get to be king for simply existing. Get to age decades, but look like a kid afterwards. Still. You meet Santa, and get free weapons, and get to meet God in the form of a giant flying talking lion. Who faking wouldn't go to Narnia? It's like asking if you'd be Harry Potter. Of course you would. He can't die and has magical powers. I don't know where it came from. I haven't read any C.S. Lewis since I was around 10 and thought the best thing about the movies was the CGI and the soundtrack. But something about trying to be edgy just to impress a girl by negging her so badly he thought he'd bring up Narnia just flipped me over the edge. Everyone else there was pissing themselves laughing, and Kid tried to laugh along to keep playing cool, but did it feel nice to just let it out. My 12th time trying to enlist in the Navy. Some jargon you'll need to know. MEPS where you go to get medically checked out and finalize stuff before going to basic. ASVAB Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery. Yes, that's supposed to determine your ability to do a job. Rating a job, so I talk to the recruiter and we get sheets squared away. I go to the MEPS one time to get my medical stuff done and take my ASVAB. I do relatively good on it, which means they want me to becoming a nuclear rate. I tell him I need to think about it, and all my online sleuthing tells me those dudes get the sheet end of every stick. That point I tell him no and ask what else I can do. He tries to talk me into spec war, SEALs, and stuff like it. I laugh. I'm 5 feet 9 inches and 130 lbs. He's adamant that they prefer guys like me because they can make small guys strong but can't make big guys fast. So I tell him I'll think about it and do more research. I watch a documentary on Bud/S and it's not as bad as I would think. As being kicked but nothing, that seems too insane. Then the narrator says, and day 1 is finally over. I figured I'd seen a few weeks or so at that point, so they send me to MEPS another 11 times. I watch people on their first time there, but every time I'm there they don't have any rating slots for me. I'm patient up until the last time point there's a VHS player in the waiting area, and every time I'm there, at least twice during my 8-hour visit, someone decides, hey, Fight Club, I haven't seen this in forever, and puts it on. By my 22nd time seeing it in a month I've lost it point. I ask the kid trying to put it in, not to, and briefly explain my reason. He does it anyway with a sheet-eating grin. I stood up and made a huge ruckus and ass out of myself, ejected the tape, and held it like I was gonna bring it to Mount Doom. The MEPS is a very quiet place and this draws out all 4 branches to see who the hell was shouting like that. Point I had a job 30 minutes later. I found out later in my career the whole debacle was probably a ploy to force me to go nook point, but I'm a stubborn man. 8th grade, I was generally a reserved kid. Cheerful, but overall a quiet pushover. There was one kid that the teacher assigned to work with me. He pissed everyone off, but I was one of the kids that didn't show it much. He was constantly talking shit, stealing from other students, being rude, would poke and pull hair, and was otherwise a menace. Teacher really liked me, but found that I was a lot more patient with him than other students, so I was saddled with him. When seating arrangements changed, I was still stuck with him. I never had it in me to speak up and tell her how much this kid bothered me, or she likely would have cut me a break. Point the teacher had stepped out of class to talk to another teacher and was gone about 10 minutes while we were supposed to be reading or something. I don't remember what happened that day, but he finally must have said something that crossed a line with me. I shouted at him, then picked up my desk, chair attached, and threw it at him. He wasn't hurt, thankfully, but the room went dead quiet. He ran out to get the teacher, and the other students rushed to put the desks back as they were. When the teacher got back, kid in tow, she just looked around the class and said something like anything happened while I was gone. It was obvious she didn't believe him, and the kid was a notorious liar. I was a well-behaved quiet tiny mouse of a girl. No one said anything. A few kids even shook their heads no. I was too shocked and ashamed of myself to own up to what I did. Sorry Mrs. Larfield. Brandon wasn't lying. I threw a desk at him. After trying to fix my life for years with basically no help, I had enough. There was a planned meeting with a counselor, a psychologist, a social worker, a social housing worker, SHW, and me. The goal was to see what we could do about my situation. Because of what I've been through, with hospitals and social services straight up lying about things, I asked the SHW to be there for support. They do that. The SHW didn't answer their phone the day before, and I called them several times before the meeting. I was 10 minutes early. After a while the social worker arrives but no one else is there. I call the psychologist. She and the counselor work together, but there's no answer. A few minutes later she calls back and says she saw that I called. Then she wondered when I was going to turn up. I'm already here. Where are the social service office over there? Yes, either way, we are going to be here at her work. No, it was Hero. Yeah, that's right. You even gave me directions too. Sorry, we are coming. So the psychologist and counselor end up being around 40 minutes late. The SHW is a no-show. The social worker asks why I was going to terminate my lease on the apartment and I explained that I can't pay the rent and I can't get more debt. I was getting financial advice/guidance to sort things out. No one is helping me, but if you do that, then it's going to be difficult to get another apartment. I'm not leaving this apartment because I can't pay rent to find another apartment that I can leave right away because I can't pay rent. Who's going to pay my rent? You? Maybe. Ha 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 ha. Then the final straw was that another social worker had told me that I don't need sick leave/disability. The social worker at the meeting said that the other social worker had never said, that either she's lying or I am. Who's lying? No. No. Saying she didn't say it, so either she's lying or I am. Who's lying? No answer. Then and there I told them it was enough. Another reason for losing it at the meeting was that I got refused social security / financial aid because they said that I wasn't entitled to it when I was, and the social worker at the meeting then said I was, even though I was being denied. I left. Around 40 minutes after the meeting, the SHW office called and asked if they were supposed to be at the meeting with me. It says so in the calendar. Yes, well, she's on vacation, so .2SHW came to my home with a lease so I could terminate it. Don't you think it was just a mistake that she was on vacation and not at the meeting? Of course I faking do. I don't believe she took a faking vacation to avoid the faking meeting. Then the other says, do you think the meeting would have gone differently if she was there? How the fuck am I supposed to know that? Would my life be different if I didn't have all these problems? When the SHW came back from vacation, she refused to apologize because it wasn't her fault. It was no one's fault. She had just forgotten that she had vacation the time she booked the meeting. I lost it further when another SHW then said, but what if we have a meeting and I'm on my way to it and I get hit by a car when crossing the street? My best friend's husband was being a complete drunken waffle during a night out on the town. We got to the point that we just had to go to his parents' house so they could see how horrible she is while she's crying hysterically on their front porch and he's standing over her pointing in her face. I'm livid and have my best guy friend come and get us and bring us back to the place he shares with his girlfriend, another member of the group. His girlfriend is sleeping and we are instructed to not wake her up because she has clinicals the next morning and needs sleep. I'm getting BFF settled down when Cuckoo the husband shows up. Apparently he remembered friend's address from delivering pizza. He storms in and BFF is trying to call his mom to come get him and he smacks her phone out of her hand. I calmly told him to get the fuck out behind gritted teeth and he didn't listen. Each time I told him to get the fuck out I said it a little louder. Finally I'm banshee screaming at him and his dumbass thought it would be great to pick up a chair to throw at me. Instead of flinching I stepped forward with my finger in his face and told him if he laid a hand on me or her it would be the last faking thing he ever did, and then I pointed at the glass coffee table right behind him to let him know my intentions. He dropped the chair and I chased him out of the house screaming. Best guy friend was standing there with his jaw hitting the floor because I had never done anything like that in my life. Somehow his girlfriend didn't wake up and couldn't believe what I did the next day. TLDR best friend's husband shows up to hiding place to tear into her more. I freak the hell out on him and basically tell him I'm going to kill him when he tries to throw a chair at my face for defending her. A number of years back, I had to book an emergency flight home across the country because my father had a massive heart attack. He had to be revived, had a terrible reaction to the morphine, needed double bypass, and was in bad shape. My mom wasn't sure he was going to make it. I got the call in the middle of the night, so once I had made my travel arrangements, I emailed work and let them know what was going on. After more than 8 hours of travel and 5 additional hours at the hospital, I went straight there. I messaged a few coworkers and my manager that things had not changed much. I was clear that I would keep them updated. The very next day, my boss calls and demands to know the exact date I'd be back. He doesn't ask how my father is doing and instead complains there is an emergency in the payroll department because the payroll person is out sick on lower and he needed the backup, me, to return a SAP. I don't remember exactly what I said in my complete blinding rage. Something to the effect of I am across the country right now. My dad died and was revived and might die again. What do you think an emergency is? And I definitely threw my phone at the end of the call. I got no messages from work for a few days until my next update telling them good news, my father will live, and when I expected to be back. They were fine with that future date, and it seems their emergency was figured out by someone there. Used to manage a post office, authorized dealer, get a decent amount of angry people, so it's not a rare occurrence. Lady comes in, starts complaining up a storm about the stamps her husband bought about 7 months ago. Me being the nice guy I am, and not wanting the sheet show asked to see the stamp presuming it's a defect, which although rare does happen. She gives me the stamps, 7/10 are used. What's she complaining about? The goddamn picture on them. She had bought them during Eid. First year CP did a stamp for each of the major religions. After looking them over for a second I tell her there's nothing wrong with them, and I would unfortunately be unable to take them back as they are nearly a year old at this point, thoroughly used, and she doesn't even have a receipt. Well, that set her off on a 15-minute racist yelling spree. My couldn't take it point was when she said they never do anything for Christians. I literally started laughing in her face like the Joker. Needless to say, that made her age worse. She demands my manager, store owner, etc. Luckily for me, she's in the building today. I direct her to the owner, give her my name, etc. and tell her go ahead. After not hearing any yelling for about 5 minutes I presume she's left. Boss comes over. No idea how you did that so well. My tongue is actually bleeding from biting it so hard. I don't think she was expecting me to be not white. My car was booted by mistake. I called and told them it was a mistake and they had to come remove the boot. They told me it might be a mistake and I could contest the charge, but I would have to pay the charge first. Of course I argued this was bullshit and I wasn't giving them $300. They then told me I had 3 days to pay the charge or have car towed. Fine, no problem. I'll go to the county building on Monday and plead my case. They then told me I couldn't do that because it was a Friday and they would be towing me first thing Monday. Yes, the weekends when they are closed count toward the days. I obviously getting pissed off. What threw me into an absolute rage was that fact that they told me I had 2 options to remove it. Option 1 allow them to send someone out to remove the boot. Option 2 was to remove the boot myself using a code they would provide and bring the boot to the county building. The catch here is that if the boot were damaged in any way I would have to pay over $500 to replace it. Option 1 was my obvious pick, to which I was told, well sir, the boot removal people stop at 3:30 p.m. It's about 2 p.m. now, and given how many we have today I doubt he can make it to you in time. I said okay Jeff, I don't give a damn about his arbitrary end time. You guys booted my car by mistake and I already paid $300 for your little extortion scam. So you guys will be fixing this today. He, surprisingly calmly, agreed with me it was bullshit, but there was nothing to do. Then asked me again, so sir, which option will you be taking? I again said well Jeff, I'll be taking option 1. He explained why this couldn't happen, to which I replied, no shit Jeff, I don't really have a faking option now, do I Jeff? That's my point Jeff. So let's get on with our day here Jeff. And look Jeff, I know this isn't your fault Jeff. I get it Jeff. But this is faking ridiculous Jeff. He sheepishly asked, so sir, I need you today, you will be taking option 2 for the recording. Then I replied I will be taking the only option I have been given, which is ironically called option 2. I returned the boot and got my money back. So I got a video game controller rechargeable battery kit for Christmas last year, but since my controller at the time had full batteries I didn't open up the recharge kit until mid-January. This proved to be a mistake. I opened up the packaging and discovered that the actual rechargeable battery that goes in the controller was missing from the pack. Annoying but no big deal as I had to go to the mall anyway. Went to Best Buy with receipt to exchange the recharge kit and was told since it was 14 days since Christmas they wouldn't accept the package. Now I'm getting mad. They say to call xbox/Microsoft as they may be able to help. So this is what I do, but it goes nowhere, and xbox suggests I go and talk to Best Buy. So now I'm just being passed around and getting irritated. I determine I'm going to spend whatever time necessary to get Best Buy to replace this recharge kit. I call them back and start getting endlessly passed around from one customer service rep to another. Their argument is that they can't accept holiday returns after a certain date, and my argument being they sold me a defective recharge kit, so regardless of their holiday rule I shouldn't be stuck with an essentially broken item. At one point I get transferred to a person who is just laughing and joking his coworkers in the background for a good 30 seconds before asking, "Can I help you?" I said clearly not. Transfer me to someone who can. I realize I'm starting to go a little nuts and my girlfriend had dinner plans, so I'm running out of time, but I finally get transferred to a very senior customer service agent who agrees to replace the kit. I'm assuming just to get my crazy ass out of their phone system. TLDR, spent 90 minutes on the phone over a $10 part for the principle of the matter. When I was in high school, I was heavily involved in the theater department. I ended up being the club president my senior year, and so during school productions I was usually in some sort of leadership position. My junior year, during the fall play, I was the stage manager, meaning I was in charge of the entire technical crew, as well as the cast. It's my job to keep absolutely everything organized for the drama teacher / director now. At the time I actually had a reputation for being one of the kindest and calmest SM that school had ever had. Partially because I'm a generally patient person and partially because I prefer to lead by example. So I take on the hard projects and then divide the rest of the work between the many crews. Anyway, there was one Saturday rehearsal when we had the actors on stage and the set crew working backstage while I was in the booth working with the light and sound technicians. The show was coming up soon, and while I was in a good mood at the time I guess I had a lot of pent up stress because what happened next was very unlike me. The actors were trying to rehearse when I, from about 100 yards away, heard this obnoxious screaming and laughter coming from the set shop. I remember turning to the techs next to me and saying, "Excuse me a moment," before making my way down from the booth and all the way to the shop. Later, the foreman described my outburst as if something had broken inside my brain and I wasn't myself anymore. I remember losing my shit at the crew, screaming about how disrespectful and unprofessional their behavior was, how they were interrupting the rehearsal happening a mere 10 feet away, and how I had a faking show to run. Goddamn it, and that I would not be allowing this childish lack of rehearsal etiquette in my auditorium. Needless to say, their dumbassery stopped immediately, as well as the rest of rehearsal, because the director paused the actors, so that everyone in the entire auditorium could hear me scream for a bit. Then I went right back up to the light and sound technicians in as good as a mood as I left them with. It was strange. The day it happened it felt like I hadn't just had an outburst. Anyway, I haven't had any issues with the set crew since then, or any other crew for that matter, so I guess it was worth it. Edit. Structure / clarity. My dad was coming home from the hospital to literally die at home. He was terminal and didn't want to go at the hospital. I was 14 at the time. My grandmother's now ex-husband, Frank, decided he had to pick up the man of the house role and be a paternal hard ass, a role my dad never played callously. The day my dad was scheduled to come home, Frank threatened to call the police on my and my sister's boyfriends for statutory rap because he didn't approve of our relationships. Like my dad was en route from the hospital when he says this. So Frank goes on this power trip and makes a terrible mistake by threatening people I love and care deeply for, and I just faking lose it. I was screaming at him and telling him to mind his own faking business, and the faker doubled downs on his threats. I had to be physically restrained by my sibling and dragged down the driveway so I wouldn't physically hurt him. I was seeing actual red. I was so angry. I remember standing on the driveway and saying very loudly to my sibling so Frank could hear, "You know what? That piece of sheet dick isn't worth another ounce of my faking breath, fuck him," and storming away. My extended family tried to talk me into apologizing for saying things I didn't mean in the moment, and I told them I wasn't apologizing because I wasn't sorry, and I meant every single word. He tainted a memory with my father that should have been joyous, and it is unforgivable. 10 years later, and I still have never felt that amount of rage again, and I'm still not sorry. Epic hospital flip out in front of the entire hospital's board and senior administration. It's a longish story, and I doubt anyone will read it, but it's important, and I've been wanting to tell it for a while. I'm a PA in pathology, and I work closely with the people in the histology department. The supervisor of that department was someone who was extremely ambitious for advancement and only cared about her career, how her bosses / superiors perceived her, and who I felt had no concern or regard for her colleagues or the patients. One day I received a left side mastectomy on a patient and was preparing to dissect and examine it. I looked up the woman's medical records and her medical imaging, and previous biopsy indicated she had right side breast cancer, not left. I looked for external medical records and those to confirmed she had cancer on the right side. I thought, something's not matching up, so I looked up the surgeon's operative report and, sure enough, he describes removing the left breast, not the right. By now I'm getting concerned. I go back and look at the hospital surgery schedule, where it lists the patient, and there again it says she was scheduled for a left mastectomy. Okay, now I'm starting to feel a knot in my stomach. I call the physician's office and speak to his nurse. She says she thinks they took the left breast. Surgery was the day before. I call the surgeon, even though it is late in the evening, something I never do, and he is unreachable on a flight to Jamaica for vacation. So I start to fear the absolute worst. The hospital has removed the wrong breast on this poor woman. I can't describe how awful this made me feel. It was compounded by the fact that very recently I had lost a professor and important mentor to breast cancer. So I get together all the information I have gathered and go to present it to the histology supervisor, who happens to be in a meeting with hospital executives. I say, yes, it is critically urgent. So I go in the boardroom and I interrupt the entire meeting and proceed to explain to her in detail the entire awful and possibly catastrophic situation. After presenting all the information, she turns to me and the only thing she says is, "But you're saying it's not the histology department's fault, correct?" It was then I learned what people mean when they say they snapped, because I swear to God I felt something pop and for a moment completely lost sense of where I was and what was happening. I realized suddenly that the entire room was staring at me with a shocked expression, because apparently I had shouted, "God damn it, Linda, I don't give a fuck whose fault it is right now. I'm telling you we may have done incredible harm to this poor woman and we need to figure out right. Faking. Now. If she is laying upstairs with a chest full of cancer and the wrong breast missing." It was just stunned silence in the room for like 20 seconds. No one said a word. I started feeling lightheaded and embarrassed, realizing what I had done, and Linda was as red as a tomato just staring at a piece of paper. They literally just ended the meeting right there. One of the hospital administrators came and got me and said, "Let's go get to the bottom of this right now." In the end it was multiple clerical errors. To blame, they had removed the correct breast, and that worthless beach Linda retired without ever having advanced another inch in that hospital. My uncle hanged himself in his own home with the entire family present, downstairs, and his daughter found him, dead. I live in a small village, so the story quickly spread around. My uncle was my hero. He was a cop, and would sometimes take me with him for non-dangerous rides around town and office stuff like filling out paperwork. He couldn't deal with the evil in this world anymore. He had seen a lot, and his wife was abusive. I was around 10 years old at the time, and I was bullied in school for years by the same guy. The day my uncle died I didn't go to school. My parents wouldn't let me. I went to school the day after and all the kids were looking at me, not saying anything. They all knew the story. My bully started making all kinds of jokes about my uncle, his death, blaming his daughter, etc. It was faking disrespectful, and I just snapped. I stood up and walked over to him and punched the shit out of him. I picked up a tube of glue from his desk that had a sharp and hard tip and kept on stabbing him in the head. The teacher froze and didn't react. I screamed at him that if he ever talked shit about me or my uncle again, that I would hang his little retarded brother. I knew he had autism or something. The bully just broke down because his little brother was everything to him. He never said anything to me ever again. I never got in trouble at school, even though the parents of the bully were furious. It's been 10 years, and he's still afraid to even say hello to me. He lives behind us. He still looks afraid when looking at me. Might be too late unless browsing new, but 2 weeks ago I was flying back from Bangkok to Laos with a layover in the Philippines at 10 PM Thursday evening. There was a crash on the runway in Philippines that had halted all international flights at 10:55 PM. I was boarding my flight to the Philippines for my layover. 2 AM, 10 AM, best layover times ever, am I right? At 2 AM we land and were told nothing about the crash or our flights being delayed. Just given a 4-hour fee code and food when we landed. At 10 AM our flight gets delayed and we are told we'll be leaving at 1 PM. Then 4 PM. Then 7 PM. At the 7 PM delay I absolutely lost my shit. I had been in this holding room, no windows, one bathroom, overpacked room, only being fed once, and having a total of 4 hours of Wi-Fi during my 17-hour stay in this room. I don't mind being off my phone. I actually met like 8 people during this 36 hours of hell. I just couldn't contact anyone in the US to let them know I was safe. Not going to be going to work and trying to find a new ride. I eventually demanded that we, the 8 people I met and myself, be put into a hotel over the night. If our flight was cancelled, flights cancelled at 10 p.m. Fast forward to the next morning, because the hotel was actually really nice. We get to the airport at 8 a.m. for our 10 a.m. flight. That gets delayed instantly again. For the record, on a scale of 1 to 100 in the rage factor, I'm a -33. Usually I was floating around a 40 this morning, and the delay did not help. I demanded to be put on the employee Wi-Fi because I needed to update my ride. I was going to be late again. Fast forward through a long day of waiting and only being fed right before we got on the plane. We finally take off at 7:45 p.m. that night. For the record, I completely understand the international runway was down and they can't feed everyone. There was just no communication. We kept asking questions and everyone was treating us like basically prisoners. We also didn't have Filipino money and that portion of the airport didn't take credit card. I was working 2 jobs, having relationship troubles, getting very little sleep, and trying to save money. My morning/early afternoon job was at a restaurant that had a fairly high turnover rate. A lot of my co-workers were high school/college kids and super lazy. They liked to cut corners. We got our soup frozen in these big bags. You'd take the entire, unopened bag and drop it in a pot of boiling water to cook. Once it was done, you took it out, sliced open the bag, and poured it into a soup pot. I went to check on the soup I had been cooking, and found someone else had opened it, sliced a 5 inches long cut into the bag, found it was still pretty frozen inside, and submerged it back in the pot of water. The soup had cooked more, and the water in the pot and the soup had mingled. So all the time I'd spent cooking the soup was useless. I needed an entirely new bag, and it probably wouldn't be ready in time for the lunch rush. I lost my mind and took the entire bag out, which was now filled with cloudy soup water, and walked up to one of the high school girls who was at the register helping a customer. I held the bag in front of her and just started grilling her if she was the one who opened my soup. My manager, who knew I took care of 90% of the prep work and was having a rough time, noticed and immediately came over. He spoke very gently to me and told me to go take a break and he'd start new soup. I went into the walk-in freezer and just enjoyed the quiet and the cold for about 10 minutes before I came back out. My wife and I were leaving a movie at one of the local malls. It was late, the mall was closed, and the lot was empty. We needed to make a left turn from the end of the parking garage's exit ramp. There was just barely enough room to my right that the customized white BMW sedan behind me decided to squeeze in next to me and somewhat block my view of oncoming traffic. I honked in displeasure, saw there was no one coming around the bend next to the exit and turned left. Rather than continue on his way, this BMW peeled out of the exit, made a left turn, and came racing up behind me on the road the winds around the mall. He then cuts into my lane while he was still beside me, forcing me to slam my brakes to avoid getting sideswiped. He then slammed on his brakes, I guess to brake check me, but I had already stopped enough that it didn't matter. So he raced off. This is when I lost it. This guy had endangered my wife and I simply because I had honked at him for being rude. I slammed on the accelerator, started shouting "You motherfucker," and punched the ceiling of my car. There's still a visible ripple in the fabric where I caved in the plastic underneath it. I have no idea what I was going to do if I caught up to him. My wife said something to me, I don't remember what, and I slowed down. He goes out an exit onto the main road from a side lot to the north. I went to main exit with a traffic light further south. I go to turn left, cause I have a green light, and this asshole comes racing through the red light. Had I not seen him and stopped, he might have T-boned us. I end up behind him again, and he exits onto a side street. Not wanting to continue dealing with this maniac, I sped away and kept checking to make sure he hadn't followed. It took me hours to calm down. I was at a dog park that I've been going to 4 to 5 times a week for 2 years. Earlier this year a guy started coming in with his 80 pounds German Shepherd, and he had very little control over her. The dog was generally a little bit aggressive but nothing more than little squabbles with other dogs every once in a while, but every time she saw my dog, who is half her size, she would charge over and pin her to the ground with teeth bared and clearly aggressive vocalizations. Being always super calm, I'd get my dog out of the situation and go to a different area of the park since it's huge, and that was that for a while. It happened frequently enough that I was on the lookout for this guy and his dog whenever I was at that park. Fast forward about 4 months and I hadn't seen the guy or his dog in a while, and about a week before I had gone through a really hard breakup. My day was already bad because of that. Work had been especially stressful, and I went to the park with my dog to unwind. This guy's dog came charging up the second she saw mine, and was more aggressive than usual, but I separated them and moved on while the owner casually walked over saying how he was sorry and whatever else. We moved on, and 20 minutes later it happened again. This time I was just done with everything, and I snapped at the guy, yelling at him in more colorful words that he and his dog need to leave, and I'm not willing to put up with it anymore, that it had been happening for months, and it was going to stop. I'm about 5 minutes and 11 seconds 165 pounds, so I'm not intimidating by any means, and the other dude was about 6 feet 2 inches and an athletic 200 pounds and he wouldn't even look me in the eye. Haven't seen him since. This was about a month ago. I've never even raised my voice to a stranger before or since. I have never had a public freakout, at least until this moment point. A few years ago I was with my family at a big, crowded mall here in LA. My grandparents had flown in from Florida and are some of the most extreme complainers and the most anxiety-inducing people I've ever met. I'd been running them all around the city for a week up to this point. My parents brought my 2-year-old brother up to meet us at the mall. This day point I'm already super stressed out from them, so my mom and I excuse ourselves to go to the bathroom with my little brother. We walk in and see every stall is empty except for the handicap stall, which we need because we need the changing table. We're waiting for about 5 minutes and the person is not coming out. That's when we realize we can see a woman through the crack with her purse propped up on the changing table, and she's just scrolling casually through her phone. All this time she heard some people with a baby and decided to not give a fuck. Kind of irritating, but maybe it was an emergency for her or something, right? My mom, not being the most patient person on the planet, knocks on the door and says, "Excuse me, are you coming out soon? We have a baby and we need the changing table." The woman gives a snarky "Ah, I'm using it right now. You can wait." My blood started to boil a little bit, but I stayed quiet. This is when I start to forget exact words, because I think I was having a heart attack from all the stress of my mom going off on this woman. A part of me is like, this is not worth going off on this person about, but most of me is extremely irrational and just seeing red. She eventually comes out of the stall, and she gives me a look and I give her an angry, disappointed one back. All is quiet until she walks next to me to wash her hands, and then she says one phrase that was something like, "Your mom is a mean woman for kicking me out of that stall" or something. I fucking lost it. I narrowed my eyes at her and in a low guttural growl said, "You need to get the fuck out of here." My voice got low and kind of quiet. I have no idea where this came from, but she looked fucking frightened. She started yelling loudly, and I brought it right back, but I didn't raise my voice, just rebutting everything she said in this angry low voice. While yelling, she had backed her way quickly out of the entire bathroom. That's when I snapped out of it and looked around and realized people were staring at me thinking I was a monster. I totally was. It was so irrational and wrong of me, but I got extremely protective of my mom and little brother. They also didn't see that she was using the stall to check her faking Facebook, but either way, I felt extremely guilty after that. Oh, and a mad panic attack ensued. But at least now I know of some weird cave woman monster inside of me. I was sexually abused by female peers in high school. I had a year of respite from it after it had been exposed to the whole town what was happening, and I thought it was over. I finally got the courage to go on a school trip and over past one point the second night some students complained to a teacher that I'd locked my door and forced it back open. I was heavily drugged with sleeping medicine and couldn't wake up. I had been prescribed just before the trip but didn't find out soon enough. I woke up to find I had been violently sexually assaulted, possibly even raped, but they won't admit to that because they know that me being unconscious means there were no witnesses. One of the girls was the first one awake after me and immediately admitted it, not out of guilt, but because she was still drunk from the alcohol she'd managed to smuggle in and was pretty gleeful about it. Most people in that school had never heard me speak before, and I was known for being the ridiculously innocent one who always put others first and played with wild animals. The whole trip woke up to me screaming as I went to town on this beach. I wished I'd smacked her or something. Instead I used the crowd to my favor and demanded she give me answers as to who else was with her. The teachers put a stop to it and dismissed it as a minor scuffle so that they wouldn't have to get involved with police before threatening me and siding with the girls. I knocked on every dorm room door and asked everyone I could see to find out who saw or heard what, which resulted in my attackers battering me in a hallway before letting slip some of the things they'd done to me. After that I turned into a wildfire and scared the shit out of everyone. It was the first time I'd cornered someone, confronted people, shoved people, argued with others, or spoken to others at all. There wasn't a single person who I wasn't able to maintain eye contact with, and one of the people I cornered and confronted was the teacher who unlocked the door to begin with, who also happened to be the one who covered it up. But I was a wildfire that quickly died out. All that was left of me was ash and broken bits of wood by the end of the day. I'd put my trust into that school to protect me, and they betrayed me in the worst way imaginable. And then I blamed myself for being foolish enough to put myself on the trip to begin with. I was so traumatized by it that I forced myself to forget what had happened and stop taking my sleeping medication. It took the Me Too movement to get me to remember. It came to me in nightmares, worse than any I'd ever had before. Eventually I emptied my room of everything to try and put a stop to it, hoping I'd turn up empty-handed in my search. It turns out that I had enough strength in me to preserve everything from that trip. The only thing being lost was a spinning plate I gave to my sister. I'd kept everything in a small box in the furthest corner of the house buried under junk. Everything was there, and after seeing it, so are all my mementos of that trip, memories that have done nothing but torture me ever since. Memories that, in the last 3 months, I finally started to accept, can't be hidden from. I haven't got a fucking clue what I meant to do from here with them though. In the early days I wanted both justice and the truth, but in reality there is no justice without the truth, and at this point I just want them to be honest with me about what they did. I don't want to punish them either. It's been too long for that, and whilst the pain is still there, the anger isn't. Compared to other answers this is pretty boring and a bit r/I am veribidous, but hey, I used to moderate a Minecraft server that had a trash pile of a human as manager. This dude straight up took the smallest amount of power he had in his life and acted like he was a king. But I still wanted to keep my rank, so I just ignored his bullshit for a few months. Sheet talking him to my friends who also moderated the server. Now a quick explanation of how the website store works is, if you issue a chargeback your account automatically gets permabanned from the server until you pay it back. So one day I'm on the server and this kid starts freaking out that her friend got banned for no reason. I checked the ban history and there was nothing there that said she was actively banned for something. So I asked in the staff Skype group what happened. Turned out the poor girl accidentally bought the wrong thing and spent $5 extra and panicked. So she did her chargeback unaware of the policy. I asked if she could be unbanned. This poor little girl made a small mistake after giving the server money, and out of nowhere she's now permanently banned and apparently crying to her friends. Manager said he didn't care. If she wanted to be unbanned she had to buy something. I don't remember me saying much. I still kept my rank, but I made it clear how shitty it was to him. But in person I lost my shit, and any speck of respect I had for the guy as just a human. I ended up buying her some keys to get in-game stuff and got her unbanned. But in all my life I've never felt so much anger and pure disgust towards someone. He did the equivalent of someone accidentally ordering a large meal then ask for a refund to buy a small, then banning them from the store. The only reason I didn't tell the guy to fuck off and live his worthless life was so I could abuse my rank and fuck him over as much as possible. It was funny seeing him rage in the staff chat about nobody doing their job. I spent a month telling everyone asking for major help to directly message the guy on Discord. Late to the party, but here goes. A few years ago, while in undergrad, I lived in cooperative housing with other students. The houses were generally old creaky things, but we threw a lot of parties, and often the whole neighborhood would pop through. The downside of this party vibe was that, even when the house was quiet, it was common for drunk frat boys, homeless people, party seekers, to walk up on people sitting on the porch, or even try to enter our house uninvited. One night, there was a string of porch walkers, including an infamous homeless man who enjoyed inflicting property damage, a crowd of wasted frat boys, and then this one guy just looking for a party. It was the last one that truly made me snap, however. Already irritated from the effort it took to get rid of the men who had previously intruded, I was low on patience. So when this guy walked up, I told him there's no party, and please leave. He ignored me completely, and only spoke to the men sitting with me, who didn't convey the same message as I. Then, a little louder, I told him to go. Now, in his first words of acknowledgement to me, he turned and said, "Don't be a bitch, I don't have to go anywhere," and that was the kicker. I shot up from the couch and shrieked, "You want to see a beach?" in his face, obviously ready to throw down. He began backing off, then hightailed it when he saw that I was still coming. I chased him across the lawn, still screaming at him, "This is my home, my property, and I told you to leave, and you dismiss me and insult me? Go fuck yourself." Thinking about it even now makes me angry. The audacity of a man to so egregiously ignore me telling him to get off my property, simply because I'm a woman. Men seem to bank on women being both passive and fearful of being seen as beachy or frigid. It felt rejuvenating to fuck up his assumptions. TLDR, went batshit on a misogynistic stranger who called me a beach after I told him to get off my porch. I started a riot. I was stuck in Manila's international airport. Prior to arriving I had taken a 16-hour flight, got diverted to a very under-equipped army base airport, stuck on the tarmac for another 8 hours, then in customs for 2 more, and finally driven across the Filipino countryside back to the city by bus, totaling well over 30 hours of Shichao Philippine Airlines hospitality. I missed my transfer and ultimately will miss the wedding that my boyfriend had been set to be a groomsman in, and the entire reason we took this trip. The front desk was a complete clusterfuck of PAL employees not knowing what to do. Hundreds of travelers were jamming the desk. I filed to the front and asked them if 2 seats were available to the wedding location. Not 2, 1 yes, and with the other one in standby. No, I didn't say 1. I said 2. You will have to buy tickets for it. Yes, that's what I want to do. Go to the ticket office, they said. You can try to find tickets tomorrow at the ticket office. It opens at 8 AM. At this point I lost it. I've been without sleep for almost 2 days, and in retrospect I deeply regret doing this next bit. I stepped up onto the desk and looked down into the man's face and said as loud as possible, "So you're telling everyone here that no one can even purchase a ticket at the front desk, but instead we all have to wait until tomorrow to go to another line at another office at 8 AM. He calmly said yes for more than a moment. The entire crowd of people surrounding the desk went dead quiet. You can hear the whole room process that bit of information and realize that they too were all quite faked. Ultimately we were compensated $60, rebooked our flights, and found a hotel for the night. We missed the wedding. Well, in my 5th to 7th grade I was constantly getting picked on by basically 90% of the guys in my class. Most of the time I was pretty calm, taking the punches, not retaliating, and just generally trying to distract myself with either Snake on my phone, or doing something with pen and paper, or just generally being stuck in my own head with thoughts about suicide. Cause I was hating every moment of it, but also thinking about a girl that I really liked. We are best friends now. I almost never gave in, because I didn't want to hurt anyone. But just one time they decided to take my bag and jacket as I was standing there on a bench before the teacher came, and I just fucking lost it. I had bloodlust in my eyes and I just wanted to faking kill the main guy that seemed to have something against me. Towards the end the teacher came, saw the two of us fighting, sent us to the principal, and called our parents. My mom after that even went to the police to file a complaint against him as she knew he was constantly harassing me. Yet I was still helping everyone regardless cheat from me in math and physics. I just hate holding a grudge against people and trying to hurt anyone. I just wished he would stop trying to hurt me for no apparent reason. He just saw me in 5th grade and I guess thought that guy. I'm going to dump all my repressed anger and frustration for my life on that guy and make him more miserable than me. TLDR. Got harassed by almost half the class, and one time I just could no longer stand it, and I tried to hurt the person that was harassing me the most. And we ended up going to the principal and the police. I've been told that I have the demeanor of a Buddhist monk. My boss actually just recently asked me if I ever get angry because I'm completely unflappable. Even when we are in the weds and the ovens decide to sheet the bed point, the only time I've ever really went sideways with anger was when I had a mutual friend of my ex and I tell me she had cheated on me just prior to our recent breakup. I confronted her about it and was told that she was now dating and living with the guy who I thought was my best friend. I just want to be honest with you, she said. The irony of that statement was completely lost on that pretty little imbecile. I loved this woman more than I've loved anyone before. Pulling this sheet knowing I felt that way was a level of betrayal that I just could not comprehend. So much so I think I legitimately felt something break in my head and it instantly filled my mind with this psychotic rage. I'm not that Neanderthal who punches walls or throw things because someone housed him in CSGO. But I put my fist clear through my bedroom door and then ripped it off the hinges and heaved it down the hallway towards the kitchen. That little stunt is actually why I lost the security deposit on that apartment. It was an ugly period in my life. The whole situation was the tipping point for the mental illness that I would have been in treatment for had my father not preferred cocaine and trashy women who looked like they thought it was still 1985 instead of 1995. I really can't remember most of my early to mid 20s because it was basically one long disassociated state with the occasional moments of lucidity when I was able to go a few hours without wanting to swan dive off my 3rd floor balcony. In my last year of school, for some reason, no teacher was there in class for like 2 lectures. Don't remember, either teacher was absent plus no substitute teacher / some emergency teachers meeting. I seemed to be getting a bad fever, while my classmates were getting more and more restless. Boys only school. Anyways, I'm just lying down because my headache was getting worse and worse. And after some time, some classmates started throwing random crap at me. Was sitting near the front of class at that time, had a rotation system, and couldn't really see. After many a times telling them that I was not feeling well and to just let me be. Finally I saw red. Saw one guy holding the book from which they were throwing the paper balls etc. point from. Kind of literally threw him from where I stood towards the class board. Not sure where that strength came from. For reference, I'm 27 now, around 5 feet 7 inches with a weight of about 43 to 45 kgs. I'm quite thin, yes. The other students were just cheering us on, and because of the noise, the vice principal came around to see me, and that other student just wailing on each other point, after going to the vice principal's office, and then having been told that our parents had to come by the next day. When I reached back in class, someone told me that the guy I had the fisticuffs with was actually trying to stop the other guys from trying to annoy me. Became a moment in life that I truly regret. I think he is now annoyed with the number of times I've apologized to him. But every time I see him, I just really feel sorry for my actions. I have a good one for this. I was in high school theater not so long ago, and my teacher was really something special. Let's call him Mr. Danger. Mr. Danger was extremely talented at nearly every piece of theater, and had a formidable record of victory at competitions. However, great skill must come at great cost, because this man was moody, quick to anger, and wholly inconsistent. One day he'd be joking around with the class, the next he'd be yelling at us for not being prepared. 1 hour he'd be actively distracting kids for a laugh, and the next he'd be lighting us up for being distracted. This was the kind of man who finally broke my chill. A few of my friends in the class got fed up with Mr. Danger's behavior and starting talking some smack. They said some things one morning regarding the unpleasantness of interacting with Mr. Danger and some other things involving the weaknesses of Mr. Danger's character. One way or another, word travels fast and Mr. Danger hears about the things said and the students who said them. So when I arrive in class, he is in a quiet, boiling fury, telling everyone to sit down around him. Once everyone was there, he blew up, explaining how ungrateful we were. He singled out the individuals who said some things about him and made them tell him to his face what they said. Then he went on to say, "It's clear to me now that I have been too much a friend to you guys and not enough a teacher. From now on, I'm just going to be a teacher. Things might be less fun, but at least this kind of thing won't happen anymore." And I thought that was a surprisingly good solution to come from this man. Like, even though I felt the outburst was unnecessary, at least we'd have some consistency now. We went about an uncomfortable class period, as expected, and when it ended we had half an hour to grab some dinner before coming back to rehearsal. See, rehearsals were from 4 to 8, so we had to eat beforehand or starve. I went and grabbed some barbecue from a restaurant next door, and since the large drinks cost the same as the 2-liter bottles, I treated myself to a 2-liter of Mountain Dew. Rehearsal went fairly normally, and as the afternoon went, Mr. Danger quickly returned to his normal, volatile self. So, by the end, he was miraculously in a good mood. We wrapped up and cleaned up, and I was standing in the middle of the stage chatting with a couple of my pals, drinking the not nearly empty bottle of Mountain Dew. So I turned up the bottle to take a drink, and just then, in my moment of weakness, Mr. Danger struck. He squeezed the bottle, so Mountain Dew sprayed all over my face and ran down my chest. I turned to see Mr. Danger's stupid smile and something in me just collapsed. I was cold, wet, sticky, and tired. I was annoyed and aggravated. I was truly angry. In the smallest moment of staring at Mr. Danger in disbelief, all I could think of was him telling us that he was too much a friend and that he was going to just be a teacher. All I could see when I looked at him was an unreliable liar, a certifiable man-child with whom my lot was thrown. So with the principle of an eye for an eye, a trade older than God, I retaliated. I chased Mr. Danger around the stage, splashing Mountain Dew all over him, filled with the fire of vengeance and a strange sister of vigilante justice. Eventually I cooled down, and I told him why I got so mad, and he apologized, surprising enough. But the important thing is that he was now also wet, cold, sticky, and tired, so he could know my suffering, if only a little bit. Sometimes a little bit of vengeance is all you can manage. TL. Doctor, my theater teacher splashed Mountain Dew on me after telling me that he was too friendly with his students and we didn't respect him, so I retaliated in kind. My mom and her ex were in the process of breaking up at the time. It took several months. It was a very messy breakup, and he was a horrible person, so he wouldn't let it be official until he was ready. Before I lost my shit, he had tried to kill my mom's friend in front of my friend while we were studying, pulled a gun on my mom, had a faking death grip on my hand because I was holding his keys so he wouldn't drive. He was drunk and on something, cried about just losing his mom. It was from cancer. And I get this one thing, but it doesn't excuse him being awful, and I had called the cops on him. These are all on different nights, but it's very important. One night, I'm in my room and I hear him calling my mom a slut and a hoe and all these awful things, and he's raising his voice. I went out to the kitchen and yelled at him for a couple minutes and all he said was to go back to my room and that it wasn't any of my business. I went back to my room after slight arguing, but he just said the same things over and over, so he goes back at it with my mom, but is getting more aggressive about it. Eventually he got to a point where he was screaming at her for being a slut and a hoe and bullshit, so I went back out to the kitchen. I don't remember much about what I screamed at him, but I know I told him we don't feel safe around him and that he tried to kill us and got physical with me and was crying like a little bitch. He started crying saying that none of that stuff ever happened, and my mom had to tell him that all of it was accurate. I ended up kicking him out that time point a couple months later. I told my mom for the umpteenth time that I didn't want to see him ever again or hear from him. He was at our house and she ended up kicking him out. A bunch of his shit was at our house, so a mutual friend brought his stuff to him. That was about 4 years ago, and I still see him from time to time. TLDR. My mom's ex was being an asshole to my mom and calling her names, so I screamed at him and blacked out. Edit. Added stuff and TLDR. About 9 months ago I had to go to the Apple store to have someone take a look at my phone. The closest store at the time was a 45-minute drive away in traffic. I call the store, ask if there's any chance of an appointment for tonight at such short notice. They say they're fully booked, but I'm welcome to walk in, put my name down, and they'll call me if they have some time. Since it should be a quick fix, I may just have to walk around for a couple hours while I wait. I'm okay with waiting. The phone just broke, and I was about to go on vacation. I get in the car, drive all the way over there in infuriating traffic, deal with the battlefield of a parking lot, and walk into the store. All up over an hour. After I left home. I walk up to the guy with the iPad essentially directing traffic and answering questions and tell him what I'd been advised and that I'd like to put my name on that list. His response? A snide chuckle. We book out weeks in advance. You were told all appointments were booked. I don't know what you expected. Like I'm a total moron. Frustrated, I repeat what I was told and let him know I drove over 45 minutes to get there on that advice. He just raises his eyebrows and shakes his head as if to say big deal idiot. Really pushing my buttons now. The final straw. He tells me make sure you book ahead next time, then leans to the side and motions the next person to come up. Nope, fuck you. I instantly snapped, and before I realized I was even responding, I hear myself say in a raised voice, "Are you faking kidding me?" 3/4 of the packed store turn around to see the commotion. He starts with, "I already told. I drove 45 faking minutes to get here on the advice of someone in your store, and you're just going to be a condescending cunt and tell me better luck next time." Suddenly, more attentive and a little rattled, he calls the manager over, who whisks me away to a desk in the corner. Magically somebody wants to listen. They check my phone and some details, and 15 minutes later I'm walking away with a functioning phone and an apology. I walk past the original guy on the way out and politely say thanks for your help. They got it fixed right up for me. The silence was delicious. That guy. It was the only time in my life I've been rude to someone in a service/retail position, but I don't regret it for a moment. We went to the dollar store before going to a movie. That way we could get candy for cheap and sneak it in. There was one cashier and a long line, but we had a few minutes anyway. As we're standing there, this Hispanic guy starts shuffling through everyone and pointing the woman checking out like he was with her and just had to run grab an item. Someone in line asked him what he was doing, and he just pointed and waved his hands like no English. So whatever, we've all been waiting, but if they're together then fine. But this dude just gets right behind her and puts his items on the belt behind her. And I'm like, what the fuck? The lady leaves, and then the cashier starts ringing him up before all the rest of us, who have been waiting. I look at the employee and say, "Hey, this dude cut all of us. Don't ring him up. Tell him to get to the back of the line." And he just looks down and keeps scanning. And then this line cutting asshole, looks at me and says in perfect English, "You mad bro?" With a little kissy face. I blew the fuck up. I was so faking pissed. I yelled. I considered just walking out and stealing all the items. I was ready to fight too. Followed this dickwad out to the parking lot and tried to fight him, but he got in his car and drove off. Like, wait in goddamn line like everyone else, you faking shit human being. Went to the bank to raise my monthly limit for online payments. They told me they can't do that because my account was out of date and I needed to update it before they can help me. So I had to give my address, phone number, etc. And they told me I needed proof of address, which was tricky because I was a student renting a house which the university paid for. So I asked them, what can I bring for a proof of address, since I don't get mail or bills sent to my address? They told me I can bring a copy of my lease which the landlord has to sign. No problem. I bring it in, and they rejected it because the suburb I live in was the name of another suburb in our country, but like 1500 kilometers away. Told them the postal code makes it obvious the lease is referring to the suburb in my city, but no dice. So they told me I need to take a form of this and get 2 of my housemates to declare that I in fact do stay there. When I asked them how they will know if these people actually live there, they told me I just need to bring a copy of their leases as well. Told them it's gonna be the exact same pieces of paper I just gave them, but with their names on it, no problem. At this point I thought they were intentionally trying to make this hard for me. I came back with the housemates' declarations and the copy of the leases, and they told me the exact thing I tried to make sure of, that their leases has the same problem as mine. So I asked what can I do now to get a proof of address, and they said they're out of options, like, I can't update my info then. So I just told the chick to close my account and give me my remaining money in cash. Wasn't a lot, and she acted very surprised that I wanted to leave the bank. That couldn't help me do business with them anymore. Got visibly irritated and heated. Sort of felt like an entitled smuck for jetting pissed off at her but fuck man. Started seeing a guy and a few days in he made a comment disparaging and doubting the platonic nature of my friendship with one of my male friends. I explained that, even if we disagreed on the nature of male-female friendship we should at least respect the other person's opinion, and what he said made it seem like my opinion was irrelevant, but he didn't see anything wrong with what he said. He said my opinion on the subject was irrelevant because he disagrees. I'm too naive about men and he's a man, so he knows men. Told me I was making a mountain out of molehill when I said I didn't like that, and when I wouldn't back down unironically asked if I was missing. I told him to never ever say that to me again in an argument, as it's usually used in an attempt to delegitimize my concerns. After trying to make him understand why it was wrong of him to say that, I got a grudging apology. 3 days later he started on again about how PMS is real. His sisters and mom become monsters and irrational because of PMS, and I shouldn't have been offended when he said I was missing. I didn't like that, because being mad that he was disparaging my friendships, saying my opinion is irrelevant, and trying to trivialize my feelings by reducing them to hormone-induced nonsense is a valid reason to be mad. He saw that as another sign that I was missing, especially after he found out I was on my period. I was so mad, but he thought that was funny, started making jokes which made me even madder, so I leaned away when he suddenly pulled me towards him and tried to kiss me. He got mad and said I should never lean away from a kiss again because it makes him feel ignored and he hates that. So I asked what to do when he wants to kiss and I don't. His reply was kiss me anyway, even if it's just a light kiss. I asked if his desire to kiss me was more important than my consent and he replied, so you think ignoring me is the right thing to do? He then started on the PMS thing again, saying there's no way I wasn't missing because I was arguing with him over trivial bullshit, getting easily offended, can't take a joke, wouldn't kiss him because of it, and I was no longer fun. The conversation that followed me, friends then, him, yes. I think we are more sweeted as fuck buddies me. My friendships are 100% platonic. Besides, all the things you said are a big turn off to me. Point him. I doubt that. You wanted me last time we made out. If I tried, I bet you'd be back with me. Point me. Well, that was before I got to know you better. Now I'm no longer interested. Him, that's because you're missing. Get in touch with me once this cycle is over, and we'll try again. Point me. Fuck you. In the language we both speak, this is literally go get faked in the ass. Him. What? How dare you? Who do you think I am? You don't say that to a man. Me. Yes. You didn't like that, did you? But it's okay for you to do that to others. Besides, what's wrong with saying that to a man? Point him. Don't ever speak to me again. Point me. With pleasure. Point my friends think this is hilarious because I rarely ever cuss and they've never seen me mad. Point TLDR. Guy I saw for a week was being sexist and I finally lost my patience and cussed him. It was out of character for me because I rarely cuss. Someone in middle school once stole about $150 worth of magic cards from me, though at the time it was priceless because they were my decks. I had gone to gym class and put my backpack with my cards in a locked room whose only keys belonged to the gym teachers. Despite this, after coming back from gym, my cards were gone. I was really upset as they were one of my favorite things. After asking a bunch of people if they knew anything, I narrowed it down to this guy Nathan. This wasn't his first offense, and I kinda knew it was him to begin with. I was super pissed. I found out what his next class was and barged in while it was starting and people were taking their seats. I channeled movie tough guys and saw him, grabbed him by his shirt collar and pushed him up against the back wall while lifting him up a bit by his shirt. I then yelled at him while the whole class and teacher watched, as most knew me as someone who never got mad. I was gonna punch him, but the teacher told me to leave or she'd call somebody to take me away. I pushed him against the wall and left. I never got my cards back. Heard the next day he had already sold them by the time I found him. I was heartbroken and stopped playing Magic for years because of it. 2 stories. When I was in like 8th grade, we had a cross country team that I was on. I've never been athletic. I'm not fat, and I can run probably a mile or 2 without dying, but this was before I had any stamina. I ran with a girl who was slightly more athletic than me and kept urging me to keep going. I was stumbling, heaving, crying, and trying to continue running. My friend was encouraging me, being all cheery and sweet. Eventually, I stopped and while sobbing, I yelled, "I can't do it. We need to fucking stop. Just stop, please." I went to a small private Christian school. This did not go over very well with the teachers. In high school, I had a shitty, abusive boyfriend. I gave him my phone in class one day because I guess he wanted to post a picture to my Snapchat. He ended up going through all my photos, emails, text messages, and internet search history to find anything on me. I used to watch porn, so he found some porn that I didn't clear out of my history. He began arguing with me loudly in class about it. I kept telling him that we can't talk about this right now, that we're in class, etc. Class ends and we're arguing loudly outside. I felt so violated. He didn't trust me at all, even though I had never given him a reason to. He found pictures of me and a couple guy friends that I had and grilled me on that too. The most insulting part was where he was loudly asking me why I was watching porn and shaming me on what kind of porn I was looking at, asking me why I would be into that. Is this why we never have sex anymore? Are you cheating on me? Literally everyone could hear him. He wouldn't give me my phone back. People were starting to stare. I saw red. I snatched my phone and slapped him. I began to walk away and he said, "If you walk away now, we are over." I walked away. Actually just last month it happened to me. My sister sent a text to me saying she was coming in to visit from across the country to take my kids out to a water park. She decided to do this the day that my daughters had a birthday/end of summer party that they had been planning on going to all summer. It was also the day before we, wife, kids and myself, were leaving for vacation. I'm the chill, go with the flow type, so I told my sister, I'll check with my wife and see if/how we can work something out. My sister started sending me a bunch, over 30, texts, saying how she should be the priority since she was flying in, how I should need my wife's permission, and a ton of really malicious thoughts of what she thoughts about my household family and how the rest of my family feels the same way. I fucking lost it. Told her and the rest of my family they can fuck off if they felt that way. I sent a group text to my other sister, my father, and mother stating that I'm done with them. Considering I'm the go-to guy anytime they need help, within minutes I had my other sister calling me saying the beach sister is in fact a beach. My mother called me crying saying she doesn't share those opinions and my father called to let me know he's sorry my beach sister is crazy and he also doesn't feel that way. Still haven't talked to beach sister, which is kinda funny cause I'm supposed to be flying out to where she lives to help her out. I'd cancel the trip, but already bought tickets and I'd be screwing over a lot of people by not going. Should be entertainingly awkward. Many years ago, I worked as a temp in the buyer's department of a major department store. The work was pretty simple at first, simple spreadsheets, sorting stock samples, etc. Until this one woman just had it in for me for some unknown reason. She began adding things to my workload that I was never trained on how to do. Really advanced spreadsheets and orders, and then scrutinizing every single thing I did wrong. I've never done any of this before. I haven't had any training on this. I would tell her, figure it out. She'd bark back. While I was trying to figure out the last 3 jobs she gave me to do, she would tack on another 5. She would then give me a crap load of attitude when barely anything got done. Now, if this was going to be my career of choice, I would have put in the effort and did the work. But it wasn't. I was a temp. 6 months and my time would be up. Plus I wasn't getting paid enough to care. One day, I had enough of her shit. She started on me as soon as I sat down one morning, and I snapped. Now, granted I didn't do anything directly to her, even though it took every ounce of restraint not to put her head through her monitor, but I got up and left during her morning beach fit and went straight to her manager. I told him we needed to talk. I think my exact words were, if you don't do anything about, I'm gonna throw her out the faking window right now. He saw how serious I was and did his best to calm the situation. For the next 2 weeks, she was faking being nice to me, which was fine, because I knew she had gotten in trouble. Shortly after, she got caught out for handing me all of her work to do, while she did barely anything. About 2 weeks after that, she took another job and left. Never saw the cunt again, and the rest of my stay at that place was totally fine. I slapped my ex-boyfriend in the middle of college surrounded by other teenagers. I've never lost my shit before or since. Basically, he was an abusive asshole who would constantly cheat on me and break up with me, tell me I wasn't good enough for him, then manipulate me into believing no one else would want me. I crawled back to him every time. The last time, we both decided the relationship was unhealthy and to end it there. It didn't take him long to manipulate me into running back to him. He led me to believe we would get back together, would tell me he would never love anyone as much as he loved me, and that he just needed time to fix his issues. Me, being naive, believed him. We had a small argument and didn't talk for a few days until it came to what would have been our anniversary and I saw him at college. It took me a while to build up the courage to talk to him, apologize for whatever we'd fought over, and for things to be normal again. However, as I went to go over, I realized he had his arm around another girl. He saw me, grinned, then pulled this girl in and kissed her. Not even a peck, just full on passionate kiss. I was fuming. I grabbed him by the shirt, dragged him away, screamed something at him, and all he said was happy anniversary baby with a smirk. Never hit anyone before, but damn did it feel good wiping that smirk from his face. I bought my first ever brand new car at 24. It was a 2008 VW Rabbit 5-speed. My first ever manual transmission as well. I loved that car. After having it a few months, and with about 500 miles on it, it got hit while legally parked. My roommates and I were moving into a new house we were renting. The day after we finished moving everything, we are all exhausted. I slept late. I was awakened by someone banging on the door and ringing the doorbell. I was the first to answer the door, and all he said was, "Do you know whose car that is?" I said it was mine, and he tells me he had hit it. Now I'm a normally calm and rational person, so I perked up a bit, but didn't lose it initially. So he walks me over to the side of the car that is facing the road, and it is like half gone. I blew a fuse. I immediately screamed at the top of my lungs, "How the fuck do you even do that?" I'm pretty sure I blacked out after that. I don't remember everything, but I remember my roommate bolting out of the house and down the driveway, awakened from her slumber. She said she thought I was going to kill him. This still gives me fits of rage to this day. My car was parked 90% on the lawn. Only the driver's side tires were touching the pavement. I wasn't directly behind his driveway, and is legal to park on the street there. He hit it backing out of his driveway, and he had to be doing at least 5 miles per hour when he made contact to do this kind of damage. All he could muster in response was, "In a month and a half it won't be legal to park there anyway because of the plows." This just made me angrier, so he left me his name and phone number on a piece of paper and said, "I have to go to work now. $2,700 in damage to my first ever brand new car. Getting internet connected, Germany. So I get the date, stay home all day and nobody comes or calls, just nothing. So I try to call them, getting the robot thing who keeps saying what button I need to press. So I'm pressing the buttons and finally get to a human that tells me they can't help me. I need to call to other branch that deals with connections. So I'm calling again and pressing buttons, and then I need to wait cause all are busy. So I'm waiting for, I'm not kidding, 20 minutes cause I need the internet, and then it just disconnects me. Oh, I try again 3 times till I finally get to a person. She says she can give me a new date, and at this point I'm just happy to hear a human voice. So she gives me a date 1 month from that point. I already had to wait 3 weeks to my initial point. So I ask if we can speed this up cause I need internet. She says there is nothing she can do cause installment thing does other firm, and she has no control over them. So I wait 1 month, and when the time comes I ask my neighbor if he can let the internet guy in cause I need to work. And he says sure. So I come home and there is no internet. The guy didn't come again. So I start to feel a bit emotional, and I call them, and it's the same sheet with waiting and pushing numbers and disconnecting. So after 2 tries I get the girl. I tell the situation. She tells me there is nothing she can do, she can give me a new date. This time I need to wait 2 weeks. So the day comes I talk to another neighbor if he can let them. So I come home from work and there is no faking internet. So I call them and get a human with 3rd try. So I tell her this was the 3rd time, really trying to stay calm and not scream, and I know there is nothing she can do, and it's not her fault, but I will probably terminate my contract if I don't get internet. She tells me this time it will be okay and gives me the new date in 1,5 weeks. So I talk to neighbor. At this point he is also pissed. And I come home and finally after 2 months I got the internet. I live in a city. So all I have to say to this is fuck you Vodafone. Fuck you, fuck you. I was 18 and working as a dishwasher at this restaurant that's still to this day infamous for the toxic work environment. I'd started as a cook, but been sent to the pit as the cooks called it with a 50-cent pay cut because the last guy had finally passed out drunk while standing at the sink and cracked open his head, and because I was the server's least favorite cook. I found out later the kitchen manager literally asked the serving staff who they liked the least as the sole criteria for deciding, due to being both new, quiet, and ugly. Why couldn't they just hire a new one, you ask? Because it was 9-hour breakless shifts at the busiest restaurant in town, and because of the servers. In my first 5 days 3 of them scraped food directly into the floor, because there were people standing in front of the trash cans. I asked them, politely, not to do that, and to just wait their turns. They complained to the manager. One of them dropped an armful of plates, sweep the shattered glass and porcelain into a large salad bowl, and put it on my dish shelf. I did not actually let this one happen. I found out after I accidentally stuck my hand in it. And while I was patching myself up I found out and it was a she. The dining manager wouldn't hire male servers because all the rest insisted he'd steal all their profits. Gone ahead and blamed me for it. One demanded I bus her last 2 tables for her. Huge no. Kitchen staff was not allowed into the dining room on the clock. Period. When I explained to her that not only was it not my job, but against the rules, and that the bus boys were still out there, she went to the kitchen manager and told them I thrown a bus tub at her face and shouted at her to do it herself. Not even the kitchen manager bought that, but still got the chewing out. The morning dish person hid every single pan the morning prep crew used in the meat locker and left 4 hours early. When I discovered this, I told the store manager. He told me she'd been a dishwasher there for 4 years and I just needed to respect how she did things, so yeah, not exactly riding high at the end of the first week, but I blew off some steam for 2 days and went in hungover a sheet at 3 in the afternoon ready to give it another shot. Well, turns out not only did I take a pay cut, but they were trimming my closing times to take off my 5 hours of overtime. And it only took me as long as it did to close, because I was not allowed to even begin until every single server was clocked out. At this point I'm obviously faking seething, so I stuck my earbuds in, turned on some super intense death metal, and started destroying the 4 hours of build up that was usually waiting for me when I got in. Well, while I was going at it some server wanted me to come out to the dining room and change the trash. Again, not my job and against the rules. Well, I couldn't hear a word her or anyone else was saying. So she threw a metal dish pan at my head to get my attention. Said metal dustpan busted the side of my head open and sprayed blood up to the ceiling, and that's where I absolutely lost my faking sheet on this girl. I literally cussed her from one side of the store to the other as we both ran to the office, her to tattle and me for a faking bandage. Well, I detour to get a washcloth, and by the time I'm there she's sobbing behind the kitchen manager's back, and he's faking furious. As soon as I walk in he starts laying into me as I'm bandaging my blood-soaked head. Where I get off treating some girl like that when she's so much smaller than me. He's 10 inches taller, 16 years older, and 160 pounds heavier than me. And little liberal sheets like me have no respect and are ruining his faking business. So I turn around and start laying into his Cheeto-crusted sumo wrestler Sasquatch looking as about maybe if he'd focus more on his faking job instead of knocking up every server over 45. He was up to 3 at that point and filling his asshole with Donald Trump's bullshit scented cum. He might have a functioning kitchen for 5 minutes. Needless to say, I was fired basically immediately. The server actually wanted to charge me with verbal harassment, but somebody with some sense talked her out of it. Well, 3 days go past, and I learn from all of my work buddies they've literally gone through the only 3 applicants for the position they've had all year in those 3 days, and the rest of the staff said they'd walk out if they got moved there. That afternoon the store manager calls me offering me my job back at $2 less than what I was originally making, which is a really good deal for you, considering your behavior last week. I laughed in his faking face and went back for my original cook wage. But I was a different person now as far as they were concerned. I wasn't just some skinny little kid they thought they could push around. I kicked ass at my job for a full year, but I came in when I wanted, as faked up as I wanted. No servers were allowed in my dish pit for any faking reason. Anytime I didn't like something everyone knew. If the managers complained, I left. I was always invited back within 3 days, and that's how I became the most unpleasant coworker ever.